Our adventure begins at the Korean school at the end of the lessons. A beautiful face of a girl appears in front of us. She looks very surprised. She just confessed to love a boy, perhaps her classmate. Judging by his face, he really wants her to believe in his words and says that he loved her at first sight. The teenagers had been talking for enough time to become close, so the young man was even more immersed in his feelings for Daisy. However, Daisy is not pleased with this news and is in despair of such an exciting event. The lover notices that the reaction is not as positive as he would like to receive, which further drives him into sadness. He perfectly understands his situation, so he apologizes for everything he said a minute ago and lets it be known that he knows about the lack of feelings on the part of the beauty. The girl becomes very embarrassing from such true words, so she decides to justify him. During the dialogue, we learn that the boy's name is Sam. Daisy describes him as kind and cheerful, not knowing how to act otherwise. The tension is increasing and the result of his initiative is already prominent. Now he is clearly not shining relations with the beauty Daisy. We are faced with a lively schoolyard, at which every schoolboy is busy with his own business and outdoor activities. We notice a tall, black, handsome man who, judging by everything, is waiting for someone. Immediately, we get an answer to our question. He was waiting for Sam and knew about his plans, so he asks how everything went. It's not hard to understand that Sam is not having a good day today, so his friend's question no longer made sense. The black woman is wondering whether our main character was ready for this option. He did not receive the answer. Sam is very disappointed by the girl's refusal and says that the main reason for the failure is that she would like to focus on her studies. For both young men, it sounds very false, knowing that she is far from an excellentian. In full sadness, it would seem that Sam did not notice the football ball flying right in his direction. However, he was so focused that he catches him without extra effort. The boys, from whom this ball came from, threw it so much inadvertently and is very worried about the condition of our lover hero. It is a pity that he does not even pay attention to it, because he plunged into the abyss of reflection on his appearance. His friend also cannot unravel the secret of such appearance, Sam. After all, the thickness leads an active lifestyle and engages in sports. He counts the calories he eats because he is concerned about this issue. And in general, Sam tries so much that if everyone was engaged as he, then in the world they would forget about obesity. The last thing that interests his friend is the fact of visiting the hospital and the doctor's verdict. Of course, the boy visited the hospital, not even once, but the probability that it is genetics is too high. Sam has come home from a hard day at school and he definitely doesn't look energetic or happy. At the entrance, his attention is drawn to family photos, which stand in a prominent place and do not hesitate to show the people depicted in the photos. One of him depicts the parents of the boy, and on the other, he at preschool age, by the way, is also full, which really encourages genetics. The parents in their youth look happy and quite handsome and fit in the photo. And his mother is even a mature woman, is still a standard of beautiful, and compliments for her is already something familiar. Samuel's father does not know him at all and has not even seen him, but he still has some information. His father was an accomplished Siren fighter and clearly took pride in this type of fighting. Thanks to his strength, he received many awards and remained a legend of this sport. The guy noticed that his mother kindly left him a ready-made portion of delicious salad, but it did not make it easier. He was tired of putting himself in order. Sam is very angry about the whole situation. According to his mother, it should be very easy for him to flex his muscles, which is not happening. He begins to sink into despair and wants to give in to a momentary weakness, which was very strong under the pressure of disappointment. His hand reaches for the paltry food. The young man begins to ask the question and whether there is a sense from all these diets if they change nothing in his rye. You can see that all his food has always been healthy, and he has eaten so much for many years, putting in it a lot of effort and willpower. Under the influence of stress, he already begins to open fast food. Still, something stops him, and he realizes that something is wrong in this situation. Fortunately for him, he was a very strong-willed boy, so he decided in time not to betray himself and chose a portion of his mother's healthy salad. It's getting late, but Sam has a routine he can't skip to keep himself disciplined. The jogging is giving it hard and tired as much as he allows her to do it. As usual, he decided to overcome the path 4 kilometers without any doubt. Still, all these problems only made him stronger, so without realizing it, his running pace is faster today. He wants a romantic relationship with Daisy so much that he is willing to go the extra mile for their future together. It's a dark night, and there is no one on the treadmill for a long time. Everyone finished the class. Of course, apart from Sam, who, thanks to his motivation, ran 15.5 kilometers, beat his old record, and does not stop there. However, he understands that it is already too much for him, and every muscle of his feels it. After stopping for a minute, he notices that he is in a place unknown to him, but he does not even remember if it was there at all. He just reached for his phone to look at the map of his location, as suddenly a strange shadow appeared on the bridge, calling the boy fast. In the silhouette, you can consider the old grandfather of a rather sports physique. He says some incomprehensible things that relate to blood. The old man needed to get closer to the young man, so he decides to jump from the bridge to him. This is very surprising to the schoolboy. This man just jumped from a height of 6 meters and remained intact, as if nothing had happened. The grandfather, without any hint of dialogue, says that he does not hunt the new moon and assures that there is nothing to be afraid. The man seems like a grandmother babai who serves as a judge, until it is unclear where. He says he is responsible for the monsters who live on this peninsula and should monitor them. Babai sees that Samuel does not understand what is now being discussed and noticing it. Therefore, instead of the usual explanation and words, Grandpa Babai decided to go to actions, taking a piece of fabric that takes away our main character. He still does not understand what is happening, whether it is true at all. He is in a state of shock and still accepts his fate without uttering a word, and does not even resist the strange forces that want to take him away. The fabric completely enveloped him and did not leave even one chance for him to get out. After a second that seems like an eternity, he finds himself free, but still unable to come to any logical conclusion about all these events. He is very rudely and contemptuously thrown to the ground from a great height, but he remains conscious. In an attempt to recover from a bad fall, he finally asks the right question, wanting to know what the hell is going on. But he had enough to open his eyes only for a second in order to understand everything without words. Sam found himself in a completely different world, with completely different rules, appearance and atmosphere that screamed of danger, death, and chaos. Now he is in the world of monsters from which himself, and in this state, the guy will definitely not find a way out. And to confirm such a short name for yourself, you just had to look around. Scary monsters were everywhere. Not at all what Sammy wanted to hear, but the inhabitants of this world are monsters. There are no other creatures here. Once upon a time, people were afraid of monsters, so they had nothing left to do. They put on their god's level, and now they can only be mentioned by telling a fable. Babai talks about the festival, which takes place every 6 years old. His purpose to choose the king of monsters among all the young candidates who have been proven for this purpose. Exactly 6666 years ago, one young and talented monster managed to ascend as king. Sam begins to understand what the old man is leading to, so in a panic he prematurely begins to ask what he is here for. It turned out that our main character, a seemingly ordinary schoolboy, was the only one who inherited goblin blood. So due to the fact that he has this blood in him, he turned out to be the only worthy candidate. Probably such information would not be happy, but Sam, because with every second he increasingly understood that he had fallen and could not find any way out of this situation. The guy is a goblin, as if in the 4th or 5th generation, even though he was chosen in spite of this. But Sam does not want to accept this fact, and the information about all these bloods and generations seems so absurd that he denies it all and claims that there is a selection error. Before he could finish his thought, he suddenly felt that something was approaching, and not just but from the sky. It is something very large and strong. It is not difficult to make such a conclusion, judging by the force with which this creature landed. And in the same second, we will learn about a test that will show how useful the hero they selected will be in the future. In front of the little boy was a giant, the size of a 10th floor. He had a giant fangs and a strange feature in the form of no eyes. But the appearance of the monster was not the most scary in this situation. In the event of a failure, the test will be eaten on the condition. The fierce monster, which is ready to attack, is called a big-mouthed goblin. The name coincided with reality. People get into this world once in 666 years, so you can't miss such a chance to taste a person, and he monster will do everything for it. Tiny Sammy understood his position well, and what he should have done in such a situation is not clear at all. One thing was clear: here he is powerless. The giant no doubt decided that there was nothing to wait and immediately went to the attack. The first and abnormally strong blow was delivered directly to the boy's stomach. He had never felt such pain before. An ordinary man could never and under any circumstances resist such a beast, so the boy could not do anything against him, especially to resist. The shock wave turned out to be a huge, and in the ordinary world in which we were born and used to live, only it would be enough for the disappearance of the living. To his great surprise, the young man was still breathing and felt that he was alive. But the thought that even looking at the blood of a goblin flowing in his veins, he was an ordinary person unprepared for such a thing made sense. The battle was not for life, But to death, grandparents Babai was set to such a spectacle. So for his survival, the hero had to fight in any circumstances. It would seem that the fight was over. Sam was already defeated, however. Suddenly he felt a painful touch and lack of land under his feet. The goblin decided to deliver a decisive blow that would surely guarantee him victory, so he decided to throw the boy one more time and with no less force. Perhaps this blow came even stronger and more painful. The young man remained conscious and perfectly understood what was happening to him, of course. He was very angry at his helplessness. The terrible goblin himself was surprised at the endurance and survivability of an ordinary person, who was not even formed yet, because the boy was still alive. One last step, or rather a slap, and the fight is over, so the big mouth rushes to finish it. He was ruthlessly swollen and did not think about other variants of events except a delicious dinner, which is so rare in this world, so Goblin did not regret strength. However, something is wrong, as if too quiet and the giant palm feels not lightness, but on the contrary, strong resistance is unknown from where. No one expected such a sudden change in the battle. Everything changed dramatically when a slender and very handsome young man, apparently Sam, appeared under the palm of the monster. In a fit of uncontrollable aggression, he didn't even make any effort to confront the fearsome and powerful big-mouthed goblin. The opponent himself was not ready for such a sharp change of rules in the game. He is simply in full despair and confusion. Throughout his life, the fat man had a powerful and very scary talent, an instinct that no one taught him, but he could already use it from birth. Without any doubt, the guy lifts the images to his hands and effortlessly holds him in order to turn one trick with him. He picks up the enemy into a mountain throw that he knows from this second and can use it. His power seems boundless because of the skill and power he has invested in this technique and did not doubt for a second. Samuel came out victorious, who honestly chose his peace of life and hope. Exhausted and still shocked by what has just happened, he tries to come and look at his new reality from a different angle. Now he is a completely different person, with a completely different outlook and principles, because his awakening has been completed, and he is now a half-goblin. We return again to the reality we are used to on a very comfortable and cute train ride, where our main characters are in one of the cafes. Sam decided to share this very unusual adventure with a close friend. They both came to the conclusion that it was all just a stupid dream, not reality at all. Then the seven shares that he did not like it at all, but specifically to feel weak and infirm. His second generally surprises this dream and seems very unclear how to explain what Sam was good in the dream, not the other way around. It is very atypical for people's dreams. The only thing that bothered this fat man was that he had not yet learned to fight, so he constantly dreamed of boxing, thanks to which he successfully lost weight. The dream was really interesting. He felt like a reality, and everything was so bright that Sam was very remembered. He felt the same power and, if desired, tried to repeat everything he did there. His acquaintance finds it quite funny, so he says that Sam is getting into it too much. Still, it is unclear why such a dream could occur in his head at all. He was so obsessed with the idea of losing weight, and as the body could become so textured in 1 second. Before he could finish his thought, he found himself back where he was, in the world of monsters, in the same beautiful form and environment. It is not easy for him to get used to new realities, especially to a new body, which is the opposite of his old form. It wasn't a dream. All this time he was in this new, incomprehensible world. Maybe he was just unconscious. Grandpa immediately answered our question. Sam just fell asleep, most likely from fatigue and stress. The guy is still trying to accept the fact that this is not a dream at all, and here he is, a real physical body. In fact, no one expected that the young man would win, and even manage to start and successfully complete the awakening. All this was possible thanks to the blood of the goblin, which also flows in him. It was she who gave him a chance to win. Sam was still very stressed and nervous. He didn't have the right words for the situation. Suddenly, Grandpa Babai decided to make his sentence and hit his stick on the ground with a new candidate promising. He does this quite formally, telling all the other monsters around them and in the presence of one of them. From this moment on, Sam is officially a monster, not a man, and in the ordinary world he has no equal, and in this he must become the new law. The grandfather ordered everyone who was near them, that is, the monsters, to distribute this news all over Busan. From now on, Sam will be added to the list where he will be untouchable and will need a special reason to attack. The boy does not understand how important his new role is, so he kindly asks the old man if he can return home, to his native world. A good blonde woman who clearly did not like this question enters the dialogue, so she firmly says that Sam is now a monster, hinting that he will not return home. In order to interact with people of the monster, you need to prove your ability not to give up and merge with the crowd for further interaction with ordinary mortals. Otherwise, he will need to wait up to 500 years. The guy in a panic claims that there were little problems at all. He lived peacefully in the fights. Unfortunately, all these excuses did not work on his grandfather, and therefore did not like the behavior of a new monster. Now he confronts him with the fact that for such cowardice, he will have to kill the candidate. Sam wanted to live much more than just accept his end, so he quickly jumps away from the attacker. Suddenly he realizes that it is very easy for him, and in a second he did not feel the ground, but was in the air. This distance was abnormally large. The monster did not expect such a new range of opportunities. At the end, it was expected by the usual soft landing. He found himself 100 meters from his mentors without even waiting for it. The threats of Grandpa Babai were empty. He only wanted his new candidate to see his own abilities. No matter who Sam thinks he is or how he identifies, he will never be able to change the fact that the blood of a goblin is the strongest and surpasses the normal strength of a human by 10 times. Now, the past student is so strong that only a normal touch of a person can very much cripple. The boy is quite short. He understands the danger for humanity, but he does not like the prospect of waiting for so much time. He was very quickly encouraged by his grandfather, who said that the boy would wait only half a year, and 500 years is the new law of the king who rules now. Now we dive into the background of this law and learn that 666 years ago, monsters could visit the human world in peace. Apparently, it had only negative consequences and led to human losses, because they are completely powerless against monsters. People could only run away without looking back. They were really afraid. The easiest solution for the monster was to drive the small defenseless person into a dead end, giving no chance of survival. Hope was only on those monsters who lived among people to protect the smaller ones. People were also very afraid of them, but this led to relative respect and worship as a deity. But for some reason, with the arrival of the new king, who came 6666 years ago, everything has changed. This law also came out by the blood of his victims, and now people do not even realize the existence of another world, and does not go about fear and speech. But according to the grandfather's forecast, in half a year there will be a completely different new king who will change this law and the existence of this world as a whole. And exactly on the day when it will be allowed to enter the world of people, the sun will set in their kingdom, and the moment will come that the monsters have been waiting for all 666 years. All monsters will ruthlessly plunge to people for their own pleasure, and to remind of the fear they sowed before. Sam begins to understand what he got into, and now in his head even more questions and misunderstandings with himself. The old man saw a small trick in the candidate's eyes and tried to guess what he was up to. The guy decided to make sure that monsters don't touch people anymore, and he is very determined about it. He perfectly understands the complexity of this promise, but he already knows exactly what he needs to do, and what he can do, at least for the peace of his own soul. He knows for sure that he is obliged to protect his relatives and loved ones. Babai assures the boy that everything will be possible with his perseverance and desire to become stronger than anyone in this world. Then his loved ones are just afraid to touch. Of course, all this is very unlikely, but the boy always has a chance. He just needs to win at the Monster Festival, and only then he will be able to continue this law. The blonde girl decides to interfere in the conversation and claims that Sam has no chance of winning this festival. We are finally decided to name the name of this mysterious beauty and explain who it is. Her name's Sarah. She also wants to participate in the festival, also for her people, but she is not pleased to acquaint and not going to cross with Sam more. She is very aggressive towards the boy and threatens him in the event of his retreat to do something horrific, something that will relate to him. It turns out that Sarah has the same problematic situation as Sam. She has been wanting to take this test for a long time, but the old man still won't pass it, so the girl hopes for Sam, thanks to which the grandfather could agree to conduct this event. A real hurricane of thoughts is happening in the young monster's head. He has so many questions and clarifications, but he cannot find an answer. Sarah is still trying to prove that she is worthy to be in the human world without even passing this exam. She knows that her strength is quite great, and compared to the monsters that were weaker than her but still in the human realm, they are nothing against her. But the girl does not have the most major factors for such journeys. She is impatient and has no self-control at all. Because of this, she needs a test. She understands her mistake and only hopes that this is not an excuse from her. Grandfather Babai simply refuses her this version and says that now he is more concerned about the festival than the whims of some girl. However, he has an interesting proposal for her. He hints at a great opportunity to show yourself and work with people. You simply cannot find a better option. Now, if she wanted to enter the human world so badly, she had to teach Sam everything she knew, including transformation, all of which he had to learn in a month under her guidance. Of course, no one was happy about such news, but the reward in the form of living in the human world was very motivating for both of them, in the case of noteworthy progress. It is a pity that Sarah did not like this idea at all. She does not believe in him and is sure that he will not be able to study in a month. She would be easier to accept a simple refusal to visit people. Grandpa did not like her reaction, and he puts it in front of an expectation or hard work for a month. It is not difficult to guess that Sarah does not know how to wait at all. She did not even know how to respond to his conditions where she had no right to her own opinion at all. In any case, this choice will be on her conscience, only she can decide which fate will still expect her, and now a new colleague for unfortunately. The last thing that Babai's grandfather decides is the assurance of achieving the unreal. In his eyes, everything is possible. In a couple of seconds, the young men remained two. With them hundreds of thousands of monsters and the world where it is impossible to find a single native soul. Now they need to at least try to work together, and Sarah decides to ask Sam's knowledge, and began with a question about the power of the monsters. The guy said awkward that he did not know what it was. He was not familiar with the new world. Well, it seems that the girl didn't even have a choice. She accepts her role as a sensei, and is now ready to morally try to teach him something. But something really scares Sam, something behind the girl, and it makes him stand in a stupor, chained by fear. The great goblin, who should have long come to life for a long time, and is already preparing to start a new battle. And all this happens right behind Sarah, who does not suspect anything. The Strashko reports that the battle is far from completed, and he needs an old man for his further work by a judge. Now Sam is in a failure, in which he cannot even move his finger, not to mention the control of his whole body. Only now did Sarah notice the threat behind herself, and was able to look at the terrible monster with a predatory look. In her opinion, because of such reproaching monsters, few people can now get to people and remind them of their existence. The goblin's words caused only a negative reaction, as expected, so he immediately went on the attack, as before. Sam is a representative of people. He is accustomed to the race in his world, decides almost nothing, and suddenly he has fallen into the world where your class is equal to the chance of your survival. It is very upset and forces to strain. Sarah is well acquainted with these rules and understands how much the ratio of size and strength is important here. Each type of monsters differs in skills and average potential that they have been given from birth, from which all in their world has appeared classes. But now, there is not a single pure-blood goblin, which makes the strength of their class many times less than it could have been. So now, there are often arguments about which class can be considered the strongest. During his reflection, Sarah skillfully and effortlessly put the enemy so much that he could not resist, and continued her flow of thoughts. She believes that despite any reproaches and beliefs, the most powerful on the Korean peninsula are the 9 foxes, which she herself is. Now the girl stood and watched her prey and Sam's reaction to everything that is happening around him now. Hundreds of incomprehensible and apparently unreal pictures flash before his eyes at this moment. Only now he watches it and does not cry out in fear. A candidate shouldn't just stand there and watch, especially one like Sam. This situation requires him the ability to adapt and to act lightly, which is what the girl encourages him. His new sensei begins the lesson from the main, with energy and what types it is divided. She assures him that between unique and acquired, he will be able to feel the effect of unique energy on himself. An example of such an energy is a special goblin skill, thanks to which the blood can remember the intake and continue to use it as if it were something very common. In the case of acquired magic, you need to make more efforts and know how to use it properly. Its benefit is that each monster can absorb it. In the example of poor training and little effort, Sarah puts the same great ready goblin, who was too self-confident and decided that his height and strength would overcome anyone. But now he is humiliated and tied with a simple spell. It immediately shows that it is much weaker and more stupid than Sarah. Finally, Sarah says out loud that she agrees to teach him, and now she wants to clarify a few points for both of them. The beauty is very demanding and immediately tuned to the best result of all that could be achieved. So in the case of powerlessness, she advises him to give up immediately. She reminds him that a couple of minutes ago he was human, so all this magic will be very difficult for the new monster. But he does not plan to give up and is ready to work until the end. She was embarrassed by such a suspicious candidate's determination. She's still not sure of his power, but Sam's words sound firm and undoubtedly. Bilyavka again tries to remind him that he probably won't make it, but she will definitely give him a chance. So the first thing she wants to offer is food. Sam was very surprised at such a proposal. The circumstances and her instructions did not match at all. Sarah begins to explain what provoked her such a proposal. namely the fact that the use of magic takes away energy, respectively, power. Energy can be gained simply by breathing the air of this world and feeding on its fruits. But the problem is that Sam has recently got into this world, so it is not adapted to such. All his life he has been on human diets, and with them the forces will not be recruited, especially here. And now he has only his innate force. A trickster appeared in her eyes as she began her new training. And Sarah once again asks if Sammy is hungry for time, because it must be very difficult after such efforts. From the very beginning, he does not understand how important it is, so he simply replies that he is not that hungry. But the sudden pain in the hands, in every vein on them, makes you think about something else. Sam does not understand what is happening to him in general, and what caused such a reaction of the body. It is not even clear to him what. Sarah tells him straight up that he just has very little strength, but now his body is letting him know. Thanks to just one fight, all his energy simply disappeared, exhausted itself. But this is a normal thing. The chanterelle assures him that the problem has a very simple solution. Suddenly she points to the great river goblin who just stood still and watched everything that was happening in his sight. Sarah begins to remind of the same rules that Babai announced at the very beginning of history. Sam won this duel, and now he has a full right to manage the life of the goblin and decide his destiny. Which brings us to the basic instinct of the monster. By saying directly, he can eat his opponent without a drop of doubt that he is encouraged by the mentor, so Sam politely goes to execute the assignment. The fox understood that the newcomer felt demonic hunger for the first time, and her whisper deepened his desire even more. Now he sees no obstacles in front of him. The new monster knows that he is a predator, and the predator has power over his prey. But no matter how confidently he goes to the first goal, there will always be some surprisingly significant and unpleasant nuance. Sam has a greedy and pervasive goblin soul, which is uninteresting such shallow goals. He will be interested only in a more profitable and weighty sacrifice, from which there will be benefit. It was because of this reason, being under the rule of demonic famine without unnecessary reflection, which attacked his new goal, which would definitely be satisfying. The girl knew about such habits of goblins, so she was immediately ready for such an attack, and after a second she began to take educational measures. The easiest thing now was to bind him. Sarah did so by using the appropriate spell. At this stage, Sam's hunger was quite strong, so the energy that had to be invested in this matter was needed more than usual. Now he stood and tried to come up with how he could get out of this trap while listening to a lecture on his bad behavior. His decision to attack Sarah really seemed ill-advised, which she announced to him and assured that she would not be able to resist Sam. At this time, the boy begins to understand that he has every chance of freedom. It just takes a little time. It seems that Sensei began to admire her monologue too much, but she didn't seem so. So, while she was fond of herself to break her shackles and get free, such a force was very unusual for her. Yes, he broke only one chain, but he did it with the help of the power of a hand that is very scared of places. He confidently broke out of its ranks and can once again return to this difficult struggle for his survival. Right now, Sam was no longer like himself. There was nothing left in his look that would like a person. So now you need to somehow counteract this monster. To which Sarah has already found a response and went to the use of a new spell. She understood very well that this little goblin was holding so much power that many had never dreamed of. But now it needed to be controlled. And with his next attempt to attack her without any plan, she already knows how to control him. The technique of summoning the blessed and great demon king was what she decided to use without the slightest doubt. The last thing that comes out of her mouth before the final effect of this spell is what she will call for help, namely, the fist. In the same second, a huge fist knocks the main character and does not plan to stop at such a short distance. Having found his way in time, Sam blocks and tries to resist such a demonically strong spell, hoping that this is his maximum. But suddenly he loses his footing and now in front of him he sees only a giant outstretched palm, which clearly does not mean anything good. The most unexpected was surprisingly a strong ray of light, which without chances knocked down Sam and did not give him choice for something else. The goblin did not expect such a drastic change in this match, in which it seems that he already lost. All this happened in just one moment accordingly. At the same moment, he was plunged into the ground by a strong shockwave that no one could resist. But seeing him alive and whole, Sari did not like this result. She is no longer tuned to a peaceful conversation for which they will be able to learn for some reason. Now the girl is set up aggressively and plans to destroy the former student. No one expected much from him, especially her. But he is still here and still breathing. Maybe it's just amazing willpower. Surprise at the realization of this information is clearly visible in her eyes. And it is even more surprising that he recently came to this world and woke up very quickly and successfully. And now he uses it to the full extent, appearing before us as a real likeness of a demon. In general, goblins infrequently have the honor of being gifted with unique magic. Even the most strong ones did not always possess it. Therefore, Sam skillfully uses his uniqueness and is already preparing for new releases of his power. For this, he will use his only horn. It seems that this spell is not that easy to perform, but the novice managed to fulfill all the prerequisites. The blonde is even more interested in this. She is even interested in seeing the full range of his possibilities. Because the little seven, in a short period of time, he is already using the goblins. Sarah has always been a monster that stood out from all the others. In this world, she is a true genius who received 9 tails before even reaching the age of 100. This talent had been passed down through the demon fox family for 1,000 years, giving her the ability to sense her energy so clearly. Thanks to her experience and hundreds of generations, she clearly understood that the thing in Sam's hands is very dangerous as he himself. Sarah was confident in herself and knew for sure that she was stronger and more experienced in the power of monsters, so she would not lose. But she does not like such incomprehensible complications in battle at all. The young man does not control himself and his powers at all. He quickly recovered after everything that happened to him today and was already preparing for a new attack. Such perseverance on his side is completely unexpected, and it is impossible to guess his next steps in battle. It is very straining. Without waiting for a sign from fate, Sam ran to his victim with a new technique without fear and very bravely. He used a thunderous stroke against the rival, which is very expensive to force but benefits. The chanterelle quickly navigated and began to flee the battlefield as soon as possible for its own safety, because apparently it will be hot in a few seconds. A huge explosion and chaos was all that the girl could see behind her, destruction on a terrible scale. She is very confused by such a powerful newbie's power. There is no limit to her surprise. It was the first time she felt such strong goblin spells on her. Or rather, the goblin's club. The guy could not calm himself down and continued his attacks on a long put fox. But for a long time she decided to show him that the genius was nicknamed her, not her, so she plans to use new equipment. Now the hand of the king is directed towards the club itself. Its purpose is to take away this weapon. The hand confidently holds the goblin club and already has the command to do next. It prepares for the next blow and makes it clear that it will be painful now. The last word is in front of a serious shaking, which will say Sarah is the word that will lead to the spell. Admiration and severe blow and duel can be finished, tension increases. The new strong explosion sounded, a blow, after which the chances of survival could not remain. Sarah has to test how effective her magic was against him. The result turned out to be disappointing. Sam still stands and does not plan to release his barrel, for which he has spent so much energy and strength. From this, we can conclude that due to its exposure to put it 5 or 6 times and possibly more. Once again, the young demon decided to change the rules of the game and shift all the responsibility for victory to himself. Now he reproduces a strong impetus, and his opponents are no longer chances of recovering from pain or shock. Bilyavka is again in a losing position, in which she has to think and come up with a plan in order to win faster and better. The thick dust that arose from behind the slaughter hides a terrible monster in which, it seems, there are no human echoes left. There's only hunger in his eyes, but the look doesn't seem aware of everything that's going on right now. He's just doing what he's supposed to be doing. For all, such power became a discovery. He allows himself to go against the king of demons himself and not even show fear on the face. The strong voltage is immediately noticeable. Everyone wants to come out the winner, so they will fully fit into this business. The attempt and not burdened with the mind, the look in a pile of dust and dirt seems not so in a pleasant picture, but it feels worse. The 7 finally manage to make enough effort and take away their weapons from the enemy, completely selecting the role of the main thief. In fact, this tuber is so strong because of its properties that allows it to change its shape as the owner himself desires. For this reason, goblins lived more calmly and flourished. Due to her ability to transform, other monsters called her a club, which can be anything. Sam himself did not fully understand how he even knew all these techniques, but he was not against being able to destroy everything thanks to one spell. Despite his condition, he didn't shy away from his tactics, so Sarah couldn't help but notice the change in his fighting style, because now she couldn't control the situation. Again, it is not necessary to compare the power ratio of these 2 young people now when she has lived in this world many times longer than he, and she also knows more. So she managed to invent new battle tactics without effort. The girl decides to take away from him all the space in which he could continue the fight without fear of being pinned down and tied up again. Sam feels no fear even in front of the Demon King's two hands. He just plows his way to victory as if he has no fear of death at all. Now everyone is preparing for the next step that will be taken to immobilize the enemy. Sarah turns to more cunning methods and decides to use the Demon King's deception for her next attack on Sam. Now in his direction, dozens of blows fly, which really do not allow him to freely move around the territory because of dimensions and quantities. In an attempt to protect himself from a large-scale attack, the monster uses his club as a shield, and at the same time a weapon, which does not save him from other participation. He truly appears to be hundreds of times stronger than monsters that are already over 100 years old. If not more, few would be able to hold on for that long. Sam is a great example of a kind, immediately understanding why goblins were so powerful. However, Sarah sees what others will be able to notice. She realizes that there has never been an eternal supply of energy, and he could not have. His body looks tense. That could say a lot. But the most important thing is that his magic has already reached its peak. It will not continue for long, a little more, and it will simply tear it to pieces from overvoltage. But she can't do anything about it. He wouldn't listen to her now, let alone obey. He has to accept his fate. The blows are becoming weaker, and not as impulsive as before. Now he needs more time to gather his strength and take a new step. The buzz here never seems to die down as Sam once again inflicts ghostly pain on his opponent without thinking of the consequences. It's time to end this circus, so Sarah goes to extremes and decides to use 3 tails first. But in a second, it changes the solution and changes the figure to 5, for confidence. Whatever the guy tried to keep, but his strength was almost exhausted. The last attempts to do something against ordinary technicians seemed pity. The chanterelle was ruthlessly treated to him. She is no longer concerned about his experience in battle or monster. She considers him a worthwhile rival. The deception of the great Demon King began to work in full force. Now the performer himself stands before us, looking very menacing and noble. It seems that he cannot be equaled in strength. The king himself entered the battle against a monster that was a human very recently. Mercy in this case cannot be expected from either side. The first and probably the last blow will be a strike of 6 cuts of 5 connections that carries divine power. Sam has no options except for defeat, and perhaps to accept his death at all. He will not be able to resist such power, so he freely obeys and flies into the distance. It's very unpleasant to feel the taste of defeat and impotence. He can't do anything against his enemy again. He's a weakling again. The tiny girl and the giant once again have the honor of watching the fruits of their hard work, which this time turned out to be comforting. Their efforts were not wasted. A gap, which is even impossible to find a comparison, and all this just before the eyes, it is immediately clear that it was a heavy battle. Weakened by the situation and dying of hunger, he will no longer be able to do anything. Most likely even Sarah would not be able to help here. Everything is over. Sam is still conscious. He sees the sky in front of his eyes, barely breathes, feels magical exhaustion. He has no chance of survival after such. Sarah was cold, blooded to his future death on the contrary. He was guilty of this. It was necessary to know his place and not go to the break. That would not have happened if his greediness, her thought is quite simple. But looking at all this chaos around it becomes clear that Sari will also get, but from Grandpa Babai for such a mess and destruction, they did not leave a living place in this territory. A strange and pitiful whine from Sam caught the girl's attention. He even in this state thought only of his mother, and from mentioning her in his eyes, tears appeared as if a child who could not exist without his relatives. Still in the eyes of the predators, there was a touch of doubt about such cold-bloodedness towards the little Sam. In fact, it remained notes of conditional humanity, so, although dissatisfied with what is happening, it decides to help him. A completely motionless boy could be called a body. He did not resist Sarah's charms and perhaps did not even notice any changes in space. With a careful movement of her fingers, she began to bring him closer to her, little by little. Taking his life into her own hands, she does what she herself did not expect. The girl kisses him in order to transfer her own energy to him. She gave him everything that she allowed her greed and affection for the guy, more than Blonde was not able. The unpleasant feeling did not wait. She did not plan kisses with the first counter at least this day. She has no respect for others. So she casually throws him to the ground and flaunts to him that he now has the 5 tails energy she recently gained. He will not get worse from her. On the contrary, he should show himself on the better than before. Therefore, Sarah obliges him to work even harder and even more. She wants him to live up to her expectations. Opening his eyes, Sam did not understand where he was and why it was so light. He was frightened by such a situation. He could not navigate where such a calm and quiet place and how he found himself here. Panic rotating, he hears some rustle unknown from where. His attention is drawn to the door. They really did, and a pleasant purple light began to appear from them, which does not inspire confidence. Fortunately, it was a Sarah, who brought to drink for the monster. The expression of her face looked embarrassed and as strictly. She knew how to cast looks that did not promise anything good. From such tricks you want to run away and not look back, so as not to look into her eyes again. These were the emotions Sam felt just seeing her silhouette from behind the door. That's the same desire for a moment of rest when our heroes can go out on an adequate dialogue and put all the dots above and. It turns out that Sam remembers everything he did a few hours ago. He is very ashamed of it. He understood everything, but he did not know how it could happen at all. He could not control his body. The young man understands his responsibility, and he is ashamed of Sarah because she tried to help, and he failed to properly perceive all the information. The girl herself does not say anything about this situation. The only thing she asks for him is to simply take a sip of the drink she brought. Of course, it put a boy's stupor, except for her this situation. But she's already in a more polite form, asks him to start drinking. The drink can cool. Sam still doesn't know what he's drinking. Various options arise in his head, for example, local traditional medicines, but he can't be completely sure of his hypotheses. Still, the guy decides to try an unknown drink. He does it fairly confidently. He does not trust the fox. Samov did not like the treatment methods at all. It turned out to be nasty. But Sarah forces him to continue drinking, most likely something really useful. And when a young monster was asked that he was drinking unanswered at all, this information will not help him quit. This drink should be consumed by Sam. And while it is tormented in an attempt to make another sip of Sarah begins a new lecture. The first thing she sweeps is that he has forgotten something very important. There was nothing left of that big-mouthed goblin's place but a trail of blood, which means he most likely just ran away while Sam and Sarah tried to figure things out. By right, it still belongs to Sam, but it will not be so easy to find the goblin. Most likely he has been hiding somewhere for 100 years and is unlikely to come out. As soon as the boy finished his meal, he learned that it was a common snack for non-purebreds like him. After such a heavy meal, you don't want to live, so little Sam has only the option in the form of the same big-mouthed goblin, which is not very happy for both of them. Sarah is here to teach him how to survive and be prepared to become stronger at any cost, so she simply confronts him with the fact that there is no other choice. It is difficult to come to terms with the fact that you will have to destroy others for your own survival. But this meal seemed even more unpleasant. He also understands that even looking at his attitude to them, they will always be a danger to him, so he still has to accept his fate of the killer. Sam really applies to this serious. He will do everything that the situation will need. He has already said that he was ready to give completely to this case. His questions about other options were not an indicator of fear. He just wanted to know about the existence of other options. And if it were not difficult, but always the best option for increasing your power, is the eating of someone else's. But this is possible in the case of a duel when each party has agreed to it and its rules. Sam and Great River Goblin are no exception, so all arrangements are valid. In addition, this monster can be considered quite easy prey for a novice candidate. It couldn't be easier. The most difficult thing in this situation is that all the monsters saw what Sam was able to look at the status of semi-blood. Glory quickly flew through all the surroundings. The weak would no longer fly into a fight. On the contrary, they will now only be interested in those monsters that can easily win it. However, Sarah does not lose hope and prefers to enjoy what is. Now she's calling him to go with her. It turned out that she had some gift for him. When we get outside, we immediately return to those moments of anxiety and worries, exhaustion. But islands of peace are everywhere. At first, Sam does not notice the same gift that Sarah prepared for the boy, but in a moment everything changes. The girl behind whom sits an incomprehensible creature, which does not even look like a monster. It is completely in chains and looks not very intelligent. The young goblin also has a question about his race. The answer was mixed. This monster lost the right to call itself that for one simple reason. In general, it is very easy to lose your right to be called a monster. You just have to give in to your instincts, as this monster and Sam did not long ago. But now we will find out that such monsters are simply not lucky, and now they are the beasts that once made something very global and bad. On the Korean peninsula, they are also called troops, and now Sarah expects to see the show. This animal has long lost its common sense, so it is not interested in the strength of the enemy and the ratio of their capabilities. It is for this reason that it immediately takes on the attack by one sharp movement. Sam has time to react to such antics of hers, and now he needs to think and manage himself in order to win in the food chain. He has to respond lightly to everything and not pay attention to fatigue and the like. With each new minute, Sam opens for a girl on new good sides. Now she is pleasantly surprised that he is using her body quite skillfully. But even with such successes, he still cannot dare to approach the beast and attack the first. He seems to be dragging this moment. Interestingly, his enemy from the family of noble dogs had a good reputation among his own before the festival, and then he was accused of stealing and eating other monsters. He absorbed too much power that came from new victims, and when he couldn't handle it, he went crazy. Now he thoughtlessly climbs into battle and cannot even think about his opponent somehow other than prey. Sam, at the same time, analyzes each subsequent move of the animal in an attempt to understand the strategy, which in general did not exist. The terrible Driglot wants to get closer to the goblin. He will do anything for this, and he almost succeeded. Blondivka's boredom looked at both. It was obvious for her that Sam would not use the goblin Dubinka on his own. It doesn't look like a successful Sam's battle. Even crazy will now be higher than the guy. Moreover, the guy's usual tactics will not be enough against such a strong enemy. The only viable option is to awaken Sam's instinct. Now he will not be able to act. Sam holds and tries to enter this fight, and he is still whole. A second later, Sarah's train of thought changes dramatically. Something she couldn't have expected happened on the battlefield. Semi was good at his opponent and did not even shudder. We move sharply into the world of thoughts and memories of the young man, where we get to the lessons of boxing. The coach makes a compliment to the same for the fact that he is very hardy, and his physical condition does not coincide with the power of the boy's spirit. Suddenly, the coach invites him to seriously do boxing, the small gift for such sports and activity as a whole. But the boy denies that his weight is too big for this. He plans to do it as a weight loss, surprising the coach. He even offers him help in the form of constant training for 6 months and making diets. In his opinion, the weight during this period of time will simply be obliged to go down by itself without even efforts. In addition, with such skills, he will quickly reach the competition. It turned out that the lessons left an impression on the boy. He remembered everything well, because he had a goal. And he himself always different from other boys, who also went to the martial arts. He just dreamed of losing weight, and wanted it more than anything. It was his usual but unattainable desire. Sam spent all his life playing sports and dieting. Still nothing of it helped him, as if it did not make sense. But he never gave up, and now, when the price is not a number on the scale, but life, he didn't plan either. In his resume, he already has 16 types of sports, which he has been actively involved in since elementary school. 7 of which were combat, and he went at them with purpose and desire, which now saves his life. And incompatibility with the natural talent of the goblin in general makes him somewhat invincible. And so now he continued the fight again, and thanks to his efforts and luck came out without a single scratch. Sarah could not even expect that the boy had such a willpower. Immediately it was clear how she underestimated him. Because now the animal is lying down and won't even dare to move towards its new owner. There is only one problem left: how to eat this Driglot when he is already completely submissive to him. It seems that Sam himself does not believe in his success, and does not fully understand how he conquered such an unruly beast so quickly. It is strange to observe the methods of self-defense and attack that are peculiar only to the human race in such an opposite world. Sarah is hoped that it is not congenital, and only old habits from which he did not have time to get rid of, and otherwise it will be difficult. He received the body of the monster recently. According to Sarah, it is almost impossible to get used to and already understand all the nuances. His potential really turned out to be several times greater than it seemed at first, only now it is unknown how to work with him. It is absurd that Sam himself is not sure of his victory. In addition, he still causes him and does not know what to do with him. A pleasant surprise for the guy was that it is not necessary to eat this animal completely, but what a lot about it is all if he was uncertain about victory, not just, while no one expected, the scarecrow finally achieved its goal and got so close to Sam that he was able to bite him. The pain was sharply hit by adrenaline, and it was clear that it was necessary to respond quickly. The crazy turned out to be smarter, and immediately took up the young goblin and slammed him somewhere, where the battlefield would seem larger. It is not clear what he was waiting for Sam when he just stood and looked directly at his eye at a distance of 5 meters. But he already felt the taste of a delicious lunch on his teeth, and these red colors that appeared on his face began to inspire even more fear than from the beginning. And his crazy look seemed not so stupid. For the first time, the boy saw such bloody and significant wounds on himself. His breathing began to fail, and he fell into despair. His eyes screamed about the true fear of the unknown and dangerous. Due to his ignorance, he was too plunged into this problem. The appearance of this deep wound did not promise something good. Sam fell from this world and remained alone with his fears. At this point, while Sam lost focus, he was very easy to reach and take the last few shots that he wouldn't be able to parry and get something back. After so many victories, it is difficult to take him seriously in this condition. The girl hopes that he will give surrender, and they will be able to discuss this moment. Semi himself does not know what he is more afraid at this moment. The head is rotating. We are used to thinking that we are afraid of pain, but in fact, the main fear is the loss of part of yourself and misunderstanding as you can live on. This fear is innate in everyone. It can be compared to the instinct of self-preservation. Sam was also a person to the present. He is not accustomed to losing his limbs or having such serious injuries in everyday life. In addition, the circumstances themselves make you feel animal discomfort. It's enough for a guy who hasn't even finished school yet to have a panic attack just at the sight of his opponent. The madman decides to use his claws and takes aim and inflicts another deep wound on the young man. She looks scary, but this time the guy doesn't react so strongly because the old woman healed in seconds. Now he decides to wait. The wound really began to heal quickly enough, and he did not even notice when she disappeared, and maybe it was not at all. That is why you need to get rid of human habits in the world of monsters. Everything happens differently here, especially the slaughter and their development. Sam understood it in time and can now repel, knowing that now the rules of the game are completely different. In this world, if you are still breathing, then all these injuries can be ignored and continued by the duel without a doubt. For now, the goblin will decide who wins and who remains a body. Now he himself rejects the animal and begins to gain momentum. Sam himself did not expect that he would have the strength to hit so hard and so precisely. The only thing that remained after this blow was the pain in his hand. Looking at the fact that he made the guy compares his blow to a real accident where the car was traveling at its full speed. Having entered the combat stance, he is waiting for some more changes and tries to move away from the information about the regeneration. It was logical to say that he was not the only one who had it, but the battle was already over. Sarah came to comment in which the satisfaction and pride of the student is felt. She also makes it known that the porch did not die, but will not stand up for a very long time. She was interested in the boy's opinion about magic, but this time he was conscious and understood what he was doing. Probably it was a completely different feeling. Sam again did not understand what was happening, and he did not even notice the use of magic, though it was. Sarah explained to him that without the participation of magic, he would not be able to recover, and the last blow could not be so strong without her intervention. The guy really had a strange feeling during the last blow. It felt like an electric shock all over his body. The girl didn't just force him into battle, it was so bloody and brutal that he had to use magic. But the result they have now is also very good. Sam has already started not to be afraid to know himself as a monster, and even dared to continue the fight. The words that the Seven is a very talented guy he hears constantly, but this time it sounded especially nice and kind. After that small dialogue, the animal returns to battle again and wants to start a new round. But besides it, no one burns with this desire, so it was decided to get rid of it once and for all. Sarah again cast her cunning look and decided to ask a fairly appropriate question if he killed Sam once. An earthly boy who lived his ordinary life and breathed in the idea of losing weight would never be able to say yes to such a question. In response, the proposal to end the crazy for one strong blow. However, the blow must also be accurate. Humanoid monsters have the weakest point just above the navel. That's where they store their energy. It is evident that such things Samu are now very difficult, especially from the moral point of Zora, but he is forced to do what they will say. Even now, looking the monster straight in the eyes, it is very difficult for the boy to gather his strength, no matter how strong he wants to be, and no matter how noble his goal. He still decides to do it. It is clear that others did not even think about someone else's life, they did it and forgot. The worse Sam is. Thoughts about loved ones and relatives make him do such terrible things for him, and on the other hand, they mean much more to him than this useless animal. Another step and the last blow was struck directly to the point of the terrible monster. The blonde immediately notices that Sam has taken something in his fist and is keeping it with him. He was holding a cinnabar in his hand. In other words, it was a pearl with magic inside. It was the one that had to be swallowed in order to take possession of these charms. Without even listening, Sam immediately eats this magic pearl and tries to feel the changes in himself. However, he feels nothing atypical processes within himself, which makes him think. Suddenly, a strange black bird sits on his shoulder, which also knows how to talk, and says that he felt some ghostly bam 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 which did not make the situation any clearer. As soon as he noticed her and realized that this situation was very strange, he threw her off him and in a hysterical cry asked what kind of bird it was and where it came from. The bird was not only talkative but also two-faced, because now there was a young black girl with whom the feathers fell. Sarah is displeased again, this time by the appearance of a mysterious bird that came uninvited. The girl who decided to visit them could not understand such negativity towards her at all. Do true friends need a reason to visit each other? But in a second, she confesses that she did not just turn her gaze on Sam. The girl introduces herself as Selena. She considers herself a childhood friend of Sarah and of course is interested in the person of Sam. Judging by all the rumors about him, she was very interested if she visited in person. Dating was not so failed. But the reason for Selena's visit is still unclear to the end. So Sarah, in which he asked that Tassie is needed. The guest begins his story from the fact that she sometimes works on Grandpa Babai, and at first calls it human slang. She came precisely on his order to issue a reward for the two already defeated demons on behalf of Grandfather Babai. Sarah makes a gesture of goodwill, and the award asks her to be presented with the polite disciple of Sam. She believes that he deserved it. It turns out that Selena also had the opportunity to watch the fight between the young man and the madman. It's even hard for her to believe that he has so much strength for a novice. In the course of this dialogue, the bird affects the theme of the festival and says that Sarah should be prepared for various scenarios that can happen to it. But the girl does not even give a chance to Samu, cutting off. Selena, in turn, does not support her childhood friend and honestly says that she sees potential in him. Finally, it turns to the subject of the reward, where Sam suddenly has to make a choice again. He can go home right now or stay and become a stronger monster. The mocking expression on the girl's face spoke volumes. We found ourselves again in an ordinary human world where life is brighter and more familiar. Friend Sam says that he was worried about his neighbor and his absence at school and the phone turned off, ranging various suspicions. But this time, he took a tube of the unknown because he was convinced that he was his friend. On the other hand, Sam, who needs a friend but does not know how to start this dialogue. Sam has one very crazy idea, and only the best friend of Juno, whom the guy will not understand in the event of refusal, can help with it. Juno does not want to drag out these secrets and asks to immediately tell directly what they want from him. What I heard caused a violent reaction in my friend, and it was not at all clear to him what the reason for such a request was. Apparently, it concerns Mother Sam, who is now working on the house and does not even know what her son is. According to the boy's plan, Yuno's family took him to a traditional martial arts center for a month, as usual for Sam to try to lose weight there. Of course, they will not take everyone in a row, but the choice of Sam does not have a youngest and most logical option for him, as if he did not want to put him in an uncomfortable position. A friend agrees, but he believes that Sam still has to tell him what is happening to him and where he is missing now. However, he puts the frame and accepts the guy to confess to truth. Otherwise, the traditional center of martial arts does not shine. The tension was felt even through the telephone receiver. He had absolutely no idea what he would say if he was asked about it. Across from Sam sits Selena, who is now his supervisor. She also begins to pressure the boy and tells him to lie, because otherwise both will be punished. A few minutes later, he listened to the version of Sam and kindly answered him, asking him to be in touch and not afraid to seek help. But it seems that one of the reasons for the absence of Sam was not so truthful. He did not believe the friend, but did not deny. Sam thinks he's gotten himself out of this situation pretty well and is now really relieved to have one less problem to deal with. To understand the full picture, we are returned at the time of choice, where the Seam decides which reward he wants to choose, and now the guy is in a real shock, how so just he can return to the ordinary world. Sarah has to listen to the fact that now it is not her, but Sam who will get to the people and can do it right now. The choice turned out to be difficult, but for himself, the young man makes a choice in favor of this world. He will be able to return in a month. Such a non-standard choice for a monster that has recently been human seems wrong, so Selena sells the cause of this choice. Sam just wants to continue the training that would simply be impossible at home, and it would end in a failure. And the carnage that took place a few minutes ago only assured him that experience is mandatory. He also needs strength so that in the future such situations do not cause him difficulties in solving them. Therefore, now he has the power of the monster. He considers this choice the most correct. Selena interrupts him and decides to shout that all these phrases sound very cool and heroically. Sarah is again mixed in their conversation and reproaches the bird that it will only tease Sam and create the illusion of choice. In fact, the reward only won. The blonde knows this girl since childhood, So she realizes that she is just deceiving the boy now to look at his reaction. However, the guest easily excuses herself by saying that this is a normal procedure, which she calls do. It is like questions with the help of which people learn various information about each other. And now, Selena, for some reason, she began to ask about a book that was once given by Sarah. This girl is different from other monsters. Seems to be a familiar one. It was about the manuscripts of the bird. Once she wrote the rules of conduct between people and, in general, the theory that concerned this topic, and Sarah did not show interest at all. She seemed boring. Tired of this senseless dialogue with Selena, just asked Sam to take with him for a short time. The idea just to get home and, besides, did not seem very attractive, especially since it was released without problems. In one fell swoop in front of everyone, Selena began to turn into a bird again. An impressive sight, especially when you see it for the first time in your life. In front of them, in a few seconds, the cute girl turned into a bulky, demonic raven. Due to her class, Selena is the only one who has the right to move into the human world at any time. And it doesn't matter how long, the only thing that is required of her is to be responsible for her actions. And this is one of the privileges that allows her for one day at a time year to take which monster with you. This time she chose Sam, confidently took him in her paws, and together they flew to the human dimension. We're back at the girl's house. Sam gives her the phone and thanks her for it. The call really made him feel better. Selena realizes that the guy will not get here soon, so it gives you the opportunity to call someone else, and he may want to meet his family at all. Sam has no relatives except the mother. On some side, it pleases it. No one will now arrange unnecessary scandals due to his absence. As a token of gratitude, Sam proposes to buy dinner chicks. This proposal is very successful for her. She just has a small list of dishes that she has been wanting to try for a long time, probably since her first day in the human world. It was difficult for her to get the necessary ingredients before Sam's appearance in her home, but now he did not understand what she would like. Work began to boil, and the boy immediately began to prepare dinner. And in a short period of time, the table was already set, and the kitchen was filled with the smell of delicious food. Sam did his best, scouring the house for groceries and making them into delicious meals. But he wasn't sure the monster would even like that. In fact, Selena's desire was simple enough. She dreamed of trying home food, because everything she was eating from a store or food from school. At the table, they begin to discuss everyday things, such as school, for example. It turned out that they study right next to each other, literally in neighboring institutions. The girl started studying at the beginning of this academic year, but she never found friends, especially those who could treat her, although she seems quite open to communication with others. The plates, which were once full, quickly lower, probably meant that Sam is a wonderful cook and the owner. Only now is the time to show the true reward that was discussed at the beginning. The bird shows him a scroll she calls the monster's inventory and compares it to a phone or a bag. But for monsters. All this time, Sam could have summoned the scroll in the same way, but he had no idea about it. And in order to find the information, he would need to swipe the paper with his finger, like on a phone. And inside the scroll, it will be expected even more interesting search mechanics. The scroll can store things. There is a small suitcase that after use you can turn back in your scroll. Selena holds out the suitcase to Sam so he can take a look and figure out what it is. Opening, he saw that things in it lie carefully and there is no disorder at all. All the inventory was put together for him in advance and immediately given a bunch of goblin face coins. This currency in the world of monsters is precious and it is not so easy to earn. So these 40 coins that he now has, he has to spend wisely. And the treasure of the goblins lay, which is transmitted inclusive from hand to hand. Treasures are generally a useful thing. They carry the magic power that their past owner gave them. Usually, only coins should be given for a driglot. But Grandfather Babai obviously has some plans for the young man. So he himself packed this suitcase with surprises for him. It was not difficult to guess. The old man wants to see Sam at the festival the winner. It could be a good glorification of the peninsula on which they live. It turns out that the grandfather really likes to show off in front of others. For him, the victory at the festival is a very significant event. Last time, the monster of the Korean peninsula had every chance of becoming a king, but the final battle failed him and did not work out. Interestingly, this monster was also a goblin, but so strong that there were no equals on this peninsula at all. Even now, holding a treasure in his hands, he does not quite believe in everything that happens to him. Only yesterday, he was an ordinary person. Sam in general every second awaits that he will wake up and be able to forget about this stupid dream, although it seems that he has quickly adapted and accepted his new nature. In response to this, the girl could only say that she immediately had a good impression of him. She believes that he can achieve great things. You just need to have a goal. Selena knows well about the boy's fear that the new king and his plans for people, so she decides to take advantage of it. The girl sets a huge bar for him. She offers him to become the new king. It all makes you think. But he was interested in another question. He did not have time to ask him how we will find out that Sam first her friend is, so she will try to answer everything. The question concerned the magical inventory. The young man noted that her inventory began to blink the inscription, urgently. In fact, the inventory behind her looked. But she did not pay attention to some reason. It turned out that this happens quite infrequently. Such urgent calls are given to every monster in case of emergency situations. But if the call also operates in the world of people, then the monster was harmful in this world. According to Selena, it was quite easy, although it was not. Moreover, such situations have not arisen for several decades. Why it would be now? That girl simply did not pay attention to the scroll, which still spoke of an urgent situation. She did not expect that this truth is why panic does not make her wait. No one understands how to do it properly in such a situation, what happened, and how to find out information about it. Night has come, the city is suspiciously quiet, but the house itself looks alive. In one of the apartments was Sam, who is trying to use the scroll. He even gets at least basic information about the inventory he has learned and can already call it. He was interested in trying to take some object with a scroll, so the first is the treasure of Goblin, which was there. For the guy, this is still an unclear thing that he has to do with it, and what a treasure appointment he will definitely ask later. It was already dark outside, so he decided to check what time it was. Very soon 10 o'clock, it's too late for Sam and he soon get back into the monsters. We return to the nearby past, where Selena tries to make calculations for an hour she has to go back. Her verdict was the 10 o'clock in the evening. After that, she quickly packs up and goes somewhere in the world, telling Sam that she won't be for long and soon, and he should stay at home. For goodbye, she calls him a friend and says they can easily communicate informally. But almost a 10th and the house is still empty, the door does not even hint at someone's presence. It causes concern and experience in Sam. He does not even know where she went. Because of this, he has no assumptions. Now he thought that the future will need to take at least her phone number so that such situations no longer arise. Suddenly, on one of the shelves, he noticed a photo of a man who brought him to other thoughts. Goblin blood could only move from his father. It turned out to be a real discovery for Sam. Remembering Grandfather Babai's words about the 4th or 5th generation, this theory is quite real. Did the father know about his unusual blood, or maybe he lived calmly without thinking about it? Something made the boy get away from his reflections. Some suspicious noise from the street. The first thing that comes to mind is Selena, who should have returned by now, but no signs of life are visible. Suddenly, we find ourselves in some quarter of this city, which definitely does not look peaceful and calm. He was filled with panic screams of a man attacked. The Strashko was many times larger than the man and had a very blurry appearance. It is evident that he was not burdened with mind. In a second, he will receive a wound that frightens him and forces him to retreat from his victim. Selena is dissatisfied with the fact that she is constantly trying to catch him, and he will not calm down and continue to harm others. Her weapons were her own feathers, which she lost so much, but should continue to do so because this monster does not quench herself. It can be seen from the madman that he feels fear and even worries. But the reason why he does this is unknown. The girl puts forward a hypothesis, saying that he doesn't even feel pain. So what's the point of fear? The monster did not like such reproaches and chose an easier way, to move away from the victim to a short distance, perhaps to hide for a while. But he did not have time to do it, as Selena immediately rushed to him to finally end it. However, he just disappeared, almost nothing but dark spots on the ground. The man who was attacked could not even say a word. What happened to him and his friend can be called a real tragedy. But the girl comforts the man, claiming that the wound is shallow and will soon be delayed, and the ambulance is already on the road. The victim is not looking at her side. His vision and attention are drawn to the roof of one of the houses opposite, directly behind Selenium Height. The giant with this house and looked as scary and dangerous. Only the girl returned to look in his direction. He immediately flew at her without going to reduce the speed. The monster did not have time to reach the bird. In the same second, it was destroyed by anyone. It was the boy who asked Selena to be more careful. You can't let this monster near you. It would be a shame to lose to him. The young man was well known to the girl. She even calls him her close friend. And the bird was also sure that he would appear. The real name of the guy Castor, and he denies the girl's words about a close friend. He likes a more respectful appeal, so he asks Selena to turn to him differently. The girl wants to call him a brother, and already tired of her persistence, he reconciles with it and gets to work. It changes the memory of the victim, makes him think that it was just a bad day. and the injuries from the car that hit the man and his friend. Castor assures that the driver has not been at the scene of the crime for a long time. This is the version they will give to the ambulance workers. The guy turns out to be a very strong magician, because hypnosis is difficult to study. Selena once tried to learn how to use such spells, but nothing happened. The young man is not very interested in this conversation, so he only asks about the monsters she has already destroyed. The girl's account has already been 24 monsters. Interestingly, all of them were really crazy. In addition, all these pillars were on the leash. Most likely someone controls them. They all killed 7 people, and the wounds were 50. It looks strange. Selena thinks that all this is only for a new conflict. A person's injury is a very serious crime, but Castor does not consider it. Their common point of view was the version that it is beneficial to someone. Long ago, when monsters had free access to the human world, they only fed on humans. But hunger or sadistic deviations were not the real reason. Human flesh was and is the most useful food for monsters. The modern generation of monsters could not even guess about such a bloodthirsty version, but there are those who remembered it. It is easy to gain power just by eating people, but this information should not be popular because then the human world will turn into hell again. Unlike the polite selenium who has passed the qualification test, other young monsters will not be so frozen about it. Nowadays, few people want to get to the human world now. Now it is boring, and there is no need to go here. However, the time of the festival is very soon, and many abnormal are ready to go to such risks and use knowledge of human flesh. It is good that the girl should also know this information if she is already helping grandfather Babai. Castor does not consider stupidity as an excuse. Rather, it looks like a state of mind, and in their place, he would never do so. The tactic of open killing is not suitable for such purposes. It would be wiser to steal one at a time, then the noise would be avoided. Anyone who wields these pillars can accurately call them and make them do all the dirty work for him. Why he himself to mix himself? In a fit of anger, Selena suddenly remembers some important information, which instantly changes her expression to one of excitement. At the same moment, she makes an immediate decision to disappear from the scene of the crime and asks Castor to clean up all the traces on this block. At this time, Sam is still alone at home and notices strange changes. The curtains have risen by themselves in an unknown way. Suddenly, someone's silhouette appears from behind him, who certainly did not come with good intentions. Confidently, he begins to approach the young man, looks unknown and ominous. The criminal is even surprised that Sam is so defenseless now. Then, in his opinion, it would be possible not to try so hard. An attempt at a sharp attack from the back seems very dishonest, but it does it. The guy doesn't seem to notice anything. He stands gracefully staring into nowhere. Sharp evasion from the enemy's blow saves his life and honor. Sam immediately reacts to the attack and decides to use magic to buy himself time. The unknown himself was shocked that the guy knew about his visit and was ready to attack at any second. There was an unexpected explosion. It was so big that the destruction could not be prevented. But despite the preparation of the 7, he's still scared and he needs to move away from such sharp changes in everyday life. After seeing the attacker survive such an attack, he had several questions in conscience. The half-demolished balcony heralded today's bull night. Right before the attack, Sam felt a chill run down his back. It was very similar to when he was first bitten by a dragonfly. He remembered this feeling well, and this time, it saved his life. He led this attack without understanding it. Everything was so spontaneous, but fortunately, he simply rejected the stranger. At first glance, Sam knocked him to the ground in a good way. It takes a long time to recover from such a thing. And on the second after the dust sat down, Sam saw that there was no one in the asphalt, only an empty hole. The mysterious guest was already standing in a completely different city, and said that now this area is completely empty. He personally took care of it. But taking Sam in his grip shared his plan, which helped him perfectly clean the terrain. The serpent came to the guy because of the rumors about him. He was interested in the power of the monster, which is Goblin, but he expected him more. One sharp movement of his tail and Sam will fly well in a second. He is not going to treat the young monster as a princess. Carelessly, he throws him in all directions. Attempts to keep balance and at least simply stay in place will not help Sam. He is many times weaker than the enemy. The snake rudely threw the boy without sparing strength. Most likely, he was expecting that it would be enough. Such injuries do not go without trace and pain is provided. The opponent mockingly wonders whether the floor has weakened much from such heavy blows. He is not interested in the future life of people in this city. He just laughs with them. Sam, as always, recovers quickly after the injury and tries to find a new landmark, which will allow to continue to act. But it would be more pleasant to the serpent if he did not get up after the first blow. The man does not like when he does not give up at once, so he simply suggests to give what will die too, but death will be fast. Looking at this, all the young monster realize that he is now standing right in front of the most true danger. However, the snake allows itself to mock the boy, even questioning whether or not to give the little one a chance. Sam didn't want to give up that easily. His gaze looked judgmental, and he definitely didn't want to give up without a fight. Their class difference is quite large. The result of the duel will be the same with different variants of its development. So why not just waste time and let yourself be eaten right away, which sounds very logical for a man. The next thing the bastard decided to throw out was some kind of premise. For Sam's soul and strength, the stranger agrees to let the boy's mother go and have dinner with someone else. But he did not have time to regain how the guy immediately rushed into the battle. The words about his mother were too sharp, and the act needed punishment. A precise blow directly to the face, and it will give an opportunity to continue to dominate further. Suddenly, the man goes to a calmer tone and apologizes for such a stupid provocation that puts the protagonist in a stupor. Even he himself thinks that he was a little bent with such threats, but he is not going to blame himself for it. It was difficult to invent something more provocative, but he had to somehow approach the boy. Such a distance between them was necessary for his special poison magic. In order for her to go into action, you need to touch the victim, which he tried to do the snake all this time. For the enemy, this magic is very problematic. He cannot use it just like that. He always has to invent some nonsense in order to draw attention to him. The weirdo began to start his monologue about the generic that Sam was not interested in this second. He was chained to the ground and cannot turn. The feeling that it is a sleepy paralysis. The man actually seemed strange. He talked about the rules of life and the fact that when the laws are already established, the only thing left for the weak is to become victims, as if he was already sure of his victory. But he noticed the treasure of goblin on his hand and completely agreed that the use of this decoration could kill him. Only a single family photo, which reminded of a carefree life once, provided a small drop of peace. It's a shame, but the snake isn't interested in family drama. He's already planning his hunt for Sam when he's reincarnated in his next life. At this time, Sam listened to his body and came to what another strong jerk could do, or at least try. The enemy's mouth was already ready for a new hearty meal and gradually approached its purpose. Panic gradually enveloped the boy's mind, but he needed to control himself. Having gained the strength, he rejected all emotions and coolly to go to his goal. The snake was not ready for such a power of the guy's will, and did not even think of such a turn of events. A strong stream of magic, which destroyed everything in its path, was directed directly at the man. Exhausted but interested in the outcome of his attack, Sam began looking for the target he was attacking. There is a big hole in the ceiling and a lot of dust, which has settled like a heavy load on the floor of the house. The enemy is not visible, all because he had time to deviate and remained whole after such an attack. Therefore, it was necessary to attack now, so that the boy did not continue to resist fate. Again, the same strong throw, which was not very different from the others, was all that the opponent was capable of. The poison would have completely absorbed a small goblin. As he then could give such a response, the snake could not come to a logical conclusion. Suddenly, the man noticed that he was experiencing some suspicious pain in his shell, which he immediately drew attention to. A strange object made of wood which resembled a small barrel looked from a heavy scales. Of course, at such moments, one wonders where it came from and why. It just doesn't make sense if they want to defeat him with it. A mysterious person in a mask who appeared there imperceptibly threw in a few phrases that related to the Ministry of Thunder, unknown to us, and the fact that he is the head there. A man in the mask did not lie about the thunder because, after his phrase, the snake began to beat the energy sharply and passed completely through it. The guest decided that this night was just beginning for them, and he did not plan to end it. The mask is aggressive to both, but first plans to curb the most dangerous of them with its lightning. From the snake we learn that the mask is an exorcist man, and mockingly says that the skills of such are not many, except for deep voice. Despite the self-confidence of the thief, he is still beware of masks. He feels that this person's level is much greater than that of other charlatans he met before. From the sight of he is well acquainted with his work and unnecessary thoughts in his head does not have exactly. He came with a specific purpose. Now the serpent has to think about his further steps. He plans to retreat, but understands that it will help him little. This monster and a dark roglot are most likely to work together, and he already knows about Castor and Selena, who came to the soul of his colleague, and now he has the same problem and does not even know how to do better. All the same, the weapon of the mask did good damage to the man, which makes his situation even worse. But at some point, the exorcist notices something not well. He decides to trust the sensation. The wound is too severe, it is impossible to remove the hand from the wound. How fortunate that the same dark Drigget came to the rescue. Probably, this animal obeys the serpent itself. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain why it listens to it and protects it from all troubles. This time, the mask of the exorcist must fall. He was the one who caused such damage to the owner. This dark beast was once known in the outskirts of the West, but somehow it came to such a state, and the snake did not hesitate to take it in. A body of a divine level is not superfluous. Therefore, this killer is now wearing a mask. After all, he is poisonous and wants to have a good time for them. Considering this, Sam tried to understand the situation where his body destroyed his body in the same second. Without fear, a person rushed into the slaughterhouse one-on-one against a terrible monster that was 100 times bigger than her, if not more. Taking out his main weapon, he wants to equalize the ratio of their forces in order to have at least a small chance of victory. He copes very well with all the difficulties and may seem that they are even equal in battle. In a few minutes, the dark thing was gone, it was quickly cut in half, and now the only thing left about it is only a memory. As such, it was possible to expect ordinary people and whether the owner of the animal itself would remain alive. The answer came quickly, and near the snake in the print was a man mask. The last enemy on this battlefield was destroyed in a matter of minutes. Falling dead weight to the ground, Sam could not find words to describe his shock at what he saw. And when the mask paid attention to him, it immediately decided that Sam was an ally of these two monsters, so it immediately forced the boy to answer questions. The Seven behaves very strange. The voice of the exorcist seems familiar to him, and he says, "No doubt." Now the young goblin asks a question, and he sweetly asks if the human recognizes his voice, and Sam himself in general. Finally, the face of the man in the mask will be revealed, and the boy will be able to confirm his guesses. Before us appears Yuno, Sam's best friend, who unexpectedly turned out to be an exorcist. The situation seems absurd, does not recognize his friend, and he does not even know where to start this dialogue. Yoon can't believe his eyes what happened to his close friend. He does not even want to ask unnecessary questions about Sam's body, but how he managed to stand against these monsters is unknown to him. Suddenly, Sam gets bad. It is difficult for him to breathe, and he asks to wait. The poison began to manifest itself even more. This ability cannot be neutralized now. The drugs that are currently on hand will not help, but it is necessary to solve this problem somehow. It was wonderful to see how the poison was working inside Sam. It was clear that he would not be able to survive without help, but very quickly the poison began to leave it unclear as, a second back he almost died from her, and now it disappears. The regeneration that Young did not expect to see alarmed him. Such a healing of wounds at people atypical. But a strange noise behind forced him to distract himself from one problem to another. The snake was alive and seeing that he was not paying attention, decided to quickly run away. He was too weakened for another round. Young considers it a weak act, but the reptile still was no longer important. The heroes decided to go outside and discuss this situation face to face. But how can you do this calmly when such a horror has happened to you? For example, Yuno cannot come to his senses at all. How should he accept the fact that the person with whom he was close friends for 3 years turns out to be half goblin and has the ability to regenerate? The boy is ashamed of his carelessness. They communicated for so long, and he did not even suspect Sam of such an extremely important factor. Sema comes to understand why the young family Juno has never told what the martial arts themselves were taught at their school. It turned out that destroying monsters in the human world is his family's duty. The most unusual and incomprehensible was that Juno knows about the festival and that he was only 6 months old. The most logical question in this situation was how often the monsters penetrate this world and harm people, which is what Sam asked. If you believe the exorcist, in the last 100 years the attacks on people were infrequent, the monsters could fight each other, but not more. But it becomes clear that now everything has changed. Only when exactly is unknown. Young is also well acquainted with how monsters are easy to gain a lot of strength and easily become a king. In general, in the last month, people's disappearances have become many times more frequent. This is happening all over the world now. The mask is not sure that monsters are to blame for every crime, but there were traces of a struggle at the place of disappearance. But now monsters are very easy to meet on the streets. Such impudence has become very annoying. The suspicious portal from nowhere, which is inherent in moving, forced to postpone this dialogue for later and pay attention to the ray of light. A storm of anticipation and fear stood before his eyes, and the portal was about to close, revealing the essence he carried within. This terrible monster was the tiny Selena, who did not follow time and now had to be justified before Sam for her carelessness. However, Yuno was against their interaction and his blade immediately went towards the chick. Seeing the attitude of a boy unknown to Selena, she was even more frightened, slowly realizing who he was. The exorcist forbids the girl to take even a step, otherwise he will regard it as an attack and will use a weapon. When Sam tried to explain who this girl was and why she came, he was immediately silenced, saying that the monster should not have any other names and excuses. Juno is very contemptuous to all monsters, but he still hopes for a drop of mind in their heads. So he first warned the bird and did not immediately end it. He uses such categorical methods only for the sake of a close friend. Yuno was also well aware of the identification exam, but for some reason the fact of its existence caused him surprisingly negative emotions. For him, all the monsters are equally bad. Despite the different shell, they all want power, victims, and blood, so none of them can be trusted. Yoon decided to stand up for his friend, saying that Sam was still half-human and didn't need some useless permission from the monsters to get home. The guy looks frightened and definitely does not want to release a friend into the world to which he was abducted and forced to become a monster. And now they are not released home. Selena understands why Sam's friend is so aggressive to respond to these circumstances. It looks awful, as if a victim. However, the young man is already on the list of monsters and the truth cannot be fled. And now you need to look at the world soberly. If the boys are breaking the rules and Sam does not return to the world of monsters, then the hard punishment will be on everyone who was present there. Selena sees that the situation has gotten so bad because of Yuno's panic attacks, so she has to fix everything quickly and without casualties. But the girl feels a strong aura of shaman. In her head, no idea. She is not so experienced to solve such situations quickly. The bird officially calls itself a guardian Sam, and directly says about intentions to take him with him. Such words were still better than inaction. Yuno reminds him of his conditions, and now he definitely won't be able to figure out Selena's personality for a long time. Sam comes to the girlfriend, which is substituted under the weapon of a friend, thus showing his point of view in this situation. Now Yoon has no blade, his best friend took it away leaving him empty-handed. Sam was also very interested in engraving on weapons, which he had just selected, and decided to look at it. Such actions of the second are not clear to the shaman, why he sharply stood against him and does not even frighten the monster. Finally, Semi decides to express her opinion, and directly calls the young man the same monster as Selena and others he also killed, as well as his closest friend who also managed to kill, which finishes off Yuno for good. Speaking of his first victim, Sam isn't even sure if it was a monster, he believes it was a dryglot, but he was still alive, and the boy just absorbed his strength and soul. And as you can see, Sammy still does not want to harm people. He plans to become stronger only thanks to monsters and the help of his friends. Hurt and angry at such words, Yuno does not think that his friend has the need to go so far. In general, the exorcist's family does not have so much strength to protect at least one person, so he cannot catch a real monster for such a desire to become a real monster. Sam has nothing to add except for one important moment you need to know. He has already decided to become a king of monsters, and he is not going to change his decision. Such news made Yuno silent. He did not know what to think about and how to act correctly in such a situation. The reaction didn't take long. Yoon still considered himself smarter in this situation, so he didn't change his point of view about Sam's future life, but it doesn't matter. He knows what he's doing. Sam should risk all over the world, otherwise the horrific consequences will definitely be avoided. Such words and position were a real knife in the back of the shaman. People who fight with people like Sam. The monster fully accepted his fate and is ready to do everything to make his goal a reality. For a second it looked like Yuno had lost faith in the whole world, not just Sam. He looked upset, but he quickly changes his face and position. He no longer wants to quarrel, but on the contrary, tries to trust his friend if his intentions are really so pure. The only condition was not to move beyond, otherwise Yoon would destroy a friend without thinking. You will not say anything against such. The guy is right. In case of danger to humanity, it would be just a need. Finally, he decided to ask the name of Selena and her role in the world of monsters, that she had arranged him there. And while he had the opportunity, he decided to say his last words before leaving. If the orders of the monsters' world are not observed and Sam will suffer just like that, then the shaman will not forget about it. He will punish anyone who was guilty of injustice towards his friend. It seems sad to end the meeting on such a note, but maybe they understood each other if Yuno promises to watch over Sam's mom. He left and did not look. He had his own things. Now more important than this. Selena had seen a human exorcist for the first time. She was so scared by his only appearance, not to mention his aura, so she really hoped that they weren't all like that. A new voice behind attracts the attention of both young monsters. It turned out to be Castor who followed the girl. She was more confused than surprised. The young man immediately guessed where Selena went, so he decided to follow her in order to help in case of anything, because neither he nor she knew why they were going to the meeting. The girl is a little ashamed of her inattention and weakness. Today, she could die because of it. And in 7, Castor recognizes the same reckless goblin, which has been rumored from yesterday. Castor decides to tell about another new class of monsters called demon beasts. Such demons are closely related to their animal ancestors, whose form they have inherited. But as they develop, they begin to change. And at the stage where they already look like a person, they can already be called ghostly beasts. What's more, Castor says, some outgrow their original form. Once such were called divine, they were worshipped by both monsters and people because of their power. Therefore, Castor was a representative of this class. Apparently, he is not going to submit to the festival because he will also be one of Sam's opponents. A sharp change of moods, and now the future opponents kindly wants to put a hand to Goblin as a sign of dating. Sam feels that something has changed in the atmosphere, but still decides to put a hand in response to ordinary courtesy. Selena's loud cry stops the exchange of courtesy. She is strictly opposed to Sam. This method turned out to be effective, and the boy sharply pulls his hand to himself, waiting for the continuation. It is clear that the girl has known Castor for a long time, and now she sees through what the scoundrel is up to and stands up for Sam, proving that his day was already terrible. Against the young man, he does not see the difference and any prohibitions for which he needs to be in the turtle sleeping. Besides, he finds it funny that some impure goblin wants to be king on his first day as a monster. And now, looking directly into Sam's eyes, he uses one of his acquired techniques, the effect of which is still unknown to us. Everything around the boys starts to burn with purple fire and looks very much like some kind of summoning ritual or vice versa. Right before the eyes of Selena, which did not want to allow it, they are in the truest sense of the word failure through the earth. A beautiful beach with golden sands and blue sea. It is clear that the island is deserted. The hand of man has not been here yet. This time the landing was easier, and now Sam lands easily on his feet instead of immediately falling to the ground. But such movements in space take a lot of strength. Usually they can't even get up after this, which Castor notices. Moreover, Sam first encounters such techniques. It seems very hardy. The guy does not look as surprised by a new attack on himself. The only thing he wants to know, whether or not he plans to eat his opponent. There could be no other options. It would be quite a logical end for both of them. But several questions still need to be resolved. It was the most unexpected question in 24 hours. Castor wondered if Sammy played video games, real ones. He used to play them a lot in middle school, but in high school this hobby turned to no, but he never specified the genre he liked. If he was given a lot of options, he would choose an action RPG. He likes games that don't shake everything out of you to the last penny. Castor is satisfied with such a serious answer to such a serious question. Now he believes that they have a lot in common. There's another noise behind Sam that catches his attention and causes him to react in a flash to its source. In the sea, a suspicious movement began, which led to the explosion and was a messenger of the beginning of a duel. Thanks to his attention, Goblin had time to get out of the shockwave and stay whole. Suddenly, all this noise was because of the huge bloom of ice that could not appear just on the warm island. From there, Sam saw some danger and decided to run away from it for a better chance of survival in the future. A pile of sharp as a blade of small size flew directly to it without changing its route. Castor seems to be enjoying this fight and is only making it more. The young man likes the speed of Sam, and he is only glad to deal with him today. Castor is surprised by the interesting tactics of the young monster's battle. He just evades and follows his further actions. It even looks suspicious. That's pretty good for a rookie, especially when he opens up to this world in a completely different way during combat. All the enemies he had to see him taught to be careful. Before he learns only he, but his ability to fight. He is now more attentive to detail and pays more attention to the enemy's fighting style, which allows him to try and fight back Castor now. Every decision is a lesson that he has passed today, and he will carry it for the rest of his life. One movement of the hand and a beam of light that consists of pure magic is aimed directly at the enemy and destroys everything in its path. It turns out that thanks to this armor, the energy can manifest itself at 100% and make the blow stronger to the full extent of the monster. Sam is tense and now looks extremely carefully into the distance. He must be sure that this technique has changed at least something. It is also a lesson that Sam has been fully accepted and does not want to step on the same rake. He stopped trusting fate. Now he waits to see for himself whether the attack hit the target in order to be ready for another attack. For such a day, he was able to almost completely understand the power of the monster and now knows how to use it for at least basic attacks and self-defense. He was even able to understand where and at what point the static energy passes through him. It feels like it starts from the stomach. And now he can at least intuitively, but to determine how many % of his energy he has now is 60. According to him, he spends about 10% on a severe attack, when no more than 3. Thanks to Sarah, he knows the effects of a monster's famine and what can happen from a lack of energy. Castor did not really affect such a strong spell, but it was not necessary to underestimate Sam, because the young man had already broke through some of his first phase, which is not known specifically. In those few minutes of the fight, Sam never once felt that his opponent really wanted to eat him, which begs the question. The guy definitely does not feel the desire for Castor to harm him somehow. Therefore, the other has to admit that he was caught in a lie. He really does not have such a goal, but the words about the festival and the king really affected him. The boy realizes that Sam can only guess at the concept of the king of monsters. Now he gets by with cliched guesses about the role. Because of this, he makes the young man think a little about why the choice of a king is so primitive. And his rule will be legitimized by all monsters for 666 years. At all. It doesn't seem strange that all monsters politely obey some ancient law simply because it's tradition. It should probably raise at least a few questions and doubts in Sam. Monsters are too free to their instincts and principles, so simply the strongest of them would not have power and would not be listened to, simply because the carnage and chaos could not be stopped so easily. Therefore, in order for this to happen more, the monsters decided to choose the main one, who was supposed to be the king of the monsters. It's not surprising that there must be a balance in everything. And for this, all monsters have decided that the main monster is necessary. For so long, the existence of this tradition, the life of monsters was stable, the laws could often change, but the principle of survival was always the same. But the world is changing, and the king of the new generation has managed to change the way monsters live. Castor gives an example on human rulers. It is interesting what would be if they had forbidden to eat meat products. It is not necessary to think for a long time to understand what law the guy hints at. They both understand that people would not allow such a law when monsters had to endure all 666 years. The king of the new generation took everything from them, including the most necessary food. But out of respect for tradition, they did not violate this law. Most of them even forgot why they had people. But nothing lasts forever, and their patience also began to wear thin. It became clear that the same law will not be able to act as spectacular as the first, so it will not even make sense in it. Such an answer turned out to be correct. And indeed, everyone most likely did not even care about the king's words. Strong against the majority will not stand, so most likely you will have to listen to the people, and the law will not enter into force. But in the case of resistance to the king, it is simply thrown from the throne and erased such a concept as a tradition and a king of monsters. It's a matter of generations. The young monsters can ignore and forget, but the old ones will fight for the right to food. The problem of Sam in the perception of the new world, he has not yet seen the true evil geniuses, boldly tells himself and does not think about the consequences that he would end up for him. Sam understands what Castor has been leading to all this time. He just wants Sam to take his words back and not go back to this idea. Castor could not even think about the fact that the boy is so promising, and there is a way to fight him. He is pleasantly impressed. Such an interesting candidate could not fail to interest the monster, so he immediately suggests that Sam forget about the festival and go under Castor's wing, eventually becoming the ruler of the Korean peninsula. In such circumstances, the proposal seems even profitable. With the consent of Sam, he will be able to leave several people close to him. But why Sam should be so sure of the opponent's victory? He is not sure of his strength and wants to confirm. Everything was much easier. Castor is not the strongest on the peninsula, but he has no equal among his. The consent was surprised to be easy. It seemed that the boy would have to persuade much longer. Sam's hand easily reached out to Castor and was already ready to make a deal. Such a decision is caused by thoughts about his loved ones, whom he would very much like to keep. Castor was immediately confident in Sam, and knew for sure that he would not refuse. This makes him very happy. But at the same moment, the atmosphere is completely aggressive, and for some reason Sam says that it will definitely not feel guilty. It is unclear about what. A strong flow of energy at a time began to beat the Crusader's hand, who did not even know such further actions by the young monster. Sam simply used the same technique as his opponent. He knew exactly what he was doing. Deception is now the main feature of Castor, due to which it is impossible to perceive him in any other way. He always plays dishonestly. Now the Seven has changed his method of goblin struggle, which was different from others. He learned to use energy correctly, and now he puts everything he has left in one attack. For the first time he did it understanding the situation. He made the calculation himself and used his cold mind. And all these 60% went to the Hoblin coup, which should be effective. Anger and tension were doing their job. This time he really wanted to get rid of his opponent, so every muscle on his face was involved in one complete grimace. The forces were not spent in vain. It seems that it will be difficult to recover after such a strong blow. A sharp cold ran through Sam's body and bound and weakened. Using all his strength, he again felt horrible fatigue and pain that have already been acquainted from the beginning. The boy's body could not stop trembling, most likely because of his lost force. Again, in a moment, he will be able to restore his physical condition. He is too weak. He will not be enough for such a thing. The whole resource was lost, but it was no longer so frightened. He knew what he went and could already control himself. But the most terrible was another. The enemy stands directly in front of him, and the battle he will not be able to continue. Castor noticed a new battle tactic. He realized that Sam had literally spent all his strength and considered it a stupid decision. The cold was coming from him, and now he definitely does not see a rival in Sam, but if their basic skills were equal, he might have already been eaten. Thanks to the art of the Arctic pursuit, Castor has an unlimited supply of forces and protection, which immediately makes him dominant in battle. And he asks the last words of Sam. The guy is not afraid of such a fate. He accepts it and understands what he went. But he is not going to go down to the last words. Besides, he hadn't said that he was done with this fight yet. Castor had jumped to a conclusion. It will be difficult to make Sam beg for his life. He is ready to fight for him to the last. But in the eye of the opponent, he sees only a fire that is even more ignited, and cannot understand why he just listens, maybe waiting for Sam to relax. However, he has an excellent view of Sam's physical condition and is simply interested in what else he has to say. The tension increases. It expects further actions of the enemy, or at least a hint of them. The weirdo's hand reached straight to Sam. It could only mean the end of the guy's life. This does not happen, and Castor suddenly carries some nonsense with a greeting and things related to it. It is impossible to react adequately to this, especially when you do not understand what is happening with the monster in front of you, and it turns into emotion so quickly. If you believe the words of the young man, he was just interested in Sam's abilities and wanted to know whether it was worth getting sick for a boy at the festival. But as soon as Sam tries to find the words that could express his emotions, he asks why he was refused to become king at all. Castor acknowledges that it was, but does not give a clear answer, except that most have long been indifferent to people. Monsters do not wait for their night. They are used to living without it. From childhood, Castor did not like the noise that others created. He did not even understand what so much unnecessary cruelty. And the world of people was quiet and calm. He had questions about the way of their lives, but at least here he can choose who he wants to be. He also likes the fact that people know what to do with nausea and come up with games, movies, novels that are absolutely selfless in the world of monsters. It was a surprise that the monsters more to the Monsula is such a kind of entertainment than eating people. And the disappearance of the same games would be a tragedy. The flow of such incomprehensible information put Sam stupor. He did not even know that he did not know that it was unknown that Castor would throw away in a second. Such a problematic challenge for Castor is a real laugh because the guy is so worried about this title of king and does not want him to root for him. After all, a weirdo can also become the owner. In general, the Korean peninsula has a lot of chance of winning the festival, but who will be guessed? There will be a lot of candidates who come from famous families and have a baggage of their own techniques handed down to them from their parents. But regardless of them, even after perfecting such a technique, the one who has a real manual with spells will still be stronger. It is something like human born with a gold spoon in the mouth. Then the monster will fall into the feet. Sam begins to understand how this whole birthing system works and how the techniques are passed down in it. Now he is interested in knowing how important it is for families to teach their child. The strong tension begins only when the child shows a little talent. Then he is believed that he is obliged to become a new king of monsters. That is why you do not decide there. You have to work on the interests of others. And if you are against it, you will be immediately killed or sent to the very bottom. It depends on the family itself. Sam Demore Castor, still in the world of people, such cases are unpopular. It is difficult to live when all relatives have abandoned you. But Sam has no reason to be sad. He is similar but different from other monsters. His talent belonged to a very famous kind, but he is not tied to him and has his opinion and will. And because of his own motive and desire to become the king of the monsters, he will now definitely win the festival. A black bird in the sky could not fail to attract attention, especially when such a habitation here is atypical. Sam understands what it's all about and tries to increase the distance between himself and the madman so as not to be hit. At this time, the crow was already approaching him, as he still led his interesting monologue about faith, truth, and lies. He did not have time to understand how he ended up in the sharp claws of Selena, who flew to Sam's aid. Angered by such actions of a friend, she does not even hide it. She came to remind the rules. The girl's paw got up on the face of Castor and was ready to throw him wherever. It seems that it is time for Sam to get used to the sudden changes in his life, but he did not expect someone to come to his rescue. Selena carries out a rapid attack that quickly dropped the Cassator at high speed. Now it looked very dangerous while spectacular. It is difficult for the boy to understand who is good and who is bad, so his first reaction to this attempt to ask the girl to stop. She either has not heard or she is quite interesting Sam's screams, but she continues to attack. Seeing that the fight was over, the boy decided to approach Selena and finally talk to her normally. The girl understands that not even a scratch will remain on Castor, but for her it is at least some kind of result. Despite this, she is sure that he will not come to them again, because he is afraid of the spell. Suddenly, she says that we met with a false Cassator. If you refute it, then the guy's split personality, and he was not just so crazy. The black turtle is the fruit of the love of a snake, and a turtle that has become one. Selena had heard that maybe it was just an ordinary turtle. Also part of this legend is a monster who guessed why yin and yang were needed, and by separating his own, he separated the yin of his power. As a result, this led to his death. And then he was reborn into a sacred turtle, a black turtle, to which Castor belongs. After all this, the black turtle appeared in the heirs, who should still undergo difficult trials of life in order to fulfill the forces. One of the side effects is the snake face that Sam has to deal with, which seems crazy from the start. Selena realizes that there is no malice in it, but because of such features it is impulsive and sneaky, so he often substitutes monsters and brings them. Perhaps this is due to Yang's concentration, but in general, his main personality is very calm and cool-headed. This negative side obeys the turtle, which is both peace and mind in the head of people of this kind. How much a girl knows, the snake of Castor was at once with a greeting, but for some reason she sometimes prevails and even learned to control it, which causes troubles sometimes. Therefore, there was a lot of conflict in his family about him becoming the representative of the family, but his talent made many change their minds and agree with others' choices. Finally, they are going to return back into the world of monsters, clearly violating the rules. Noticing the experience of the young man, Selena decided to reassure him and said that he would not be late for late, that he was not particularly concerned. It turned out that this was Sam's apartment after all, and the destroyed veranda would definitely upset his mother. No one was supposed to be in the house for a month. The noise from the door distracted the monsters, and now their eyes were fixed only on the entrance. The secret guest was Grandfather Babai, who comforted the boy and said that special people would fix the veranda. Grandfather wants to talk to Sam alone, so he asked Selena to go first out of fear. She began to excuse the boy so that he would not receive a severe punishment. Grandfather is well aware of what happened tonight, but the conversation will be between the three monsters, so Selena shouldn't be here. Without specifying the third person, he apologized for such an unexpected visit and said that they should shake one more hand as a sign of greeting. Turning around, the old man tells someone that people live in exactly such buildings. At the entrance stood the beautiful Sarah, who had never seen anything like this. It is very unusual for her to be in such small spaces, but she looks cute. Such guests were unexpected, but she could not come here when she had time to obtain permission. She did not pass the test. She would not be ready to get into the strange world for her. In her words, she was not at her own will. She was only interested in what Babai should explain what he wants from her. But her grandfather does not start telling what Sarah hints at. So the old man begins with the events tonight, when 50 rag lots were played through the city, which were subordinate to someone. The attacker was very careless, so it was possible to find out the methods of control of these animals and think about the motives of such a debris. Everyone had already decided that the target was Sam, but most likely they had other plans. The variant with Sam sounds adequate, but the malefactors of the truth had many other goals. Today, 200 people have disappeared. All of them were in the Seoul-U subway, which is disappointing for all. And this is only the number of those who have contacted the police. As a whole, the number of stolen starts from 5. One monster would not have been able to do this. Selena thinks that there is a whole group of at least 5 monsters here, and having at least some list of suspects in hand, it can be understood who did it. In some places of crime, traces were left, following which the grandfather and his staff made an unpleasant discovery. It is not possible to keep track of, but it can be monsters from neighboring regions. They would immediately catch at home, so only the Korean peninsula remained. Now it is necessary to urgently find the culprits. Otherwise, the hunt for people will begin 6 months before the festival. And Grandfather Babai wants to entrust the role of the hunter to Sarah and Sam, who could protect people and help in the investigation without any obstacles. But for this, he will have to change the form of the test. If they agree to such work, they must find and punish the culprits. A new day, new opportunities. The city begins to move away from this terrible night and looks peaceful. Young goes to school. Under his eyes, you can see the dark circles that testify to the hard-out night. He thought of Sam all this time. He is very concerned about his friend's life in the event of his death. He will take all responsibility on himself. But a familiar voice returns the boy to reality. In front of his eyes is the same Sam that he said goodbye to yesterday, and today he is here again and says that he was looking for Yuno. Why he had to come back here and how he did the minor issue, now Sam wants to discuss something. The cute cafe was filled with unmet shook shaman, who exactly did not fully understand his old friend. Such situations do not often happen in a quiet place. Yuno attracts people's attention with their dissatisfaction. Sam notices the inadequate behavior of a friend and asks him to be quieter between people, while asking for forgiveness from the surrounding strangers. Semi tries to prove that his new work is very profitable. Now he will be near Young and will be able to oversee his mother. Immediately, the interviewer, disappointed with life, asks if Sam at least knows his class, to which he receives only a helpless no. The young man listens carefully to the information that his friend is now telling him. Sam's Shinryunki Go-Su class. This set of letters doesn't tell the monster anything. First it calls it a name, and only then gets the decryption of the name of this class. The lowest here, Yuno knows that it will be translated from Hanch as a beast that has a coincidence with reality. Despite their danger, they did not go far from ordinary wild animals. Their forces are equal. With such monsters, even the people of that time could easily stand up to them, and now they should not be a threat at all. Go class can already create real problems. Its strength is equal to the strength of 100 people, but even if those 100 people go against it, the body mass ratio is too different, so the monster will still win. These classes were the lowest among all. It is hard to imagine what will be waiting next. Yuno himself cannot give an exact answer. He has never met information about other classes. The only information he can remember is that key class monsters are 10 times stronger than Go. If you do not restrain them, then at the night of the Sol Quarter will simply disappear from the face of the earth. In the case of a small city, it would be demolished completely. It is not difficult to guess that it is better not to deal with tires and wheels at all. But you are unlikely to meet them here. They have many other interests that do not include breaking the rules. Yuno is against this kind of friend's activity, saying that he would rather run away quietly or wait at his house than have anything to do with it. He soberly evaluates the situation and understands that even Key's monsters will not be a problem for him, but others will not mind fighting. Sam suddenly remembered the snake monster he met yesterday. It turns out that criminal was worthless. He is not Sue and certainly not Kai. Only average Go remains because the energy he controlled was many times stronger. And if that Driglot had the other half of his power, the boys wouldn't be having tea in a nice cafe right now. But using the crazy was just a ploy to divert attention to something else. Yuno tried to make sense of the situation for himself and decided that the snake had almost swallowed Sam. And now the class of the monster of the young man is even lower than that shallow criminal. If he was so easily succumbed, probably lower. Yoon doesn't care about Sam's appearance if he can't even soberly assess a situation in which he will definitely lose. Although he seems to him that he is not strict enough to his friend, he will at least try to prove his correctness. But in return, he received a new dose of activity and self-confidence. Sam knows for sure that now he would defeat this snake. The guy acknowledges that he would have died without the help of a friend, but in these few hours a lot has changed. But he managed to understand how the monster's strength works and can already be quietly a participant in the battle. Looking at the time, Sam realized that he should have been near the school for a long time, so he was interested in why the guy was not going to go there. Young, he decided that he was unnecessary to him today. He would spend this day with Sam to help him understand everything. Before us, the Gymnastic Olympic Arena, which was built back in 1986. Olympic Games were held here in 1988, and now it is only a large concert hall. But few people guess about the other floors in this building, and even more so about what is in the basement, which makes Sam pleasantly surprised. Juno brought his friend to the Olympic Arena of Gymnastics, which is a public training center. A monster is interested in those whose property is all property. This place was created by the government, not only the boys' family to do such business and fight evil monsters in the human world, A very long time ago, every government had to keep strong shamans. Perhaps the shamans themselves were those who came up with the concept of the state and its order, because they were respected most of their ability to withstand monsters. For 666 years, monsters cannot penetrate the world of people. But the Chosen family still decided to organize shaman training in case of complications. The last words before the lecture, Juno confirmed that the monsters and their festivals were recognized at the international level. Taking off his outer clothes, he said that, unfortunately, not everyone takes it seriously and got into a fighting stance. All this was a guide to the beginning of the battle that Yoon wants to see from the Seven. He needs to be sure of the boy's words. If he manages to defeat him, then he will not worry about him in battle. Sam asks about the weapon he used against the serpent, and Selena yesterday. He should know what to fight against. The slaughterhouse can only happen with empty hands. Only on such conditions it will begin. Weapons for shaman are a very important component. Without it, he will not be able to show half, and some cannot even leave it. But the monster of the NGO class will not be difficult for shaman. He will easily handle him without weapons. That is, if Sam defeats Yuno, then he will be higher than Class Go. But as he can attack a better friend, he has a fear of harming him to an ordinary person. He is shaking all over, either from fear or from overexertion, but he must make the first move, otherwise the battle will not begin. But in a moment, the mask of the little frightened boy fell from his face, and he rushed like a terrible beast into a duel. But the enemy's reaction did not make him wait, and he immediately believed that he would try to strike first. What he successfully obtains, and he does not one, but dozens of them thanks to learned techniques. And then he gives him a strong blow to the leg, which will throw it into the distant corner of this hall. The plume left by Sam testified to a good level of knowledge and skill of Yuno. The boy can be difficult in a fight even with an unarmed shaman. The exorcist does not need to ask about the condition of his friend. He knows that everything is fine with his friend. Still, he has already seen Sam's regeneration in full. Such a crash in the ordinary man is only admirable. Yuno will not hold back in this fight. He has a great opportunity to make his friend gather and reveal his abilities to the fullest extent, especially with such persistence of Sam, who is already ready to continue the fight. And according to the boy's calculations, his blow did almost no damage, which makes the task many times more difficult. If he used less energy next time, he'd just break his arm against Sam. No matter what, Sam knew that he definitely wouldn't hurt his friend if he got out of control. This thought reassured him. And Yuno knew that he might not hold back in using his energy against his friend. After such simple discoveries, the mood of the boys and the atmosphere in the room changed. This duel became more serious, and Sam again attacks first. Young for a second, he thought that his opponent did not even plan to change his tactics, but he sharply grabbed him by his hand for a further attack instead of stupid attack. The shaman tried to intercept his blow and even seemed to manage to resist it. But this attempt turned out to be useless. The monster turned out to be faster and physically stronger than a person. The bright blue light began to blind the eyes of Sam. Its source was right above it. A surprise attack from above that Sam definitely wasn't counting on. Yuno looks very serious. And the monster fits directly into a new parquet with an inadequate force for humans. Smoke and dust from the devastation did not let Sam see and what became with him after the battle. After all the dirt cleared, Yuno couldn't believe his eyes. Sam had managed to do the impossible for himself. The Goblin Club is right in his hands. It looks several times worse than the first one, but it was his own and was summoned by his own desire. If you look at Sam, you can guess that his physical condition is quite sad. He is very durable, but his spiritual power is almost at zero, which is the problem. That night, the monster had spent about 93% of its energy on useless carnage. This amount should be recovered by at least a day of full rest. And in the world of people, this process can be delayed for a long time. However, this condition is now a lot of surprise to him. This fatigue gives you the opportunity to remember every moment of that day and spend the remains of energy wisely. Yuno once read about the goblin's doubles. He was a little disappointed with her appearance. Perhaps in the book he was intimidated, and perhaps the problem is hidden in Goblin himself. Such claims against Dubinka only forced Sam to continue to fight for victory, because he has exactly what to surprise his friend, such as a new round. With his new weapons, Sam flew into a shaman from a long distance. And he also understands that the first time he used the Goblin Club, it looked much scarier and caused many times more problems than this one. The vowel blow swept throughout the training room, and red light filled the whole space. Fortunately, he managed to put the block and do without severe injuries for him. But a new problem has emerged. He does not know how to do further in this battle. He has no choice, except for constantly blocking Sam's attacks until he is finally tired. Yun just returned to reality, as Sam had already invented a new way of using a barrel and hung on it from the ceiling, reminding the monkey. Not every day you will see a humanoid creature that hangs from the ceiling in an incomprehensible way. In addition, if the attack turns out to be strong, then the shaman can be difficult. Such a sharp transition from earth to heaven, Sam explained that it is already difficult for him to be under this hail of his fists, which he receives close. The 7 is unlikely to be able to repeat the once a double, which will have the same energy, but you should try. And what he has now is nothing against his past output. But the feature, thanks to which he could change the shape of the club, remained, which he plans to use in the future. The guy has enough tricks, so it won't be as difficult to use it as it used to be. A small piece of energy at high speed headed straight for Yuno. He has time to put the block again, now he has nothing else. The guy even managed to strike in response by throwing the layer towards Sam. But this does not frighten him much. He easily dodges his own weapons and is ready to continue dynamiting the shaman until he wins this battle. Immediately understanding the evil plan of Monster, Juno decides to react lightly and quickly tries to jump off from the place where she arrives. He made the right choice when he decided to hide in that side, because the wave that remained from the explosion was very strong. The shaman cannot understand why the rules have changed so dramatically, and nothing has changed at all. Rather, he simply became wiser to treat the tactics of combat, and his strength even increased. This way of battle does not suit Yuno. He considers him dishonest and tells him an opponent who was not even about to go to the ground. But the young man does not plan to fight as the trainer wants. If it was a real fight, then why fight honestly during it? If it is not for life, but for death. It is difficult to find arguments against such a logical answer is that you only need to agree on the rank of youth. But Sam will settle for the usual admission of defeat on the part of his neighbor. After all, they still remain friends as teenagers, who had no quarrels at all before that. The guy acknowledges that now he may be unfair to the human ability of a friend, but he does not have another way out. He needs to somehow compensate for the lack of abilities and experience. Therefore, Yuno has to come to terms with such rules of the duel. Besides, it would be very unpleasant to lose it. He does not like such rudeness and wants to rub his friend's nose. Now there is a real war between them. A strong blow to the floor, which can be called the beginning of this war, shows the serious setup of the monster for victory. Sam's splashes looked much larger than what he really remained. He threatened Dubinka, as if he had a fight for real death. It becomes more difficult to resist the speed of Sam, but he still gets to dodge and may even adapt to the new monster's battle tactics. At this time, the goblin had already started attacking again with the club. One more block against a piece of that energy and it's getting harder to do. Sam sometimes forgets that besides Shaman, a young man, and keeping this information in his head, the guy would have to restrain himself a little. But this time he was bent. Realizing what he had done, he began to wonder if everything was okay with his friend, hoping that this silence would give an answer. Heard in response was unexpected, and the eyes did not know where to go from panic. Young stands in the same place, but already holds a barrel in his hands and reads a new technique that will help him in victory. Gathering all his strength into his fist, the young man began to attract threads of energy to himself, continuing to remember a new technique, due to which he launched a strong pressure of electricity on the thread of the Dubinka, which was about to reach Sam. The guy frozen in the misunderstanding, as he was able to do so. As a result, this electricity simply severed all connection between Sam and the rest of the club, and he began to fall. Using this opportunity, Yuno rushed towards the enemy with the hope that these are already the last minutes of this battle. But Sam also understood the situation, so he wouldn't just go down. He needed to fight back to adapt to ground combat. For Yuno, the situation is much more complicated. He can run away from attacks and carry out his own. But these will not be rituals that would definitely defeat Sam. Without his weapon, most of his techniques are simply impossible to perform, so he is very limited in options now. However, even in this case, it holds and does not look worse than Sam, which has just returned to the ground. There is no equal in the melee of battle. Now he is ready to show what he is capable. This fight will be remembered for the boys for a long time when they ruthlessly fought each other, breaking the whole hall and destroying the environment. Overpowered by the power of his friend, Sam didn't know what to do next. Yuno looked directly at him, deciding his future fate. The weapon that the shaman created was extraordinary and at the level of the club that the goblin created, and now it is possible even stronger. He decided to bring this case to the end for his friend. Maybe something will change in these few seconds. The last attempt of the monster to defeat a person was very primitive. Sam decided to try a hand. to hand fight. But Yuno could not succumb to such a simple provocation, so he immediately tried to cut off such attempts to reach him. Something about this situation confused him, something he couldn't count on at all. His hand with the weapon hit nowhere. When Sam was already standing in another place, it turns out that Yuno missed. And Sam was one accurate blow directly into the jaw of a friend who did not expect it. It turned out to be so simple that it was suspicious. Why Juno just gave up in this situation and now just lies without new attempts to answer. Sam thinks Yuno spared him and decided to give in at the end, but that wasn't the case at all. His whole strength of exorcism came to know when he began to invent techniques and improvise. Even the enemy yokai would not stand at the QU, no matter how strong he would be. It would look like a goblin's dubinka broke. But the technique didn't even recognize Sam as a yokai, so it couldn't help in the fight. Yuno's appearance reminded him of a schoolboy after an ordinary massacre, somewhere on the outskirts of an educational institution, but he will remember what he experienced for a long time. Our main characters have returned to the world after such a difficult duel. The city is still okay and looks calm. The silence really annoys Yuno, especially after such friendly warriors. He says to his friend, he does not like when Sam is nervous next to him, so he asks to say at least something. Out of politeness, or maybe he was really interested, he asks if Yuno's nose hurts a lot now, and hopes that the scar will not remain. Maybe a shaman has no monster regeneration, but such wounds heal in him in one day. But he noticed that during the last blow, Sam even restrained force. If the monster hadn't done that, Yuno wouldn't have had anything to heal now. He would have been left without a nose. The young man finally recognizes Sam's potential and says that he still wouldn't mind if he ran after monsters in this town. No sooner had Sam thanked him for understanding than the shaman immediately said that he did not fully understand him. He simply promised that in return, he would release him into the world in peace. Then he rushed in the Carmen and got some cute keychain. 3 pumpkins of different colors were hanging on it until it is unclear. This can be called emergency help in the form of disposable bombs with young energy. To activate them, Sam just needs to hold them in his hands and throw them on the ground, after which what will happen will happen. The main condition for use is not to break several, but the young man feels guilty in front of a friend and is not sure that deserves all 3. He realizes that they retain the energy of Juno, who tried very hard to do them. But Yuno didn't talk about how he makes them, so how does Sam even know about it? Sam just feels his energy when these little bombs are holding in his hands. He remembered the energy that the shaman used in battle and knows that they also have. And Sam was right, 3 streams of such weapons are used only by the Yuno family. When the shaman has free time, he pours his energy into a specially processed pumpkin. Such charms are made as a last resort, when the exorcist can no longer accumulate such a large amount of energy, and others can also use it. Accordingly, the concentration of energy there is great. But as Sam was able to see it and feel it is unclear, a simple monster would not have done so. So Young asks to show the boy's palm. Sam asks why, frightened, but pulls her out without hesitation. Yoon wanted to try to figure something out from her. Of course, most of these fables about the line of fate and other lies, but you can see something. Yuno saw something that could not help but surprise him. Sam has a knack for working as a shaman. This information is not accurate, but if you judge how he behaved in a fight and was able to determine the flow of energy in the pumpkin, then this theory is only confirmed. There were hundreds of plans in the shaman's head as to how Sam could get into their martial arts center. His talent is so great that everyone will only accept him. Such information struck strong stress in the head. He would not be too late to take even half of the monster. He still remains human. But at the moment this noise in his head stopped, he realized that his parents would never understand the main point of this action, and other members of the community might also refuse. But a goblin with the talent of a shaman is something extremely dangerous. If Sam was not his best friend, then he would look at him completely differently. It's a shame he didn't find out about it 3 days earlier, but all he has to do is let it go and accept it. Sam was no less shocked by such news, but the dialogue has become more daily, and the monster is interested in a monster. To begin with, he needs a new school uniform because at home it is empty and there is nothing left to do except for sportswear. Even the size of the leg seems to be smaller than such sharp changes. But Juno already wants to see the reaction of others to the new image of Sam. Probably few people recognize him. But the goblin is not very interested in looking at it. His head is only starting to hurt more from it. And meanwhile, Yuno looked at his watch. It's already time for dinner and he hasn't kept a single piece of food today. Hunger can already be easily felt. Hearing a complaint by a friend, Sam invites him to have somewhere to lunch together, but he does not understand why they just do not make food themselves. Young likes Sam's food. He even agrees to buy ingredients, but he does not know that at home it is empty at all after last night. And also now there is one mysterious guest that will definitely not be happy for visitors. Besides, Sam has very important things to do after dinner, and he told his friend all this in a second. Such news did not please him. One issue needs to be resolved. He kindly asked his friend not to say anything he didn't want to. He let him go and wouldn't mind Sammy's dealings with the other monsters. But so that this dialogue does not go in a negative direction, Yuno simply decides to end this conversation and go about his business. Noting that Sam should be self-confident and not feel guilty for every bad deed, this concept is very vague here. We find ourselves in some half-a-destroyed area where Sam came in the same affairs. Even for a second, the appearance of the houses and the place itself makes him think maybe he didn't come there. But right in front of his eyes, he sees a giant door with an inscription on the haunch. He tries to translate the inscription, but at school with this language the guy had problems. From behind the door came a healthy Amble, whose brutal appearance made Sam forget what breathing from fear was. This man was also a monster. The feeling of a young man is quite strong. But this giant has no business with some tiny monster. They just warm up and never meet again. After the man, a pleasant-looking girl appeared from the door, surprised by Sam's visit. The name of Hannah's girl, and she is the head of the home of the Ascending Dark Moon. Sam only found out about this place yesterday on someone's recommendation. It was this someone who directed him here in the first place. Of course, Hannah had already heard about the boy from an older human and was ready to invite him to her home. Sam immediately noticed a feature in the form of a black fog, which enveloped the entire entrance to the house. The first impression of the house seems very gloomy, but what he saw later was very surprised. The light grid of houses, which looked clean and careful, as if for monsters, beckoned to you with its calmness. The hostess turned out to be very hospitable and already pours delicious tea for the young man. Most likely, the tea was to leave good impressions and desire to return in this case. Sam began to guess that they were not in Seoul. The air is cleaner here, and there are very few houses around. The girl confirms this opinion of the boy. The house of the Ascending Dark Moon was indeed 100 years old, so his atmosphere was not contaminated with civilization. And so that no more questions would arise, she immediately told that the building exists for monsters that are beginning to take root in the human world. Sam remembered the words of the old Babai, who sent him here. He said that as they call themselves a store for monsters, it is necessary to act. Sam immediately summoned a scroll of his belongings, which he had carefully folded and now carried with him as he should. The young man wanted to ask about coins that are very much appreciated in the world of monsters, but it is not clear how he could use them between people. But here he could change this money for ordinary currency. Sam was surprised that the monsters need to be exchanged, but some of them work here and they just need to do it. And judging by the course that is present today, one coin will be equal to 3 millions of won. And all this amount, given the commission, which Sam simply dropped his jaw, he could not even voice such an indecent amount of money. In all his 17 years, he did not keep more than 720,000 won. Hannah decides to go to the goods sold in this store. Apparently for Sam, they harvested the goods at once. She asked to show some pill of the demonic spirit. The 3 colors of multicolored pills are interesting because of their appearance and mystery. This pill restores the monster's strength to the maximum, so it is the most popular product in their shop. In the human world, recovery is very difficult and prolonged. It takes a long time even in the monster world, let alone the human world. That's why this pill is made with special ingredients from the monster world, so that even the weakest can fully recover in a second. Without long thought, Sam immediately agrees to buy one of them, but asks to explain whether there is some difference between them. The color is responsible for the monster class that will use the pill. In the case of Seema, it needs black, which will strengthen it in a second to restore its energy. The guy thought about it and decided that it was really worth trying her. He didn't have time to wait. Sam decides to use the pill right now, then the effect will be felt closer to night. In fact, there will be no difference what to use. Here is the monstery itself and its volume of energy. The core with energy will increase depending on the monster's age and the number of cores it has already absorbed. Increasing strength with such methods is very difficult. It requires 2 factors: the nutrition of the monster and its strength, as well as talent, which is the most important for the effectiveness of the pills. If we talk about the body of an ordinary Go monster, then the pill will be absorbed by it in a few hours. But a half-blood will not be able to digest half of it in a few days, and then the rest will come out naturally. But there was no lie in Hannah's words. The energy should definitely be restored by night, not a word about strength. According to the girl, the recovery of the force itself can take about 3 days. It is only one pill. But she did not have time to start a new dialogue, as Sam had already swallowed the pill and the whole house was blinded by a bright glow that came from the boy. The sudden explosion, which was difficult not to hear, is most likely one of the effects of the magic medicine. The pill's power would be limited by the size of the sphere in which the young man's power was stored, but looking at what it had done to the house, Hannah could not believe her eyes, and her own thoughts in her head were frightening in their wildness. He swallowed the pills a few seconds ago, and in that time she managed to do all her work. It was already the third day, as Sam lives the life of a monster, but even for him, such a weak pill showed such an effective effect in such a short period of time. For the first time, he felt 100% of the energy he should normally have. We carry a few minutes ago when nothing has happened. We see a young man, judging by the whole servant who prepared a mug with an unknown filling. A cute boy keeps her own liqueur on the recipe of Augustus Master, made of 6 different unique flowers. Another boy, who is definitely higher in status, thinks the work is not bad, but he does not like the one who pours it for him, that is, the boy with glasses opposite. The young man mentions Hannah, who was supposed to return after solving a case. He believes that she is not hospitable due to the fact that she has been away for a long time. The guy in glasses tries to justify the girl, but he does it very uncertain, probably afraid of the guest. He frowned when he heard that they had a special guest who had been recommended to their house. Grandfather Yusak himself agreed to receive such a guest, but the fact that this is a half-breed monster spoils the whole impression. It turns out the guy heard of Sam and he is not delighted with him. He believes that his grandfather is trying in vain. Why put a monster test on some? Moreover, this is a festival of monsters and not half-breeds. The young man thinks that Sam does not belong there. Suddenly, the tyrant begins to question the servant. Is it so boring to pour him alcohol? He makes fun of him and also calls a half-grade of a failure that does not like his words. Once upon a time, his older sister told him that in this clan everyone respects each other. But in fact, it is just a house, to which all the half-flowers were selected, considering it something terrible. He does not perceive such as monsters, and for people also does not consider him just creating or a mistake of nature. The servant understands that it is about him, but to call this house a pier for such as he is that they do not feel unselfish too. The young man is sure that such impure people will never get the status of real monsters. They have no place there. What can be answered? There is no chance to win this dispute. It remains only politely. But the final decision of the boy in glasses invisibly translate the dialogue to another topic, and also proposes to top up with a respectable guest of alcohol. He is even bored with such a slight win. He would like to be bullied here more. It turns out that here you can also issue documents that will legally allow you to be in the world of people, which is what their rude guest did. He will get a beautiful and quiet place in Seoul, as well as a large amount of money for monster coins. The servant tells about some feats of the guest that concern people and treats him with respect, which is why the registration process is so fast. Most likely, he wants to live in the city to protect people from monsters, but he does not respect it. But on the contrary, he simply cannot leave the situation with strangers. Moreover, at the expense of this, he will be able to get a reputation better than from his brother and sister and the right to be a candidate for the festival. He believes that their powers are equal, especially the innate talent, but due to the fact that he was born 100 years later, he is considered weaker. First, he has to become a participant, and then in 6 months to overtake his brother and sister in strength. Besides, he can no longer wait for Hannah for so long and is starting to get nervous. But before the servant could get up and start looking for Hannah, he interrupted him and said that he had more important business. He wants her to serve him while he is in the human world and has the opportunity. From such a boy's eyes became the size of glasses. This is not acceptable in their home. But the guest has the audacity to shut up the servant and said that the client's wish is the law, so it must be fulfilled right now. However, the Grubian did not have time to finish the phrase. The explosion interrupted his whisper. Now we're back to where we left off. Again, that explosion that's impossible to miss. None of the boys expected this, so for the first few seconds they just looked in the direction of the explosion and tried to understand what was happening. Only the residues of smoke could be visible from the house in a moment. The first in voice managed to ask a brazen guest who was clearly not delighted with such. We are given an example of the fact that the energy is flowing in all living water. For living creatures, such water is just a small tray of water that is collected very slowly. Although this water in each is different, the rules of its use remain the same for all. Taking the plate in more than, you will not fill it so much you want, if it is not designed for that amount. Sam stands there and cannot fully understand what happened, but he should be more worried about the girl. Hannah did not understand how the pill could be so effective. It was impossible to this day. The guy had a feeling of fullness. He realizes that he could now do everything in the world, and therefore the principal with a tray is not suitable for Sam. The girl still couldn't recover, but another man's voice drew her attention. Behind Sam was the same unpleasant guest, who considers goblins such actions impolite. He already plans to give the lesson of semi-blood. Hana calls the ruffian the young master Gustav and tries to prove that it is all her fault for the explosion. But Gustav is not interested in the words of some servant, whom he plans to use like a thing, so he tells her to shut up. He didn't even allow her to open her mouth, so she had to sit silently. The master understood everything himself perfectly. The master feels energy from Sam and wants to explain aggressively to him that it cannot be done here. Listening to all this dirt in its direction over time, it began to get bored. While Hannah wanted to try to apologize again, Sam ahead of her and decided to discuss this situation. Even for a man, the 7 was too good, so he first tried to resolve the conflict peacefully here. But because of the energy and the power that it has raged a little, now it looks more like a monster, which also does not like the tone of the interlocutor. Gustav rarely gets something in response to his deals and threats, so he now looks very angry. Sam's last attempt to politely ask the master to choose the tone he plans to start the conversation with. But Gustav decided to immediately go to punishment and did not listen to the half-blood. The first strong blow came directly to the target, and Sam flew without any complications. This technique doesn't seem that strong, judging from its remains after the guy fell. Such a mess in this house should not happen, so the girl feels a real panic and does not understand that you can do here. The young master believes that it is not even a slaughterhouse, but education, for which Sam has to understand his place in society. This is the method he chooses for half-breeds who have not been taught manners. Another upward gesture with his fingers, and again he plans to get right in the goblin's face. He has succeeded, and Sam again suffers from the blow of the master. Finally, the girl was able to say that despite the cause of violence, it was forbidden here. But for such a juxtaposition will also receive a dose of punishment. But she realizes that if they learn about it, people will definitely not close the eyes on top. Strong pain completely permeated the girl's body, with which she could not do anything. Gustav is indifferent to the girl's opinion. He only closes her mouth again. He liked Hannah most here. He thought that she was the most intelligent here among others, but was as false as her colleagues. However, she did not feel any of the monster's power. She only understood that the master possessed a unique hate skill. But now he is forcing Sam to kneel in front of him in apology to complete the educational conversation. Such orders can no longer be tolerated. Now the boy plans to punish him for his words and actions. Assessing the situation soberly, Gustav also acted impolitely when he used the full force punch, which seems unfair. Now he is ready to continue what they started and is already ready to receive the first attack of the enemy. The words of the young master always sound very self-confident. Even now, death threats sound funny from his lips. But he does not have to wait for a long time. Each of his attacks was reflected without putting the effort of semi-rotation. This makes the master amaze, and Hannah cannot accept this slaughterhouse. The guy decided to arrange for himself a lesson of martial arts, and asks the enemy whether he does not start that droplets of water at high speed. He felt this from the first time when tea was used. It was not so much, but it feels that the car at high speed. And the second attack just appeared out of nowhere. He even wondered where they could get so many. But then he realized that it was a matter of moist air and dew, which are so easy to find everywhere. And this time the blow came harder, probably because of the distance. Sam understood this because he had a similar one in battle last night, so it was very easy for him. But compared to the others, Sam thinks Gustav is a complete wimp, which no one expected to hear. However, Sam's politeness does not occupy, and he apologizes for such an honest analysis of his battle technique. Abruptly, the goblin disappeared from the battlefield, leaving the master alone for a second. He did this in order to quickly turn around and get as close as possible to the enemy. As soon as he got closer, the young master directed his right hand at the monster, indicating that he was using a force control technique that he was very bad at due to his lack of practice. Using the acquired knowledge, Sam was skillfully bypassing this funny attack, and now he was going to strike. He did this mercilessly, and with all the malice he had towards this unpleasant personality, a sight unusual for the servants of this house. The girl did not understand why she was more surprised, such abilities of the newcomer, or what would await them all after the fight. Having caused enough pain to his opponent, he decided to mock him when he was already laughed at by life itself. But Hannah was surprised for some reason other than what was going on around her today. She understood that this was Sam's first encounter with magic, but he was so easily practiced with the attacks, and so easily understood that the enemy was reading his energy. And at the same moment, he was able to make the power greater simply by hiding the direction of his attack. After that, he immediately turned it in the other direction, hitting the opponent precisely. Of course, such a skill is generally possible. It is basic for strong monsters. Not only is it amazed that Sam became a monster 3 days ago, but that he was a man all 17 years. So what should have happened to him then? So that in 3 days he became such a strong monster. Mockingly, Sam constantly asks Gustav if he wants to add anything else, but he does not receive an answer. He invites him to finish this fight, because he did not make sense from the beginning. The only thing that Seven wants is the enemy's apology. Especially, he did not like the appeal to an innocent girl who, on the contrary, wanted the best. But the master is not used to being told what to do. He is not going to apologize for what he considers rubbish. It seemed to the monstra that Gustav had barely opened his mouth to apologize, but he was very mistaken. The treacherous fragment of ice was in the hand of a guy who looked like the last attempt to win. It was a plan to help distract the half-blood from the young master himself so that he could try to attack again. It was not possible to distract, but it was possible to win a chance for life because Sam does not yet know the further effect of this attack. He has time to reject Gustav like an unnecessary that he did not want to let in. Blood drops began to fall to the ground. It looks as if someone had a deep injury. Gustav possesses the fall water technique, which belongs to his clan. It allows you to control the nearest streams of water. With this technique, it is possible to change the pressure of water to different quantities, which is now happening with Sam, which has started to bleed for this reason. In this case, it was possible to use even the smallest drop of water to create sharp, like a blade, weapons. And magic can be used to introduce poison into the body. It can destroy vessels and organs in the monster's body. It's not a fact that this magic was strong, but the reaction in Sam's body quickly went away and the poison began to spread throughout his blood vessels. The poison was introduced on purpose. The loss of an arm or a leg is worth nothing to the monster, but the organs can take several days to recover. Gustav says that Sam is not very easy to understand how a person he has not worked. Now the calm yard looked very sad, and his whole space was filled with the master's words that Goblin was really a good opponent. But without his glorious goblins, he did not work out. So the merit in his second dominance was precisely in his blood. Hannah felt a sharp weakness when she saw what was happening to Sam now, and what fate might await him. Gustav is still struggling for the idea that he preaches from childhood that blood will never be a level of true monster, and today he will show it in practice. But his eyes were sharply rounded when he saw Goblin, who could still speak and still doubt the pure blood of the young man. Sam begins to be nervous from such a bad behavior and words of the opponent. So as soon as the regeneration ended from immediately returned to the case. Only now, Gustav began to understand with what force he contacted, and his facial expression dramatically changed grimace to more surprised. Now he has no choice except to try to continue to stay. The first thing he comes to mind now is to find a large source of water and use it to create a weapon. Its technique is called tank. It is complex because of the large lifting of water, which can occur from different reservoirs, the main amount. This technique is considered advanced because it can defy the laws of physics regarding pressure. The force of such a drop of water is much greater than it appears, and also in its action resembles a huge truck that travels at high speeds. Holding the club in his hands, Sam tried to figure out what he should do with it in this situation. He tries to focus on the future, not on what will happen to him now. The Goblin's club, when used correctly and with the right shape, can inflict many times more damage than it once did. He already met with such a duel with his best friend Juno. Now all the answers to Sam opening, and he realizes that this situation awaits him. It puts the power to cut in half this water ball that flies to it at high speed. And despite the fact that Juno is not with his friend now, he knows how to use the swordsman's gifts. He decides to invest all his strength in the sharpness of Dubinka. In addition, it was possible to get rid of the excess energy that was in it because of this technique. Today, he has become a hero not only for Hannah and other staff, but also for himself, because he has done something impossible and now a sharp goblin's spicy threat that seemed to be scanty. From the amount of water left after that trick, it was possible to create a new lake, but now this whole mass will simply flood the yard. Behind the shield that Gustav created, he did not at first see what happened outside his vision. The water began to part under one movement of his hand. And finally, the passage to the opponent opened. Such a picture before his eyes was the most unexpected of everything he wanted to see in his head. The half-destroyed guest house, knee-deep water, and Sam not being there. The master noticed the disappearance immediately, but could not understand exactly where he had gone. Sam was waiting for the enemy from the back. It is one of the most favorable positions in battle. Finally, Gustav guessed to look around and saw there the most unpleasant surprise for his life: a living and healthy goblin. He mocked his lines about regeneration and how Sam wouldn't be able to regenerate quickly, and gave him a choice of one of his hands. The choice was not voiced, so at the moment young Gustav was immediately left without two hands. Still, for him, as for a monster, it does not matter what to lose and in what quantity. Sam used it. The panic in the young man's eyes began to show more and more with each second as he tried to understand what had just happened. It might have seemed that he simply fell dead from fear, but completely intact. But unfortunately, this was not the case at all. After such a weighty argument, there was nothing left but to remember his own words and get on his knees. In front of Sam's eyes is his creation, which now did not look very promising. The boy continues to quote Gustav, and believes that he should not be in pain. After all, he is a real monster who is already used to this feeling. Too bad a half-breed will never be able to understand this. All these words as a knife in your back. Only in such situations do you learn to know this world as it really is. The last stroke was a slight kicking to prove its helplessness. An ordinary quiet day. It would seem that anything bad could happen in this peaceful place, where even violence is specifically forbidden. Now Gustav is not shaking from the pain or fear of loss of hands. The reason lies in another. His clan belongs to the Order of Divine Animals. This family rules many monsters and is blessed. Always in this family, the love of Gustav's youngest son remained unchanged. He is simply not accustomed to the fact that someone can be stronger than him. And with such psychological pressure, he was unknown at all. And as soon as Sam's hand reached out in Gustav's direction, his reaction was lightning fast. Cries for forgiveness filled the space. The young man cried out to nowhere just to be heard. Sam was also enough such a short-haired but very sincere apology. His finger is once again pointed at sweet Hannah, who didn't deserve to be called that way, and now Sam wants to see Gustav apologize to her. But even now, he continues to disgust her, and does not consider his level to apologize. Such a foolish reaction begins to remove the monster from itself, and it is surprised once again. But the obvious threats from Sam make it clear that he is able to continue the so-called education. Immediately after that, the master rose from the ground and ran to bow to the girl. Hannah did not think that he would ever see it directly in front of the same in real life. She did not understand what she was feeling from it, but was definitely surprised. In the end, he admitted his guilt. The last circle of hell was passed. Meanwhile, we are moved to Seoul itself and the boy's apartment, where an unknown guest began his search. From the door, a pleading voice is heard that asks for a glass of water and will not get it. Such ignoring of her request suggested that the young man is not at home now. Sarah does not understand how one could leave such a guest alone without saying it. The house of the ascending dark moon again returned to its usual rhythm of life, only now had the devastation and places of chaos, which he is not inherent in him. A good age man cannot understand how something so terrible could have happened to be for the first time in these 10 years. He turned out to be the head of the House of Cultivation of Humility named Alan. The boy in glasses apologizes for his cowardice, and the old man asks him not to apologize. Alan did not even suspect that the younger Gustav would bring so many problems of their home, and in addition, the servant is not obliged to entertain anyone who asks for it. The old man mentions Hannah and inquires about her health, as if she was injured, but the damage is not critical. She worries more about her guilt in this situation than for some minor wound. The guy in the glasses believes that she could really change something due to the magic of consumption. The girl may know the further deployment of situations, but how she could know that everything would end so quickly? Her absorption speed became greater, so it became possible to mirror the situation. The table is still filled with delicious dishes for tea and screamed about the hospitality of this house. At this time, Sam gradually forgot about past grievances, and his aggression was reduced to no. His merit was that he was able not to lose control of his own body as it was 3 days ago. Truth be told, the guy entered the courage a little from such filling with force, but all emotions and thoughts at that moment were him. Now all the strength he released with his emotions cooled, letting the young man let out a couple. And now, a long and boring reflection has fallen faster than he could think. According to Sam's reflection, this altercation was simply necessary, and it did not matter who started it and how it ended. And leaving the rude without hands was the most optimal solution. It was necessary to leave it without a source of energy, so he would have done no doubt now. But it was at that moment that he felt euphoria for being able to punish the enemy, fully leaving him without his hands. Turning into thinking, he did not even plan to reality when someone's voice asked to enter inside. Recognizing Hannah's silhouette at the door, the guy immediately dropped her. The girl did not look sick or crippled, more unhappy and now a tight feeling of guilt. Sam also knows that she was injured during the battle, so just in case she asks about it. She only confirms that the wound was quite frivolous and it will not take much time. The guy noted that the girl was spitting with blood after the impact. Sam realizes that it knows that this is not an easy injury. Suddenly, the girl fell to the ground and seemed to beg for Sam's forgiveness. For some reason, she was asking for forgiveness for losing control of herself. Immediately, the guy thought of the slaughterhouse, which he arranged with Gustav. So he began to reassure her and translated all the responsibility on himself. Hannah there at all. But the matter was completely different. She fails herself for giving him a black pill. In fact, the desired effect could be achieved with gold or silver, but knowing this, she gave him the black one. Sam still couldn't figure out what the trick was. Other than that, the black pearl was the most expensive of all. Hannah decides to start the story from the beginning, so she confesses that he is really semi-blood. Her mother was a monster, and her father was human. Such relationships were not uncommon and often resulted in marriage and children. Such children receive the genes of both parents at birth, which really puts them between a demon and a person. In most cases, semi-turning is born with the essence of life, so in other monsters they feel great, but they cannot have their own. Therefore, such monsters are difficult to live. They constantly feel the need, but cannot fulfill it. Because of this, such pills will also be selfless. They will only help you look like this monster may have energy, but in reality, it will not. That is why she was filled with a feeling of envy towards Sam, who now could not fully understand such injustice. Sam is unique in his own way, regardless of his family tree. His abilities are still equal to a pure-blooded monster. This trouble did not happen because it was profitable for her. She simply saw what she wanted so much. Therefore, finding no other way, they decided to play a joke on the young man by giving him an unsuitable pearl. She understands all the guilt that now rests on her. The act of deception for the seller can be equal to death. Hannah is not afraid to receive punishment. She will agree to any. The mature voice continued the girl's opinion, saying that every apology would all be guilty of the one who accepts them. Most likely, old Alan was an unexpected guest in this house today, so the girl was so surprised by his visit. Now he has come to make his sincere apologies. He still owns this house. The real head of the house asked the girl to end the so-called performance and go to entertain other guests who will soon come. Without losing the opportunity, Sam hastened to say that he did not keep evil on Hannah and asks no longer to worry because of this case. But if possible, he would be very pleased if the money for the Black Pearl returned to him, which everyone agreed to without any problems. Finally, this conflict was resolved, and now it was possible to breathe a sigh of relief. The girl is still blaming herself for such apologies, which were more like justification, but she is pleased that even Sam accepted and forgiven her. Sam doesn't see a big problem in all this. For him, it's a small misunderstanding that he resolved a few hours ago. But after such misunderstandings, Alan plans to name a small meeting of peace, with the consent of the young man, of course. The old owner tells Sam that he was dealing with the youngest son of the Divine Animal clan. Sam has already heard of this clan. He imagined them differently, with which Alan agrees and says that family members are generally forbidden. Gustav's dissatisfaction will not be a big problem for Sam, but his family can bring a few troubles in responsible moments. And so that the situation does not become worse due to silence, it will be necessary to organize a meeting where everyone will be able to listen to each other's opinion. Because of Alana's irresponsibility, two families are now at a disadvantage, so Sam has to go easy on his testimony, which he understands. Therefore, he simply decides that his presence is not required at this interview, nor is the resolution of the conflict. This answer is surprised by Alan, but Sam is not going to speak unless they come to him with a number of questions. The guy doesn't see his fault in this situation. He didn't start the carnage and generally spread bad words. The monster was doing what he had to. Therefore, to apologize will be Hannah and Gustav for his actions and for bringing the case to the altercation, but it was easier for him to simply take part in it. Alan believes that this clan should not be so underestimated. What Sam saw is not the full picture of the affairs of that family. It is clear that Sammy saw monsters many times scarier and stronger than today's hero, but he does not consider them pagans. But for the sake of the title of king, Sam Demon will have to overcome hundreds of more who are very interested in Alan. He says that few people scatter in such words, besides so confident. The old man understands that the young man should be more careful in his statements. After a second, Sam interrupts him and says that he can die because of this. He is already ready for such a result. He understood that saying this in front of Gustav was tantamount to disaster, so he decided to choose silence, which Alan liked very much. Sam is not even at ease from the thought that, in the worst case, such monsters will be able to walk freely around the world. The old man thinks it's a pretty brave decision. He's heard them so many times in his life that Sam only cemented his point of view. But Alan is not going to make fun of the young monster. On the contrary, he was even more interested in him. All this time, he considered him a poor person who simply did not like to become a monster, although in fact such conclusions were useless. From the era of another owner, his premonition did not rage as now. The old man got some secret object from his hidden parman and posted it on the table, which aroused interest in the boy. This is a so-called gift that guests are apologized. But Alan does not mean it, so he decides to paraphrase everything he has just said. The owner of the house is so interested in Sam that he wants to bet on him and invest in his future. Again, the guy's native house, apparently, has not had nothing wrong. Sammy spent the whole morning on business, so when he got home it was already time for dinner. Sarah immediately asks the question of where he was all this time, but he does not give the answer, except that he could not think about such a delay. But the blonde does not want to listen to excuses, and his absence was not so important. She has something more interesting. She's got some important information that Sam needs to know too. He did not expect such a surprise, but noticing the 40 on the hand of Sarah immediately decided that he was Selena, so he greeted her soap. But suddenly the bird flew to him and pecked the guy that was Strength. It turned out that Sammy confused Selena with a completely different magpie, which even had different feathers. Having heard enough, the bird decides to get out of here so as not to be offended even more. Selena is also 40, but she does not have white feathers. It is interesting that Sarah as a child is very upset, but it is not so important. More importantly, the bird may not be evil from such, but offended. Be that as it may, this bird was sent by Selena, who collected information all night that could help in work. Last month, many people have disappeared in the city, but there are areas where it was concentrated. Most likely these areas are hunting spots for monsters, and today, they will also go there and hunt intruders. But before that, Sarah asks to prepare something before they go there. Sam did not have time to betray because he was given some responsibility, as the slap received immediately. Sam will have to listen to a complaint that does not relate to Sarah and attitude. The girl does not like that Sam disappeared for so long, but did not bring her normal clothes, so she is forced to walk in his inexplicably dirty suit. Despite the fact that this is the most expensive tracksuit in his wardrobe, they have to go get new clothes for Sarah right away. Our main characters went on a long journey to the best department store in Seoul, which really looks gigantic. Sam is not very sure that this department store is the best, because if you walk in the provinces, you can find more. But Sarah is more surprised that people have built it without using magic. Despite the fact that the boy lived an ordinary human life for all 17 years, he rarely visited shopping centers and they caused quite a storm of emotions in him. He was not in them because he was curious. Just now, he is at the age when the appearance is the most important. His problem was stable. He did not buy his clothes because of the overweight. He was ashamed. It's obvious that Sam has now faced his worst enemy, so he looks tense. The guy invites the girl to choose everything that she will be interested in, and he will pay for her, as she wanted. If you say again the fact that Sam never went to buy his clothes, then for a second it may seem not true. Because of this, he did not understand a lot of things that seemed to all ordinary. For example, the average prices in modern clothing stores, which he did not even think about. The young people came to the center together, which gives people the impression that Sarah and Sam are a couple, and the counselors are truly delighted by the guy's generosity. While he was standing over the total account thinking that an extra zero had been added to it, the consultant could not help but admire Sarah. The girl chose a sporty style for herself, which greatly emphasizes her figure and character. She rates her first image as not bad, but is still interested in Sam's opinion. But looking at the sum of 5 million, he is more happy that he exchanged money. But Sarah also looks beautiful. The girl noticed that Sam did not choose anything for herself. She just seemed that he just put off all his clothes. The reason was different. He didn't have enough money for himself, but he didn't hold a grudge against Sarah. She still has a lot to learn in the human world, and if it wasn't for her, he wouldn't have this money. But suddenly, she says that wants to continue shopping. From such desires, he could not restrain his surprise. But she wanted the guy to choose something, but he would not walk all the time in one image. He was frightened by such an offer, because he still had not overcome the fear of new clothes. At that very moment, the girl remembered something. She asked him to extend his hands to her, 2 palms at once. While it is not clear what Sarah wants, the girl put something in his hands. It made sounds of something iron or gold. A pile of gold coins remained in Sam's hands, staring directly at him. She is not sure that 10 gold coins will be enough for a new trip for clothes, so she decides to ask the boy. It turns out that the girl also has enough money, and she is only for paying for him. She even allows herself to keep the change, if there is any. It can be considered a kind gesture of gratitude on her part. Sarah is ready for new adventures in the shopping center and his pile of clothing. If you look at Sam, he has not yet departed from that amount of money in his hands. A new giant haul with clothes hangers of different brands and styles. Each of the images was relatively simple, but on Sarah, they looked harmonious, and as if they were sewn from her parameters. Sam also liked this choice of a girl in her style. He constantly repeated himself in expressing his opinion about her beauty. But a note of doubt still remained in her. Despite the fact that she is a monster, she also remains an ordinary girl who wants to be sure of her beauty. Therefore, the constant compliments from the boy sounded as if he were indifferent to her choice. The punishment was instant. The shopping spree didn't seem too bad judging by the pile of clothes Sam now carries home, and he's pleasantly surprised. Parubak could not have thought that Sarah would immediately have such a good sense of style, considering her first day in the human world. It was easy to guess that the case was in selenium, which Sarah did not hide. The bird thinks that her girlfriend is interested in fashionable magazines from the world of people, so she brings them as a hotel. According to the girl, it is very annoying. However, the fact that she read all these magazines says a different attitude. The main characters started talking and Sam didn't even notice the people who were not meeting them, which is why they accidentally bumped into each other. The guy looked at those whom he faced until they apologized for this inconvenience. Apparently, the culprit's girlfriend did not let him finish and immediately dragged her on, probably somewhere in a hurry. Sarah decides to speak up about it and says that everyone has degraded, not just Sam. She realizes that the guy pushed the monster by accident, and the conflict resolved with one look and word. But in her opinion, Sam had to give the lesson to the rude. Not to kill him, of course. But it was good to expel it to even be afraid to look in the goblin's eyes. The guy lived in the ordinary world is enough not to have so-in-law principles. He is wildly from the method of Sarah to solve micro-conflicts. This is the different world of people and monsters. If this happened in that world, then the monster would be called the shame of the genus. And if others will know you in this way, then it will not be a problem for them and win in battle against you, no matter how strong you may be. Suddenly, she assumes that Sam and Gustav bowed after the fight, but how does she know about this fight? It turns out that as soon as the guy entered the apartment, she felt the smell of a dirty dog, which is difficult to confuse with others. From this, she concludes that if Sam defeated the youngest of the whole family, there would be no chance against the others. But the boy does not understand how she knows about this clan. Not that she was personally familiar with this family. She had once crossed paths with a member of the clan who was the brother of her acquaintance's sister. About 20 years ago, there were rumors about Sarah, which led to a quarrel between her and a person from this family who invented some kind of rivalry between them and started the massacre. Of course, she accepted the challenge. Why not? If you wonder if Sarah won, then the answer should be obvious. She torn the rival into pieces and told her not to fall into her eyes. Otherwise, it would be worse. Since then, she has not seen her, but according to Selena, she has constantly threatened Sari behind her back. But the point of her story was that if Sam wins, he must be confident of his victory. Due to the fact that the young man still thinks like a person, he cannot accept that if he confidently uses violence, then there will be less of it. Now that phrase sounds wild, especially in human realities, but Sam decides to listen. But besides that, he always had to be prepared for the fact that he would have to kill someone in this very city, which did not sound like a fictional situation, but quite real. The center is filled with people. Everyone has their own business, and everyone is in a hurry to get on them. We meet the same guy with his girlfriend who bumped into Sam. They are in a big hurry for some important event. The girl waited for a week to get there when the boy's hand screams from her grip. She does not understand why it became so easy to leave, so she's interested in his behavior when they are in a hurry. But behind her back she sees no one. The guys seem to fall everywhere. Panic appears in her eyes. She asks not to joke with her like that and to turn back. Some strange girl sits and probably misses boredom. For today, she already tasted 20 guys, who didn't seem so tasty, except for those who could at least fight, but it's still better to taste those who walk with them. Nervously drinking her coffee, the weirdo thinks to do next until she paid attention to something else. A little boy who stared at her with a very surprised look and does not look. She also decided to take this challenge and play this game with him. But something makes his eyes expand from fear as he watched the city crazy. All this time, she kept the glasses of the poor, which was eaten a few minutes ago, and her mouth was opened abnormally wide. For a child, such a sight is traumatic and will still be dreamed of in nightmares. After that, the monster girl continued to drink her delicious coffee and also enjoyed the sounds of screams of fear. Someone calls her a puppeteer, which now makes her pupils dilate in surprise. Behind her stood a man in glasses with a rather solid look. He wanted to talk to her. She knew him very well because they already had a contract where he hunted from above and she was left with the underground part. The guy is someone related to her by blood, but he says that they can't stay here anymore. This is the territory of other underground monsters who have already followed them. The girl proposes to give up. Still the main condition for their stay here not to fight with local monsters. But the guy paraphrases it and says that they simply do not have problems. The main thing is not to lift noise, and so you can all and even more. Relatives have been hunting this very spot for a month, but the local monsters have just now decided to go after their souls. She considers the local monsters to be a slazing if they are not able to protect their cattle behind their own fences. That is why he works only with his loved ones, so that he does not count the losses because of such risks. He asks the girl for help in killing 2 new monsters that have recently come to the mall. Accordingly, Sarah came here not only for the sake of clothes, but also one of the reasons was to hunt other people's monsters. It is in this department store that people disappear several times more than in other stores. During her shopping, Sarah scattered the seeds in the center that they could not get lost in the crowd. Even knowing that Sarah and Sam are in the center, they do not run, but on the contrary, sit still. Therefore, each of the parties decides to prove that this district, and if you take more, the city belongs to them. It remains only to find out who exactly. This building contains thousands of people every day, but not only because it is the most popular department store in the city. In addition to it, 3 branches of the subway intersect here, through which all these thousands of people pass, and also a bus terminal that connects Seoul with other regions. All these 3 elements together form the center of Seoul, through which tens of thousands of people pass every day. It is advantageous here to be wrapped here because if one of these 10,000 will disappear, no one will notice it. These criminals do not even need to turn off the cameras and make less noise. A bunch of people do everything for them. If someone notices the disappearance, it will not be a tragedy. They will think that they were just confused with someone or gave up. Sarah cannot be certain in this version, but judging by the traces of about 4 hunters, they divided the hunting areas so that everyone gets equally. It looks plausible. Sam scares such a large number of enemies about whom they know nothing. Maybe easier to make a divine court. This is one of the most optimal options, but there will be no carnage for its use, given that the enemies seem to provoke it themselves. They know exactly that Sam and Sarah are here, but they continue to stay as if they have an escape plan to come, if not 2 monsters come, but more. And they need to catch the aliens, so their escape will be equal to losing this battle. The only problem is people who will interfere with other monsters, because the main characters cannot simply violate the rules. Most likely, the enemies take advantage of such a helpless position and can attack all in the eyes of everyone. And on the other side, Sarah sees no more options. This entire area is unlikely to be empty, so we need to use what we have because the department store will close very soon. But after hearing that, Sarah understood that this was a really great chance. Even the staff didn't scare her anymore. A plan was born in her head, which seemed reliable, so nothing could stop her on the way to its implementation. Meanwhile, the roof of the department store took place, but they did not create noise. The girl unknown to us is waiting for some Arya, probably promising to come for a long time. A mysterious young man in glasses we are already familiar with says that she could not wait for the area. She did not want to get involved in this altercation. Arya turned out to be the same weirdo that did not want to spend her time on 2 monsters unnecessary. She loves a more peaceful rest and delicious food. Parabak tries to persuade her to go on this adventure. He is sure that there will be no problems. But Arya realizes that such a fight is a risk of 50 by 50%. She doesn't care about the young man's opinion. She herself has seen many people who could not be trusted this month. The boy took all this too close to his heart. He thought that she would hinder them in this battle. She just decided to be honest with him if in general, they no longer cross paths as colleagues. But she is not going to interfere. Now she just wants to find a new place to hunt. The young man's name is Raymond. She thanks him for everything, but now she is leaving his team. In the end, he decides to wish him success in his endeavors, which sounded even sly and mean. The girls did not love the area very much, and now one of them is ready to tear her head when she claims a little less that Ray feels weak about her. Ray himself calms the girls and says that the girl was not very strong, so the loss is insignificant. As it turns out, they think they are new to dealing with monsters, so they are so confident about their victory, maybe Arya could have known something. Therefore, after they have defeated their plan, Ray has already found a reliable shelter from the monsters who are stronger than them, and then they will continue to hunt in this place. Then they will simply continue to live, as well as to take people's lives and to eradicate from here other monsters, locals mainly. In any case, they have the same geographical advantage, thanks to which it will be possible to get lost in the crowd, and the opponents will not be able to use their strength to the full extent. The little monster assumes that everything has its limits, so their escape will be less profitable for those newbies than it will be for them to eat a few more people. For this reason, they should make the most of this place until they return to the continent. The girls are Barbara and Valerie. We will find out that 3 of them have been expelled from the family for an unknown reason, and he asks them to mention this shame. He promises them to return home with renewed strength, and when they do, no one will dare to doubt them anymore. The girls say that they will now become the main monsters of this center and the surrounding area. But Ray wants them to become kings of the monsters, not some neighborhood. Meanwhile, Sarah was already waiting for the result from her sinister plan. Suddenly, all 3 shudder from the unclear what, but it has tensed them. The power of the monster, which appeared from nowhere, engulfed the entire building. And immediately after that, he came the gentle voice of Sarah, quite loud. All the people who were heard there, who began to whisper them about late hour. The voice hummed to everyone to go home without hesitation. Such a gift is innate in Sarah. With the help of the monster's power, she only increases its effectiveness and obsessively gives orders to others. This effect will be even more effective if the difference in the power of the monsters is large enough and their distance is not far. From afar, such magic is difficult to use, but Sarah was able to ask other people's monsters for their incomplete composition. And in a moment, the beauty stood right in front of them, showing her authority and dominance over the flock of these monsters. Ray is frightening this trend. Just felt the girl's energy on the floor below, and now she stands in front of them. Sarah notices the foul smell she has smelled from them since the first minute she spent at the center. And now she even envies people for their blunted sense of smell. Such dubious compliments begin to drive Barbara out of her mind, which immediately forces her to utter a few impolite words. Reman recognizes such ordinary provocations and asks Barbar not to lead to this. He himself turns to Valor. He orders her to go down, which upsets her a bit. They were supposed to fight together. But the young man objects and says that it is necessary to catch both of them. So she has to go down to the other newcomer. He did not seem so strong to him, so she has to cope. Raymond's permission to eat that monster on his own immediately cheers Valerie up. She herself can't believe her luck. Without waiting for a signal, she immediately ran downstairs to her delicious piece of food. Sarah entertains the whole situation. She mocks her opponents, saying that they would be better asked to escape the girl, so they would save one life. Barbara also decides to threaten Sarah and asks her to worry about her own life. However, this situation cannot but doubt about its strength. Ray's confidence was shaken by the understanding that the opponent was really very strong, and a month ago Sarah could have absorbed them without any problems. But in the last month, they have kidnapped more than 1,000 people. With their uncertain inner voice, they both try to convince themselves of victory. Such opponents turn Sarah on even more, so she immediately begins the slaughter and takes a confident first step for this. She will suit them a true endurance test with their technique and the power of the monster. An empty supermarket feels completely different, especially under such circumstances. It still has several buyers who failed to get out because of some obstacle, like this grandmother, for example. Now the task of Sam was to withdraw this residue from the center for their safety, so he also did not go beyond his grandmother. Waking up from hypnosis, she tries to understand where she is, while the slender guy is interested in her condition. The monsters invented the reason for such a sudden disappearance of people. They were alarmed by the gas. So everyone was evacuated. The main entrance is still open, so you can leave through it. First of all, the old woman is interested in a child who is a little taller than her. Sam immediately understands that it is about her grandson. The little boy was just waiting for her to the floor below, asked Sam for help, and he came to pick up his grandmother. After sending the old woman to his grandson, Sam felt better. He believes that now they will be safe. Sam remembers Sarah's words that the magic might not have worked on anyone, so at best there were only a few people left, and now most likely no one. It was the blonde who appointed him to look for people who did not listen to the herd and stayed in the department store. The guy decides to check the whole building again, but he is interrupted by a girl's voice. He decided to immediately withdraw to a safer distance. The voice continues to complain that due to the boy's weak aura, she has not been able to find him for a very long time. Sam is ready to attack immediately, but the monster girl in front of him disrupts his plan. She suggests that they have never seen each other, which is very unusual for a blood monster. She admits that she came to absorb him, but she doesn't see much use in him, so she would like something else from him, which stuns Sam. The girl wants to communicate with him and confesses her sympathy for him. She likes such monsters that look like Sam. Valerie does not understand such bloodthirst styles from the sister and sister. She is already sure that after they become the kings of monsters, They will definitely not be hungry. The little one wants them to make friends. In any case, he will also feed people in 6 months. Such a pile of incomprehensible information makes the boy wonder. He never thought that he would ever come across such an unusual monster. But he is more interested in where the girl came from and how she got here. The situation with the grandmother turned out to be the most absurd because Valerie thought that it was a gift from Sam. She decided not to lose the opportunity and simply absorbed both immediately. The girl wanted to say that it was only now that some truth about Sam came to her mind. However, she didn't have time to finish her thought. Sam definitely wasn't interested in listening to her after such a brutal murder, so he immediately smears her face. The blow came strong and threw the girl at a very long distance. She must have fallen over to the lower floor and will have to go down to her for a checkup. Sam thought he had learned the truth about monsters a long time ago, but this incident proved otherwise. Monsters actually eat people, and it wasn't some terrible legend. To make sure of this, he had to see them all with his own eyes. In the past 3 days, he had met many different monsters and thought he had already fully understood who they were. Only that is why he now managed to fold the whole puzzle and realize the whole truth. He knew only about the danger that one monster could represent for another, but for people it is just a disaster. Valerie asks him to be less rude and express himself in a different way, not so aggressively. She chooses to turn a blind eye to this and says that he turned out to be quite strong and not as weak as she first thought. But he might prove quite tasty to her, so she doesn't mind a battle. For a guy, such adequate things from a monster become a real relief. Her vision focuses on every Sam movement, which allows her to track and understand the further plan of action. He rushes sharply to her. His legs were in a characteristic position, which testified to the next attack. Valerie tries to dodge Sam's blows. It saves her slightly from a new powerful offensive on her, and the guy again easily rejects her in the distance. Goblin decides to reassure himself that he is just hungry, not what he likes murder. A blow to every piece of body is a girl who does not even oppose one, but may simply not have that opportunity. The monsters put each other's footsteps, more like a game than a serious battle for death. A fully made and clean hall of a department store has never seen such chaos. Moreover, now when it remains completely destroyed and forever changed. Seeing a hole in the floor he made, he realized that Valerie had fallen there and went to her. The girl was still conscious and could calmly talk to the boy without any complications. Her appearance wanted the best. Valerie says that Sam made her a real smile, but in her words there is no sadness and frustration, on the contrary. Then her eye notices something very interesting and she cannot take her look away. Sam summoned a goblin club that Valerie had never seen in her life and didn't know existed. It is just unsurpassed for her. She has never seen that, but she realizes that it is a unique magic. The guy turned out not to be multilingual and briefly agreed with her hypothesis. After that, he encroached and expected that it was his last blow. The doubles flew in the right direction, and it seems Valerie now has no chance of a happy ending. But something is very scared and his eyes become surprisingly extended. In front of him stood the same madwoman, but now she was whole and many times stronger than before, if she could hold the baton effortlessly. The girl sharply pulled his arms, which instantly caused him to move. Sam couldn't understand where she got so much strength in a matter of seconds. At that time, Dubinka almost slipped out of the goblin's hands and almost went into her hands to Valor. She recovered and put the block in literally a second. It was so fast that Sammy didn't even notice a thing. He couldn't even believe it. The picture that unfolded before him forced him to stop and think about whether it is worth continuing this altercation. A strong flow of energy hit him directly. Thanks to his attentiveness, he managed to place the block. Now he will have to dodge the enemy's attacks and do it very strongly. Because Valerie has become like a real monster, not a monster, and her power has doubled. She threw her giant claw right at the boy to pull him close and deal damage. The sharp relief was embarrassed by the girl. She could not move her hand. Sam managed to navigate and intercepted her attack by leaving her on his shoulder. To stay alive, he tries to hold on to her as hard as possible to respond to such an attack. Gathering all the energy and strength in his hands, he again prepared to throw it with all his might. He managed to use this fighting technique, and all he had to do was wait for Valerie's answer. From behind the pile of dust and smoke, a small voice says that if he knew her true form now, he would have fled without even starting this slaughter. Valerie got out of the pile of dirt and showed her true self. She knows that this form looks terrible, but a face with a torso will be even worse. Such is her unique magic and nature. Sam is not at all confused by her appearance, but by the power behind it. The girl has a feature. Her real body smells like a corpse. She learned about it recently, and it is this smell that you can recognize this species. Her species was born to eat human flesh. Earlier in the hungry times, they could feed the dead bodies of warriors as a fall. But since then, they had badly treated, which led to extinction. People have always been useful for other monsters, but their monsters ate this meat, and therefore they were left without food. For this reason, most of this species died of starvation, and when others tried to illegally enter the world of people, the other monsters killed them. Valerie's parents were among those who accepted the attempt to enter the human world and fill their bellies, which Sam listens intently. But she does not miss her parents very much. She knew them badly. She is more offensive to her older brother and sister. And all this time they lived in the human world without being able to go out. The three of them survived in the human sewer without energy, even on the human shell, so their appearance was terrible even for them. Now she asks to pay attention to her appearance. Now she is sweet, beautiful, and not so much garbage from her, as well as a great joy for a girl to be outdoors under the sun, not in a sewer. For herself, she does not consider something bad to eat people. They did it 666 years ago and can do it now, and also after the next 6 months. She's angry with the new king for this strange law banning the human world. She doesn't want to lose her life because of him, and she's already lost a lot. For the first time in so long here, she has met a monster that she likes and she doesn't want to kill him because of this stupid law. Such monologues did not very much force Sam to regret. At first he says that he is not quite a monster and gives out his opposite opinion about the law. He wants him to act forever. He is tired of listening to this delusion and suggests that she just attack. He is not interested in listening anyway. This rudeness was very upset by Valerie. She was counting on understanding, but she was so aggressive. Therefore, in despair, she decided to listen to the young man and finally attack to keep anyone. Barely reflecting such attacks, he understood that this fight would seem more complicated than he would like. He realizes that if it is not its full strength and speed, then the chances of winning the battle closely do not remain. Considering the peculiarity of Sam, his development in 3 days went up very quickly. This happened because of the rush of problems and battles that tested him all this time. It is in this situation that the girl exceeds him many times in development and also learns in residence. The difference in force is very noticeable, but in Sam, so with every opponent, now he will constantly seem weaker. One of the floors of the building was knocked out in a cruel battle. In the background of this, the girl apologizes for the fact that she still hasn't adapted to her new strength and speed, which came very recently. There is one important fact that will be decisive today. This is the absorbed human flesh, which now helps Valeria easily deal with the goblin. For monsters, a person will be like a charming elixir that will give many pleasant bonuses and will have no side effects. During the month of absorbing people, Valerie received a large amount of strength and energy, which allowed her to become many times more powerful than Sam without realizing it. Most likely, the girl noticed the boy's confusion and offered to use some kind of spell while he was looking for the treasure. Valerie offers him exactly such a tactic of battle, where he will have an advantage in distance, and under such conditions he would be able to win. Unfortunately, Sam does not believe in himself as much as a girl, but you should try. The young man takes a new attempt to confront the enemy and win for himself time to think. The spell cannot be faster than his ordinary hand to hand fight, especially faster than Valor, but see what will change from... He should again be reflected from the attack and not be able to give some serious answer to it. The girl is already planning to see Sam and start a pleasant meal. She didn't even expect it to be so easy. It would be a nice surprise to know the boy's name before she devours him because he already looks bad. It was nice to meet him, but hunger and resentment are higher than sympathy. She is not against it. Sam's chance of survival depended on his style of battle. He may still have something to change. However, the fact that he has not got Goblin's Dubinko with a treasure was just his rate, whether he would be able to win without it. Now he captured the girl and considered winning, because he was at his peak in strength and energy as always. He just needed time. We come back a few hours ago when our characters were still sitting in a taxi on the way to the center. Sarah asks the guy about the fight with the black turtle, that is Castor, to which Sam answers quite truthfully, he just put a lot of power but did not get the result. Even despite their efforts, Castor always looked relaxed. Blondek immediately says that it is a losing tactic of battle. Castor's blood is thicker than water, and his ability to control it and this coolness makes it better with the best. Monsters who have been 300 years old, and maybe 500, not the fact that they can withstand him in battle. Sarah is already 500 too. Could that also include her in this rule about Castor? Such an encroachment on her power immediately revives the girl, so Sam must quickly justify himself to her. She is very self-confident and knows for sure that she is the best of all right now. Continuing the conversation about the battle with the black turtle, Sarah was interested in the way he had acted, reminding that the duel with her had to be several times more enjoyable. An old taxi driver listened to all this conversation about fights, techniques, and monsters, who already judging from all his life and cannot catch the meaning of their conversation. Castor wasn't shocked by Sam's abilities. He didn't seem to care that he was being asked if the black turtle moved. Due to Castor not being a physically oriented fighter, he had to remain motionless when Sam used his technique. Sorry becomes clear that Sam could not put a lesson, not because they had different levels in force. The case lies in something else. Magic does not make you more inaccessible than others. All monsters take damage equally. Again, the roof of the department store, which is no longer so quiet, and the atmosphere is filled with pain. Over time, Sarah began to understand why her hypotheses about winning became true. Ray does not look whole. Life, or Sarah, was well left well, and now it is difficult for him to speak. She knew that she won, but they were unusually strong, so she came in a last resort. The girl remained disappointed with this battle, but looking at Raymond, he misses much more. Sarah had expected her to use at least 4 tails, when 3 was already too many, but 2 would be enough here. Barbara was no longer standing on her feet and not even breathing. How hard this fight was for her. The girl decides to take advantage of the opportunity and arrange an interrogation. She wants to find out all the details about the other foreigners, where they all came from, and who is responsible for this. Ray does not plan to tell everything, so his mouth will remain on the castle to death. Fox has no idea how they got here and lived illegally for a whole month. Pretending that it was necessary, for her it is simply ridiculous. Sarah offers him cooperation if he wants to save his life, but such a framework only begins to anger him even more. To protect himself, his body acquires a real shell. It can be regarded as a refusal. Looking at all this, the girl was even a little surprised by such strength that came from Ray. But even this will not save him from Barbara's participation. It is believed that it will not be weaker than a Kai-level monster, if not more, so the 4th tail should be used. Remand puts all his strength in this attack, although to try to resist the girl's strength. Sarah summons the feet of the Supreme Demon, which already sounds like a synonym for death. They land directly on Ray with all their weight, probably even applying some force to it, because their main task is to crush the enemy. The boy's mutilated body fell on the floor with a heavy weight. The girl immediately knew that it would be like that. After all, his fighting style was primitive. Don't do anything with him. The result will be the same. Continuing her monologue, she says that power is not in its quantity, but in how you use it. A small bird on the shoulder, which appeared from an unknown source, confirms this. 40 notes the cool look of the blonde, still without revealing their person. It is not difficult to guess that this is Selena, who very much likes to watch the fight of others and manifest herself at the very end of it. In fact, the bird just flew in and Sarah's reaction to it seems kind of boring. Definitely not like Sam's. But if the girl reacted violently every time, then she would seem crazy. The Chanterelle noticed a bad look of a girlfriend and is interested in what happened to her for the night. She just didn't sleep all this time, but tried to find more information about these invasions in the world of monsters and people. Selena came to ask for help. Judging by her appearance, she really needed it. 40 did everything she could. She searched for information, transmitted various messages, and personally entertained any guests. The main purpose of this request was to enchant several people. Sarah does not mind, but wants to know about the guests. Selena had just begun her story when suddenly a loud roar was heard from the lower floors. The girl did not know that Sam was here, but Sarah told her and reassured her that he would be there. The news that Sam there is now fighting with someone one by one strains 40. Sarah knew what he was leading to. She understood that these monsters are quite strong. If he is lucky, he will stay alive. If not, the result is clear. It should not be forgotten that she still has to teach him, and how he would do it for the next 6 months without difficulties and stronger opponents. And if you look at this situation from the point of view of its kind, then all its existence should be related to the constant slaughterhouses for survival. He must fight in every battle for himself and for others. If Selena wants to forbid him, he will put a cross on him and his potential. Sarah sees no reason to worry about this. She says a strange phrase about the fact that blood is thicker than water and asks to wait. But everything was consistently painful for the boy. He continued to give in and try new battle tactics. Valerie could not understand how he regenerated so quickly and could go into battle again. She tries to hit him with her heavy hand, but he manages to block. He only decides to move away from this and increase the distance between them to get into a more confident position. Her attacks came to the point, and every time he just moved away from her. This time, something in his behavior changed, and his strength became greater and his look more confident. After all, he still stands after so many blows and does not plan to fall on the ground. The main mystery hid in the Hoblin Sirima, who has repeatedly saved Sam's life. Unlike the Esasirim Goblin Club available to few, the Kojin Goblin is born with basic fighting instincts. But the Goblin Sirim is not a simple combat technique. It is real magic. That is why these monsters are not known as the best fighters, but as the monsters against which the struggle is unselfish. Sam apologizes to Valerie for making this fight so long. He just wanted to try everything as soon as possible and not forget those feelings. Now he is ready to finish it all as soon as possible and offers Valeria. He realized that if you cannot neutralize the impact, you need to understand how to soften it. The girl had already grabbed him with 2 hands, and apparently, she was going to turn his neck. To some extent, Valerie helped him understand exactly how he should face in battle and what tactics he chooses. With one simple movement, she tries to turn his neck, which also uses one of her techniques. But something makes her stop. Her hands don't work anymore, and she can't move any further. Sam had to redirect the enemy's power to do his best work as a Sirim, so now he was holding the clawed girls and not letting them go. Another Sirima function was a pleasant bonus, in which the Euron can not only be reduced but also released at the point where the bodies touch each other. Goblin is called root, because, for example, a tree with a strong root is very difficult to break, as well as Goblin, which understood the rule of root. If he will stand firmly and confidently on his feet, thereby minimizing the damage received. Then he only increases the strength of the raw material and can go beyond its former limits. Only then will its power be seen in its full glory. Thanks to this, he was now able to push Valerie away with the strength he had felt a long time ago. Her body falls with great force to the floor, and with such success most likely overcomes several floors down. Several huge holes were formed on the ground, and it is not known how many there are. She flew through floor after floor in a matter of seconds, and herself did not understand how much more she had to overcome in order to stop. Sam didn't wait long and immediately jumped to her to check how she looked now. Valerie asks Sam for one service, probably already suicide. She asks herself until she died of physical injuries, her desire to meet death beautiful, not in a true form, caused by the rapid end of her vital forces. Unfortunately for her, Sam isn't going to finish her off so quickly, because he needs to take a deposition on every step they took on their way to Seoul in this department store, and to find out who could have helped them in this. Valerie is even a little disappointed that he leaves her alive for this very reason. But at the same time, she realizes that she wants too much. The noise behind him was very unexpected. He turned to the first rustle, which caught his hearing. More than anything, it was something that could have been dangerous for him if he jumped into battle right away. Meanwhile, Selena continued to talk about the guests. In fact, it turned out that some of the foreigners came from the mainland kingdom. Their authorities learned about it and took all responsibility for them. The mainland was sent help. Something like a help with a feeling of guilt, Sarah does not see anything wrong, and vice versa. I would like to get acquainted with new monsters. The nuance turned out to be that they sent monsters who have a status in the world of monsters, and because of that, they were superior, with whom it is difficult to find a common language. The fox does not understand what kind of monster with a reputation it must be to behave so arrogantly, unless it is one that has been awakened from a 1,000-year hibernation. Everything turned out to be easier. It was a descendant of the great kind, which had already come. She is said to be very strong and majestic indeed, and the granddaughter of great monsters. The girl looks quite solid and really as if he had been sent from another continent. Sam noticed that her first attack was not directed to him, which could mean her peaceful mood, so he decides to say hello and say that he is hunting for a foreign monsters here. But the superiority immediately showed herself. She immediately realized that Sam was not a purebred monster, so she decided not to count with his opinion. The guy heard an accent that is atypical for the Korean peninsula, so he concluded that she was a foreigner. The mysterious guest begins to threaten Sam with her powers and says that she will not give him a second chance to survive. To use her technique, she has to sacrifice her hair on her head. The girl calls Valerie a sinner and asks Sam to move away if he wants to stay alive. With one breath, she blows the hair and sets her the direction in which she should fly. Sam did not plan to move. He could only stand silently and wait for the near future. When the hair got the destination, there was an explosion in which there was a guy in addition to Valor. She hoped that this spell alone would be enough to put Sam down and destroy the girl next to her. But the young man turned out to be more resilient and stronger than expected. However, the realization that if it had happened 30 ago, he would have died of this attack immediately. He perfectly defended this strong spell and did not even reach out. However, for such a young monster, such heavy shocks are very hard to bear. According to him, He will no longer be able to withstand such a blow, so you need to think about something else, not just a block. The guest really didn't like such rudeness on his part, so now even evasion will not help. The newly plucked hair is again preparing for the battle, or rather, its end. This monster art is called Cruel God's Sharp Rush. Its effect is only destruction and noise. The stranger suddenly noticed a strange movement behind her. A demon's fist appeared behind her out of nowhere. They just had time to look at it when the next thing happened. He struck her and continued his movement further. He headed towards Sam. Several unrelated events had just happened before the boy's eyes, which did not surprise him so much anymore. And he used this chance to gain strength, because the wall from the Demon King's giant hand carefully blocked his path to other monsters that were dangerous for him. His savior turned out to be Sarah, who heard too strange a noise and decided to check what was happening, and she was not happy with such a circus. Only now she is interested in the person of the mysterious guest, who did not have time to cross the threshold and began to restore order. The Chanterelle immediately realized that it was the same assistant from China, who does nothing but harm. Sarah is trying to get at least some explanation of the situation out of her, so she uses crude comparisons in her manner. But the threat was definitely superfluous, which even put a stranger in a stupor and really offended. The blonde, like a true educator and guardian, questioned Sam about the injuries he received. He was wounded, but not badly, so the Regeneration will quickly cope with this task. She did not ask the cause of the conflict. Sarah immediately decided that it was again what it is difficult to believe. She has already found an answer for herself. Even Sam didn't know this answer, so he himself became curious to find out the real reason for his constant conflicts in every place he goes. Sam is just special and everything was said. But Sarah had to return to a new girl who started creating problems unclear why. The assistant did not want to get to the peninsula at all, but her expectations did not meet themselves, and in fact it is even worse. For her, no one here has understood the problem adequately. She does not understand how it is possible to tolerate working alongside people like them. Sarah doesn't like the audacity of her opponent's words. She is ready to change her opinion about it with just her words. And at the same time, she is ready to use one of the techniques. All this time, the seven stood behind the blondes and could not understand where this unreasonable conflict came from here. Two ladies were already ready and all were waiting for who would start the fight first. They were clearly opposite each other. In just a second, there will be a big explosion of energy here, which will be caused by all the aggression and hatred that has settled in the atmosphere. Sam wanted to try to stop this inferno, but a small voice did it before. Behind was Selena, who did not like what was happening right now, but she immediately understood who the first hinted at the battle, so the first wave of reproach went to Sarah. Selena is angry with such disrespect even with such a guest. She knows the difficult nature of her girlfriend and her lifestyle, in which she beats instead of breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The bird understands that if something goes wrong, Sarah will have to take all the responsibility, which she, most likely, is not capable of. Selena then switched to a guest named Samantha. She also broke the rules with such aggressive behavior. She was sent to help, not cause more trouble. It was easy to guess that Samantha was the first to use magic against Sam. Moreover, this duel took place without the intervention of a magistrate, which immediately becomes a violation of the rules. Selena herself just carries the will of the magistrate, and now she does not dare to do what she has. She will put it in the main court with an accurate description of the situation. Sarah interrupts this lecture and decides to refer to this conversation, which was quite expected, but no one knew what she would say now. Turning to Selena, she says that not every monster needs a magistrate and is interested in it. In fact, the bird does a very difficult job in the world of monsters. Others in days could not stay on it. She works with different monsters every day, which can be especially dangerous after hearing bad news from Selena's lips. And at the same time, she stands proudly and is not afraid to look them in the eye. Her job is to follow justice, no matter how strong and dangerous the enemy is. Samantha immediately changed her mind and took the girl's words with understanding. Maybe she really got a little excited when she started attacking. She is not going to prove something to two friends. For her, it is fruitless and exhausting work. To clarify the situation, she asked not to interfere in her affairs here. She has her own methods of killing sinners who broke the law. But the mention of Sarah in this phrase was especially annoyed, and she barely held her threats with her again. Selena tried so long in order to put up in the situation that Sarah became worse from such words. Whatever the conclusion remains one, the operation to destroy the violators was successful and the territory is now clean. Despite the chaos around, according to the bird, Sam did a good job. Now it will be peaceful. The young man just now realized that there are many such places in Seoul, and he would like to do something about it. But it turns out that he was not the only one on the hunt today. Trusted monsters were also allocated special areas. Trusted monsters were also, of course, such work is not easy, but Selena hopes that today most of the strangers will be caught. Sarah is interested in how many of these working monsters have already been in the world of people. But it turned out that the people themselves participated in the clearing of the city. The contact did not work completely, but they managed to divide the zones. To the river Han, the territory of the monsters. And in the north, people had already organized their hunt. Sam immediately understood that it was about shamans, dark night, forest. It seems that everything should be calm here. But if you walk a little further, you can see a person we already know. We see a young guy in a mask, by which you can recognize Yuno, who also had a rough night today. A woman's voice broke the silence that Yuno had been waiting for so long. Gina did not understand why the guy went into battle alone. By law, he could take her or 10 other helpers. The young man is not very interested in helping. He knows that there are already enough people to clean up, and others will also interfere with him. Gina is not interested in such excuses. She says that he would take someone better, because one of the responsibilities of shaman is a teamwork. But Juno never asked her as a shaman, so now he wants to be heard. It turns out that Gina controls the guy's every step. Because of this, he may not do something even out of spite. It would be many times easier for him without her chatter. Now she does not see him with a real shaman. He is too indifferent to everyone, but noticing the size of the monster he had just overcome, she could not but notice such dimensions of the monster. Gina immediately thought that this monster was a key class, which turned out to be true. In his group, this monster was average. The leaders look different, but it doesn't change anything for him. The leader was the size of the Namsan Tower we were shown from the beginning. Gina is surprised by Yuno's phenomenal growth. He alone has defeated about 10 such Kai monsters. Although he has little experience, he looks the most promising of his family. Yuno was a genius who reached Zen at such an early age. Now he is wondering what he should do next according to the plan, whether he should report his result to someone. According to the plan, the young man now has to go down and put everything to the chief commissioner who is already waiting. But the guy is so tired that he offers to go tomorrow. Gina forbids him to do so, and says that he will have to go down and do it anyway, because Seoul has been turned upside down today. When their work is done, the ordinary people should know what to expect. Even 100% control of the media is not a fact that will help cover the tracks, so Yuno assumes that all these ruins will be pushed to North Korea. In the course of dialogue, Gina says that people should be forced to believe this news, otherwise the other news will displace their truth. Yuno understood his friend and did not attach much importance to fatigue. In any case, it is the weekend, and he will have time to sleep. Suddenly, Gina says that tomorrow in the 7th morning the guy should come to the airport. She just learned about it from the elder, to which the young man reacts sharply negatively. Why so early? It turns out to be a famous Japanese family who asked 2 people. But Gina knows nothing about Japan except for anime. The young shaman does not understand why he was chosen for this one. However, the girl says it is to coincide the levels of force. That is why the children of the head of the family will be waiting for Young and colleague at the airport tomorrow at 7 in the morning. Indeed, in the morning they had already set foot on a new land and everything here seemed unreal to them, and the air was different. Children are traveling overseas for the first time and they need to try not to be so wild and be easy. The young boy and the girl, apparently brother and sisters, hope to get the best impression of the Korean peninsula. In the early hour, the airport inspires peace and a thirst for new adventures. At the same moment, the translator's voice is heard from him. Juno and Gina are already waiting for the guests. The guy himself tried to deal with translators in Japanese words, so as not to be desolate before strangers. The young man does not understand how their father could allow a business trip to such a long distance. Moreover, shamans and so-called omeji have never worked together. Gina knows about this case. He happened during the Japanese colonial period. Then, under the supervision of the Governor General, 2 omeji arrived in Busan, who later worked together with shamans and, judging by the records, engaged in exorcism in Seoul and the same Busan. In the end, they managed to capture the supernatural creature that made a big fuss about it, Gina continued. But there were some problems with the process. The atmosphere during work was not very pleasant, especially the tension between one couple. The conflict had gone so far that one was ready to kill the other, and the damage they received from this carnage was many times greater than the one they received during the exorcism. According to Gina, such a result was expected. The principles of shamans and omeji are too different for working together. Therefore, the girl asks Young to be careful. These children definitely have no bad intentions, but misunderstandings will ever occur. Looking at all this, The guy just decided that if he did not suit him, he would just leave there without any difficulty. After walking a little through the airport, they finally found new cleaning colleagues. Gina remembers that she and Yuno used to send their photos, so they probably also know what their guides to the world of Korea look like. The guy had a little informal look that he was standing out of the crowd. He bent his eyebrows immediately as he saw Young and Jin. Seeing the brother and sister, they both came to the same conclusion. They look so-so, probably by Korean standards. The Japanese did not waste time and immediately boldly moved to meet the shamans. And when the stranger was approaching, in the eyes of the young between them, there was an invisible wall of misunderstandings and tension. It seemed that he was afraid of him. For some inexplicable reason, he began to worry a lot and only thought about the need to remain calm. But it did not seem to the Japanese. He bowed calmly to the young man and congratulated. The reception turned out to be quite warm. Young did not even understand what kind of kindness, as it turned out, that he was now thanked for the service and he met the guests. His name Kieran. He is 16 years old, but in the Korean system 17, and he kindly asks to look after them as they are in a foreign country. The question of the Korean language has become relevant. Fortunately, Kieran has studied it since high school, so he knows the language quite well. However, his sister speaks Korean even better, so while holding Yuno's hand, he calls out to the girl in his native language. Judging by her rather indifferent appearance, not only to them, but to everything, she did not plan to enter into a dialogue and get to know each other. A lonely hello sounded from her lips, and she continued to sit on the phone as she had done before. Her brother expected such a reaction, but to be so small, he did not guess. His sister is Kira's name. She is not very strong in social interactions, but because of this, she does not get worse, and the girl is older than him for 2 years. Looking at his brother and his sister, Juno decided not to judge the cover and continue his acquaintance on, because they risk several times more than he with Gina. After collecting things, they went to their new home. They rented a hotel in the center of Seoul. Gina was caught about other options, so if the Japanese guests do not like the hotel room, then they have to say it. Kieran is not at all against any conditions because they found out about their visit at the last moment and there is nothing to complain about. He is grateful that they found at least something for them. Jin's only look at Juno that it was time to start a dialogue more seriously than this one. Therefore, perfectly understanding the hint, he is interested in the purpose of the teenager's visit. He heard that it is a business trip, but he does not know his specific goal, so he makes several assumptions that hinted at the situation with monsters in Seoul. Yuno thinks it would be better to make up his mind right now than to have a misunderstanding later, he asked bluntly, of course. But it's better than prolonging this pleasure. Kieran wondered if he should answer the shaman's question. But he immediately gave up and told that a monster from Japan had escaped here, so they need to investigate. From these words, Kira immediately revived, and maybe even resented such frankness of her brother. She wanted to object to her brother, but he cut her off saying that there shouldn't be any problems. In his opinion, he is doing the right thing by telling this information. The truth only makes cooperation stronger and cleaner. Such information about another monster embarrasses Juno. He did not expect to hear that, so he immediately asks about the monster class and worries that it was not a spirit. Kieran rejects this version and decides to tell about the Japanese types into which their monsters are divided. There are only 4 of them. The first are demonic beasts. These are animals that lived so long that they gained intelligence and strength, becoming monsters. The following were vindictive spirits, were monsters who received their supernatural forces because of some insult or painful affection. Third were Zukagami, bruises of old objects. For some reason, they are also called monsters. The fourth type was characterized by its name, because the monsters, which are called spirits. And among all these classes, there was one exception, hearing about which Yuno and Gina were alarmed. Kieran began to talk about the dark gods, about which the Korean peninsula already knew basic information. Such monsters do not fall under any categories because they were made of void. No one still knows where they come from, but there is a hypothesis that their birth is caused by the fears and experiences of all living things, monsters and people. Their main feature is not only the way they appear, but also the fact that there cannot be several monsters at the same time. There has always been only one, and after its extinction, a new one will be born after several 100,000 years. Of course, everyone's form and features differed, but his thirst for growth and development always remained, which gave Gina a bad feeling. If the records are to be believed, then they are intelligent from their very birth and constantly grow due to the desire to devour everything, which is scary even for ordinary monsters. In the past, these dark gods were so feared that monsters and humans even joined forces against him. Kieran and other great people in Japan still do not know what kind of god this is. They are not even sure about his position in Korea. But thanks to the divine timing on this occasion, they already know for sure that the dark god has been born and is moving towards the west. While they were talking about the pressing issues, the time passed quickly and they had already reached their destination. Before the guests left, Yuno warned them that they would be contacted in the evening. Having glanced by the Japanese, Gina is interested in the opinion of a colleague about the whole situation, but now he doesn't think anything about it. He wants to help the strangers as much as he can, but he will have to tell his father about it, because if all this is true, then the problem will turn out to be much deeper than they thought. Here it is impossible to perceive this information in any other way. The question is now right in front of our eyes, and the answer to it will not be found for a very long time. When he struggled with the monsters last night, he thought, and whether everyone was standing behind them. From his observations, each of them became stronger due to eating people. But no one understood how to properly use this power, meaning that if everyone else was the same, then their destruction would be a matter of time. All these sacrifices simply didn't make sense unless you thought about the reason, but as he dug deeper, he began to wonder about their purpose. If so determined, it is possible to fill the streets with weak monsters in order to distract from more global problems. Gina didn't even think about it. She was counting on a big night cleaning that should make all the territories perfectly clean. But if there is a dark god among the monsters, then it's even scary. The only question is that dark gods from other countries can also be involved in this chaos, which sounds like an instant death from Young. He came to this conclusion due to the fact that there are now monsters from completely different parts of the world in Seoul. These are mainly China and Japan, but you can also meet them from other countries, so their dark gods are not an exception if they have already appeared in Japan. But even for such theorists as they are too much, so it is easier to say that they are in vain now worried and twisting. It is also not necessary to relax. If the dark gods of other regions have been able to develop very much since this time, then the matter will be problematic. In that case, they will be very different from normal monsters, especially from the ones they are dealing with now. And there is even a strong possibility that the masters of the yin and yang level have come to Seoul to try to hunt down these gods as well. However, observing the peaceful life of Koreans now, which still seems carefree and sufficiently measured, one wants to believe that these are only one's own experiences and they do not justify themselves. Meanwhile, we are transported under Mount Moya, which is located in Seoul. We are met by Sam, who has changed his usual image to a more serious one. Now he tells about this mountain to his interlocutor and says that there is always little people here. But even such conditions suit Sarah. A few people are not a whole department store where you definitely shouldn't shine with your abilities. Fortunately, the number of people here is easily regulated, so there is nothing to fear, which is a real relief. Suddenly, the atmosphere of fun disappears. Sarah suddenly falls silent and looks carefully at Sam, who was already bursting with awkward laughter. The girl noticed the boy's tired eyes, so she decided that he was awake because of those two dead people in the department store, which abruptly makes Sam fall silent. She looks at the situation in which Sam blames himself for these two deaths, but the only one who has to blame himself here is Sarah herself, who, due to her little experience with this magic, did not give it well. He did not get it better than this. He is tormented by the thoughts that he did not inflict anything against it, but simply released a defenseless grandmother into the world. It was for this reason that they came here to solve the problem of guilt due to such situations that will repeat again. From this day, she decided to teach him at the first opportunity, because it was for this purpose that they were fate. Obviously, his skill will not be as strong as it, but to study a few basic ones, which will be able to save him life in emergency situations. Therefore, from this second, it must be assembled and be ready to gain new knowledge and bruises, which is fully configured. Unexpectedly, before that, the girl quickly decided to approach him abnormally quickly, not even for an attack. She had a completely different goal. Sam cannot resist and fall freely, not realizing what had just happened. Sarah noticed this and cautiously picks up the guy so that he does not fall, but hold on to him. For some reason, her words were already ordinary noise for him. He could not recover from such sharp changes in their position, but Sarah asks not to lose attention. This position suits the girl no matter what she was going to do next, but it suited her. Now she asked the boy not to worry and relax because now everything will end quickly. The aroma of unknown flowers and a touch of peaches struck her nose. Judging by all this smell emitted Sarah. Sam felt a sea of emotions which he did not even know, and his heart was beaten like a jogging. He was familiar to him. The girl was a centimeter from him. Her intentions were unclear, but the feelings she gave were simply indescribable. Out of fear, Sam closed his eyes tightly, waiting for further actions from Sarah. But nothing happened. And when he opened them, His familiar feelings filled his body. The locality he has already seen and recognized this landscape was not a problem for him. In an attempt to understand the reality or illusions, Sarah preceded him and immediately warned that it was a false world. This place is based on his thoughts and life. Everything he breathes and thinks about is gathered here. It can be called the hinterland of his consciousness. Such circumstances were very facilitated by the task. But what is with Sarah? Whether it is real? Yes, the girl is real, and she even has a special task for the guy in his subconscious. One of the unique spells of the foxes, as we have already understood, is the violet whisper. It is through the senses that it introduces the brain into the state of trance. Such a whisper may make you forget about some information or direct some simple actions that we have already seen, as well as call auditory and visual hallucinations. But the time now Sarah used a little harder than the usual whisper. She united their consciousness, and now they are in this place together. Speaking in ordinary words, Sarah simply came to him in consciousness. Usually she has no reason to do this. However, she is even interested in her studies now, so she decided not to lower her opportunity. The progress behind her back began to manifest a mysterious silhouette, apparently the same surprise, which still looks quite ominous. Over time, his outlines became recognizable even from afar, and now he could move. He walks towards Sam with a confident step, his body almost shaped and looking as fit as Sam's. Such a gift evokes mixed emotions in Sam. It is not clear how happy he is about it, but he is definitely surprised. In front of him stood an exact copy of himself, but seemingly less attuned to contact, and now Sam had to face himself. This copy was created thanks to Sam's memory. Apparently, this image had a great effect on the boy. Also, she added a little of her memories and the events that Sam experienced at that moment. So the copy should be of very high quality. Sarah thinks that Sam must even be interested in competing with this guy, but he can't be sure. An important detail of this clone is his strength of the monster, which can be equated with the same first battle of the main characters. Calling a table with different sweets, she continued to tell you that the power of this copy was already on the verge. The clone didn't even wait for some sign that it was possible to start. He just went into battle with all his might as thoughtlessly as then. The speed of his movement was extraordinary because of his state of emergency. It was difficult to even notice when he had time to get up so quickly. And he was already within a millimeter of the real Sam himself, who does not yet know how to properly confront himself. The blows of the clone should be heavy even without applying forces on his side, so this young man needs to be careful. Sarah says that even without the power of the monster and other charms, the guy, who was fighting with her then, was quite strong. Sam himself was shocked by the power of his clone. He had no idea that he was exactly like that at the time. The copy behaved quite aggressively and was not endowed with intelligence, at least because Sam could not control his body then either. He paid attention to the clone's change in position and even guessed what it would do now. Therefore, thanks to this, he managed to put a new block and avoid 1,000 strong blows from himself. The surprise grew up by itself. He did not believe his own power. He already had something to compare with, remembering Valerie. He understood that now his copy had exceeded her in everything. But while he was comparing him and Valerie, during this time the other Sam managed to quickly change his position. A strong blow came across the boy's jaw. He could not even counteract. At this time, Sarah was drinking tea peacefully and acted as a commentator, and explained some of the moments that arose during the battle. She has repeatedly said that both of them had a talent. Truth be told, that if she was also a monster that uses her body directly, it would be harder for her to develop it. But such comment cannot be displayed, especially when you just got a jaw from yourself and do not even know what to do with it. Sam gradually began to understand why he had won all this time. It was the talent of the fighting instinct that often saved him. Sarah also knew this very well. However, what is the point of this talent if your opponent is stronger and there is almost no chance of winning? After a short distance, he plunged into thinking about his survival in this situation. Even when the real Sam put all his strength into his blows, there was no bruise or scratch left on the clone. No matter how much he thinks about it, but the answer seems to be more and more than to understand such a tide of power at that moment. Sarah suddenly noticed a change in the battle. It got her very interested and fixed her gaze on what was happening in front of her now. Sam got into a fighting stance and takes a new attempt to win the battle against himself. Seeing the readiness of the enemy, the clone also returned to the slaughterhouse as quickly as possible. He sharply realized that all these tactics he used were formed thanks to the young man who stood in front of him. Even when he first got Goblin's Dubinka, he was able to change her shape without unnecessary questions, but thanks to phenomenal memory, he then was able to recreate the same techniques. Therefore, the idea came to the head just to repeat after his clone. He may be able to do what he is. A second later, He received a heavy blow to himself, which hit the spot. A copy for a second stopped from the unexpected movement of the real Sam. He used the same land control. Sam tried to reduce all the Euron by transferring it to the ground, but in the clone it turned out at times better. He does it so much better that the power of the monsters didn't even play a role in this fight anymore, but Sammy takes the first steps and can already restrain the enemy. It is not the fact that he will quickly catch up with his copy, but it is worth trying and there is nowhere. But now he even managed to throw the enemy with all his strength to a sufficiently high height. He used this method for a reason, because now he stood with the Goblin Club and waited for the moment. It seems that the young man found a way to compare their chances of winning. His sinister plan was that at a height, his clone would not be able to use the power of the earth and would be defenseless. Waiting, he skillfully changed the shape of the barrel and threw it directly to the opponent, who was still in the air. Sarah decided to do more interesting things for herself, missing the most interesting. Her attention was drawn to Sam's happy voice as he approached her with a smile on his face, which made her smile as well. Sam had already decided that he had won, and was bragging about a new tactic in which he simply understood his own weaknesses and used them to his advantage. The girl was usually praised but looked too satisfied, which caused suspicion of some trick. Sarah says he did a really good job, but the two of them have to admit it. Sam still hasn't figured out who he's talking about. So she mockingly asked him to turn back. The boy slowly looked away, clearly not wanting to know what was waiting for him there now. This beast went to him with a giant goblin's giant, which was even difficult to look at. The copy clearly felt no heaviness when carrying this weapon. On the contrary, there was nothing but the desire to destroy in its gaze. Sarah comforted the boy by saying that his clone had taken him for a real enemy and decided to honor him with his club. But Sam didn't care about her words anymore. He couldn't take his eyes off of such a big club, which displaced all his chances of victory. You can't go against such an argument. It was really strong, and it seems that he didn't even want to run away. For a second, he let his gaze drift to his own murder weapon to compare the ratio. Now in his hands, she looked lonely and sad. It was possible to mention the danger there. It was the first time he decided to say the last words, and this time, he found such a duel dishonest. A powerful roar walked all over Sam's subconscious. Such a murder car could not leave a living place. Indeed, it was immediately clear that now Sammy would definitely not be able to stand up and fight further. Nothing could save him here. And maybe he himself did not see the meaning of salvation, but the fact that he had just been not very joyful. Opening his eyes, he found himself in his native soul in the same forest, but the position remained the same. Sarah even praises the boy for holding on for a minute longer and allowing himself to not be killed immediately, but to try to do something against his copy. The victory was definitely not in the girl's plans. She would have a tale of 5, if not more. Sam wonders how many tales Sarah would have to use to defeat a conscious Sam. That is, now. She thought for a bit and decided that 2 would be too little, and maybe 3 would be enough, but 4 tales should be perfect. Information that with each tale is increased by 2 very much pull in Sam, because most monsters Sarah can absorb with 1 tale. The dialogue was interrupted by the unclear reproach of Sarah towards the bushes. She accused someone of following them. A familiar voice asked for such a visit. The girl was afraid to interfere. In front of them stood Hannah, as always beautiful and polite. She came just to look, not more. Sarah didn't know that Sam knew this girl, but then he told her how they met. It turns out that last time she signed a treaty with the leader, and now as an advance for him she brought Seamus the things that the same leader prepared. Probably Alan. The girl brought the best treasures in the form of clothes for Master Sam.
Yesterday, Alan clarified that his words about investment sound too abstract for him, but in fact everything is very simple. He just wants to help a respected buyer win at the festival, then he can. And even extremely rare goods will include their support, the availability of which they have most buyers, and do not suspect. In addition, they are ready to offer various services, which include the presentation of all the information available to them. But Sam always seemed that such proposals were put forward after all kinds of risks were calculated. To drink if he becomes the king of Yokaev, they obviously will expect something from him in return, something important for them. It was by itself, and there is no point in roundabout explanations, so the man decided to speak directly, not concealing anything. They do not expect anything from him, at least for now, but everything can change. After which Alan laughed. However, the guy correctly noticed what a unilateral transaction is difficult to call an investment so far. But to be extremely honest, he is not the only buyer in whom he invests the house of the ascending dark moon. And their house is not the only organization supporting the participants of the festival. There are a great many of them. They understand that they are not strong enough to claim victory, but they would like to get the mercy of the future king. Although it costs them considerable effort, they try to choose the most promising candidates. The guy replied that now a lot became clear to him, but he was interested in those who were unhappy with this approach. The man nodded his head at this, saying that there are also such. However, they do not create any special problems for them. After all, most of such conflicts are resolved by themselves, and there were an incredible set of examples. Initially, they planned to invest in the youngest son of the Hatha clan, and they thought that his location was worth it. After all, he, being a native of the clan of divine animals, seemed a very worthy and promising candidate. However, a respected buyer himself convinced them that he did not deserve such an attitude, and Sam was chosen instead. Everyone who believes that they deserve rewards on their part can easily prove this, but not everyone can. In the course of such confrontations, weaknesses will be eliminated. Only those who are worthy to claim the title of King Yokaev will remain. When the guy reaches this stage, they will be able to discuss with him volumes and conditions of further investment and other details. And until then, he can simply consider their support with a gesture of goodwill, which will help him achieve considerable heights. Sometime later, he examined his new form, saying that it is incredible and very unusual. Although he threw it right over his clothes, he does not feel any discomfort, as if they were sewn specifically for him. Sarah replied that these properties are inherent in all robes of Yokaev's treasures. Besides, such clothes are not necessary to wear on themselves all the time. He can simply materialize it when he needs it, and for this, there is a special spell that Hannah shows him. The guy repeated the movement with his hands, carefully considering the position of his fingers, after which he gave the command to remove. His clothes immediately began to disappear, as if moving another space, because of which she made Sam scream. He immediately began to change the commands from putting on to take off, and at the same time, the irritated Sarah was watching him. She was tired of it, and she decided to ask the guy that he decided to have fun, while Khan thought that Sarah was a nine-tailed fox. Despite the fact that she received many offers from various organizations, she rejected them all. While she was thinking about a gray-haired girl, she turned and menacingly asked Hannah if she wanted to add something. After all, she should have gone right after she handed over everything she was ordered, and she continues to stand and cast her oblique glances at her. But Sam asked her not to get bored, turning to the girl in a black robe, asking what the head asked to convey. Hannah replied that they recognized the location of one of the group of violators who survived yesterday's hunt. The head ordered her to inform them of this and help them successfully clean her in order to finally finish this task. Sarah replied that she realized why they decided to tell him about it, but she did not know where they got such information from. She also said that it would be better for her to answer honestly, after which the girl asked Sam if he remembered the guy from the Hath clan. The guy looked in surprise at Hannah, nodding his head in agreement because he remembered that man very well. Last night he also took part in the hunt, being along with two other fuckers responsible for one of the points in Seoul. The guy asked if he himself provided them with information about where the escaped group disappeared, but the situation was different. Last night, two fuckers who went hunting together were killed by the criminals in whom they hunted. Gustav turned out to be the only one who managed to escape, but he was also quite a lot of battles, but nevertheless he was alive. Sarah was surprised to ask that there were kids who failed the task, but she did not hear anything about it. Hannah replied that they also learned about the incident only this morning. Then Gustav came to the threshold of the House of the Rising Dark Moon. In addition to numerous injuries, he was mortally frightened. They led him inside, trying to stabilize the condition. However, he was still not naked. He all the time tells the scraps about what happened last night, about how he is afraid of this monster and how ashamed he is because they failed the mission assigned to them. You can't call his future cloudless anymore because he didn't just lose the battle, having shamefully escaped. He also stained the reputation of the whole clan. Sam asked why they only talk about it to them because the judge should also notify. Sarah said that he either knows or will soon find out, although, in any case, it is not a fact that he would immediately do anything. Yesterday, the hunt cost them more than the girl thought. The cleansing of at least one place was failed. However, it is time for the girl to go, because Selena had a problem during stripping. So far, it is difficult to use magic. She added that if the guy is worried about Gustav's situation, why would he not go and see what is there and how? But if he asked his grandfather or Selena, they would definitely answer or not. But they were not here. After all, since he became aware of the whereabouts of Yoka Presidanik, one could not bother to obtain permission. Not after all, he himself has sufficient motivation to solve this problem because he can save many human lives. In his place, Sarah would take a chance, so she will not stop him so that he did not decide. No, she believes that he can win. She decided to give him a little advice when he finds criminals, let him try to determine their battle style as soon as possible. Against Yokayev, like him, the chances of winning are quite high. But if a magician falls, it is better to have several escaping options. Whatever he decides, the choice remains behind him in any case. After these words, the girl disappeared, using the compression of the space. Watching the place where Sarah just stood, Sam asked Hannah she could not tell him in more detail. He was interested in all the information that he managed to get out of Gustav, because even the smallest detail can help him. At the same time, at the Kiran Hotel, with undisguised surprise, he asked his sister where she gathered without warning him. The girl replied that she wanted to see the sights because she did not want to stick out locked after a long flight. But his brother doubted, asking whether she was really going to only look at the sights and nothing more. He added that he had already told her that they were guests, and here is not Japan. They have their own rules and customs that are very different from them. After all, she also saw them, and the impression was that they would refuse to help them if they did not cooperate with them. But Kira does not look like a fool who will go around the city in search of a monster alone on a foreign land. She believed that this brother was trying to build someone out of himself, but such an image is not at all to his face. The girl suffered a little, because of which it began to be more stronger than annoying, asking Kieran who they were on knives with another family. After which she turned and went to the exit, saying that she would return to dinner, and if he was nervous, let her just pick her up. The door behind Karu closed, and the guy silently watched the stroke steps for several seconds. He understood that even if he calls her, she still won't pick up the phone, even if she would see who was calling. Kira sat in the elevator, thinking about the words that she had just told her brother, convincing herself that she was right. Then she chose the first floor, asking herself who knows how much they have to stay here. However, this problem can be solved quite easily. You just need to accidentally stumble upon a fuck and destroy it. Then she caused a child of 7 happiness, asking him. He could not give her a prediction for today, with which he agreed. Kara, on Muji, using Shikigami, she can command spiritual beings with various abilities. Predictions are 7 different types about money, health, love, work, study, family, and new acquaintances. Even the owner of Shikigami himself cannot choose what prediction he will receive. At that moment, the girl received a piece of paper. Shikigami independently chooses a prediction, which, in his opinion, is the most necessary to the owner at this moment. She was sorry that she had to use such a strong ability to use such trifles, but she will be able to find monsters without any effort and end it. But the prediction turned out to be love. The prediction was written that on this delightful day she would meet the love of her life. Without understanding anything, Kira shouted unconsciously and very loudly what kind of nonsense it was, because of which people passing by looked in her direction. She asked that she needed this most now because it was possible to give her something not so useless. Suddenly, next to her, a taxi door opened, from which the guy's voice sounded, "Which is not far here, so he will walk." Kira immediately drew attention in his direction, trying to understand what attracted her attention so much. Looking at the phone, Sam walked forward and said that if he knew that everything would happen, he would go by bus. Meanwhile, in the Hangin Park, it was calm and quiet. People walking there enjoyed a life that walked peacefully. An inconspicuous guy in a suit was sitting on one of the benches. Hesitated hair and an ambiguous smile made him special. He immediately heard a question addressed to him that he decided to relax, because Arya seemed to be Barney hates people. He looked in surprise at the girl with piercing and a glass of coffee in his hand, asking her how much time she was already standing here. Yes, she replied that she had a couple of minutes, but he looked so peaceful. But if she interfered with him, otherwise he could calmly leave. But the guy only waved his head, saying that hating something and watching it are completely different things. Most people do not tolerate insects to the spirit, and yet they stop from time to time to consider their fuss. And in his case it was the same. It is funny to watch how they floundered in the whirlpool of life. Crouching next to him, Arya dejectedly replied that she could not understand him, but Barney said that it was because she was too young. After all, she didn't even celebrate her 2nd birthday, but she studies quickly so that he will soon understand his words. She replied that the essence of some events becomes obvious only after their denouement comes. When asked about the Baron family, Barney replied that they were most likely to be killed because their rival was too strong. In the best case, Weirin was seized alive, and now they are trying to pull out any information about them from it. but she is unlikely to tell them anything, to which Arya said that she was regretted with regret last night. Until the very moment when she rejected the proposal of paradise, she did not worry at all. But, having left the shopping center, she realized something. She realized what she actually feels in relation to the family and what was worth doing then. But she understood too late. After that, her face changed in a moment, and her mouth opened more than necessary. Why, she said that it was necessary to devour these three. For her, it was a loss. Although she never completely denied her food, she is still hungry. He smiled. Barney asked how many she ate today, but the girl replied that she did not think. She can only say that the house in which she lived with their family was empty because she ate everyone inside. Arya does not regret a drop about what was done. Rather, on the contrary, she was able to satisfy her hunger for a while. The girl clarified that now it is possible, to which the guy replied that there were no problems with this. Regardless of what their actions will have, he will not stop or dissuade them. He does not have the right to do so. So he asked her to do the way her heart tells because this is all that he could advise them with 7. All residents of the high-rise building have disappeared on one day. I wonder if the article with a similar heading will publish by lunch. But the girls were interested in where the bar is unknown about the power of the Yuki, with whom Ray and Brian fought, and the fact that Weirin was still alive. Deciding to clarify, she asked if he was there at night, which Barney smiled at, agreeing that he was there. However, he corrected himself a bit. We will clarify that he simply passed by, unable to refuse to view such a sight. It's not that he had any business with Paradise, or his sisters, rather. This can be called a coincidence. It was just that in the same place there was something. Why he watched for a long time, this briefly aroused interest among Arya. However, the guy said that this is not something important and incredible, at least for now, but soon everything could change. Meanwhile, Sam wandered around a lively area without taking his eyes off the phone to check with the navigator. He did not know that after him there was a girl who noticed him from the moment he arrived here. Kira did not take his gaze from him, listlessly asking the question of what was wrong with him because something very confused her. Yuki energy is felt as clearly as if he does not even try to hide it, which is very surprising in the current situation. Maybe he did not violate the law, but in the current situation in the country, his behavior is some kind of mockery. From this, she could draw only 2 conclusions. He could be a person who has fallen under the control of the yoke spell, or it is yokai, hiding his true nature under the mask of negligence. Although, it turned out, frankly, badly. But in fact, Sam simply does not manage to control his own energy. At that very moment, the guy took out something from his pocket, carefully looking at the object from which the purple aura emanated. It was a folding blade that was half broken, but this was the main force. This is the blade that Gustav used. If you fill it with energy, it will be divided into several parts, having stuck into the enemy's body and not allow the owner of the blade to track the target, tracking his location. Sam asked Hannah if he had any restrictions on the tracking range or time. The girl replied that the radius of action is about 1,000 kilometers. The tracking duration is not limited while the blade is in the target. But to extract the blade, you need to spend more energy than it was invested in the attack, which hurt the target, is the condition. When the goal is to get rid of the fragments of the blade in the body, a new blade will grow from the handle, but its opponent is very strong yokai. However, the fact that the blade has not yet returned to its original state can only talk about one thing. Fragments of the blade are not intentionally extracted, which means that the guy can be captured or simply expect for a frontal clash. Now he was heading to the abandoned area from which a rather strong energy emanated, hinting that there was someone there. At the same time, the guy, completely wrapped in bandages, turned to Tao, pointing to the thing that was stuck in his hand. Zen said that he would be bleeding early and it was necessary to quickly pull out the fragment, but Tao only smiled broadly. He replied that everything was in order, but he could not pull her out now because he is waiting for the following groups of the guys who will come for him. Suddenly, another man approached them, saying that he was about to talk about it, even if he had not raised the topic. The shock-eyed guy asked what he was thinking about. He was going to lure a geek that hunts for them here. If they continue to drive after them, they will not be able to return to eating people, but Tao interrupted him, agreeing. The red-haired guy said that he was no longer going to eat people, which caused a strong surprise among his comrades. Of course, they are tasty, and it is pleasant to feel how their strength increases every time when you devour the next person. But for some reason, how much he did not eat them, his hunger did not think to subside, but he did not know what could be the reason. However, Last night it dawned on him that those 3 guys who attacked them were damn strong. It was not too easy for him. With the 3rd, they got a tense battle, and defeating them, he felt something. He was finally fed up, and now it became clear to him what the guy who brought him here was talking about. To hunt, not because of a pleasant taste, for the sake of the very innermost feeling, and people are not able to give it to him. The comrade did not want him to draw him into this because he did not understand what he was talking about and did not want to understand. Tao does not imagine how hard it was for them to get this opportunity, and he does not want to sacrifice his life. From the place, the guy said that he understands their position. All the same, he was controlled by his desires, which they may not share. He suggested that their cooperation was coming to the end of this. He was sorry, but maybe it was for the better. The shock-eyed guy froze, then that if this one is not going to eat people, then there may be another option. Suddenly, at the same moment, Tao sharply held out his hand to his comrade, because of which he shuddered, frightened for a moment. But Tao only wanted to shake his hand, saying that he wants to spend a happy life for them, wishing them all the best. Although they were not familiar and not for long, he learned a lot from them, because if he had not learned, he would have long been rotten in the ditch. He was pleased to work with them, but they are right, and for them. And for him it would be much better if they are now dispersed. After that, Tao apologized and thanked them for everything that Hufen answered, through his teeth, that the guy was simply a fool. Then he turned to Zen, saying that he had heard Tao and therefore they needed to find a new place before the night of the night. After asking why he was hesitated, Hufen did not hear the answer, and the bandaged guy remained standing still. Then he did not confidently stated that he wanted to stay with Tao, but the squinting guy could not believe his ears. Zen said that they experienced last night only because Tao protected both of them, but without him, they would not survive. And also he wants to become as strong as Tao, so instead of people, he will fight with Yuki. But Hufen did not like such a statement, who began to say that they were completely uniform to him. Tao and only confirmed this, saying that it would be dangerous to stay with him. I am very high, the chance that they will die. But if he decides to stay, then even if he dies, Tao will never allow him to die before himself. Zen was touched by such speeches, but Hufen only grunted his teeth, hoping that the red-haired guy did not speak seriously. He stated that he could no longer listen to them, after which he told them to do anything because they are like a moth who want to burn. Then he added that they will not mind if before their departure he will eat those that remained on the lower floors. Tao did not see any problem in this because he can eat as much as he can. But after that, the squinting guy had to leave because he did not want to share the joy of new sensations with his comrades. This yokai was a creature that existed for many eras, whose name differed depending on the era where he lived. Zen asked Tao whether he was in order, and after all, the guy was uneasy that they had just driven their comrade. Yulgo squeezed his hand to the clan, answering the bandaged guy that everything was fine. He was just a little surprised at such a turn. Tao was also sure that someone would come for him, but thought that this, at least, would happen after sunset. His thirst for battles remained unchanged, and in the era when his rage raged the most, her Kaya, and people gave him one name, Chia. But at the same moment, the purple aura began to come from Tao, and he himself told Zen that it was time for them to greet the guests. Entering the abandoned room, Sam immediately felt like a hero of the horror film, because of which fear enveloped him for a moment. Two conflicting sensations that he could feel too carefully overwhelmed on both sides. Upstairs, he felt the streams of Yokaev's energy, which meant that one of his opponents was exactly located in this room. However, below is a persistent smell of blood, making it clear that some people fell victims in front of the monsters. Being forced to choose from two equally terrifying options without thinking twice, the guy made the final decision. At the same time, Kira came up from the other side, asking herself what the hell she was doing here, and what kind of terrible place it is. She thought that maybe this building had some kind of special background, but the appearance shouts that they had a nest. It cannot be that that guy did not feel the local aura, and yet he did not hesitate to enter him. With a chance of 99.9%, this is a trap. How it was stupid to count on his part that it would fall into it, but something confused it. Holding a crumpled piece of paper in her hands, the girl only thought that the prediction of a child of 7 happiness never lie. Let the predictions were about love, in fact. It guarantees its security, and it will somehow reach the life partner. But she did not know who was generally discussed in this prediction about the love of her life. She had not thought about this before. Thinking about Sam, Kira decided that it was definitely not him, even though he was generally not bad, but constantly looked somehow alarmed. After which she noticed that some strange energy was hovering from above. Then the girl called Raju in the form of white affection. A huge beast with a seal on the forehead and an iron vessel in the mouth appeared next to his calling man. Having put it on herself, the affection soared up in a second, being on the very top floor of an abandoned building. Once at the top, you already began to look around Kira in search of a source of energy that attracted its attention. She grunted, gloomily examining her opponent, saying that apparently it was not worth winding herself. After all, the guy who stood in front of her did not look strong, while Zen was trembling with fear, something tambourine under his breath. Starting to speak a little louder, the guy does not stop trembling. He said that he could, repeating this phrase from time to time. The girl only smiled, saying that whoever went against her, the difference is small because she is completely confident in her abilities. At the same time, Sam descended into the lower part of the room, from which it was more and more stinking with human blood. The guy stopped, noticing something in the dark. It moved and made champing sounds, which made it uneasy. A man was sitting at the wall, which was completely absorbed by the shadow, devouring the bodies of people who were unlucky to get to them. Suddenly, the monster turned around, distracting from eating, not expecting someone to dare to interfere with his meal. He noticed the guy, first deciding that it was a man, then he realized that it was yokai who hunted for them. Sam asked how many they killed before this day, but then he decided that this was a meaningless question, after which he asked how many of them are here. After all, he is probably not alone here, for which Kufan asked what difference it makes him, because nothing will change if he finds out the answer. The shock-eyed guy decided that he needed to quickly deal with the kid and fall out of here, because due to his fault he would not have time to eat reserves. And then he said aloud that he would have to eat a guy instead, because he himself chose such a fate for himself. At first, Kufan smiled, but the next second the smile immediately crawled off his face, replacing her surprise. Everything was by the fact that Sam was already rushing at him, clenching his hand into a fist, and said that he would try if he could. Not having time to dodge, the squinty guy immediately got a fist in his stomach. In addition to everything, he was damaged by the discharge of electricity. Blood immediately poured out of his mouth, and his eyes widened with shock. Kufan mentally asked what kind of speed it was. But it was too late to ask such questions, because after the first blow he flew off to the wall, breaking it with himself. But contrary to everything, the squinty guy survived, but all he could do was to look angrily at his enemy. Approaching him, Sam again asked how many of them are here, what strength and ability, asking to answer briefly. At that very moment, Hufan began to transform. His hands turned into claws when he asked not to look down on them. This did not scare the guy, but after a flapping with a claw, Sam's body was dissected from head to ribs. Hufan shouted that the guy did not have enough brains to kill him while he could still reach him. After all, from time to time he is picked up by upstarts that do not know their place, because of which they die very quickly. The monster thought that the attack went out where you had time, what was supposed to be, but he just needed to keep the distance. But then he rushed forward and, not approaching too quickly, began to attack the guys with endless blows. Under the claws of Hufan, clothes and pieces of flesh flew away from Sam, letting the blood fountains with this. However, this result did not satisfy the monster, who asked what he was, because he had to lie on the floor for a long time. Sam replied that he was a wimp, and it is clear to him why they hunt people, because this is their desperate desire to become at least a little stronger. But that was all that he was able to achieve, killing and gobbled up by so many people. But even after that, he continues to crave more. This was no longer understanding the guy murders endlessly, and the edge for the sake of such scanty changes. The bloodied guy squeezed his hand in his fist again, approaching his opponent, who no longer looked so confident. However, before the guy's fist reached the monster, he managed to wave the claw, cutting off Sam's brush. But this did not save him from a decisive blow that came in his face, finally smearing along the wall. But Hufan was alive, answering the guy that he was ridiculous, and answered the question that they eat people because they can. After all, what is the fact that he eats a week, because the guy is exactly the same? And this situation proves it. He was funny to hear such intoxication from the one who was so strong, but the guy did not deny and agreed with him. Then he pierced his chest with his own hand, swarming inside for a while, trying to find something. Some time later, he removed a small purple sphere from his body, which Sam held in his palm. Why did the guy turn his head, examining the bodies of dead people, which were no longer possible to recognize? Then he brought this sphere to his mouth, as if wanting to swallow it, but for some time the guy hesitated. At the same time, on the top floor, Zen lay on the floor and trembled with the electricity that surrounded his body. Kira asked if he was alone here because she thinks that somewhere nearby the leader of their gang is hiding. The guy answered, stuttering that he knows nothing about it, asking the girl not to be so arrogant. But she stated that she was already focused on their battle because she feels that something is wrong here. After which she again launched the discharge of electricity into Zen, which flew away by several meters. Even if he puts all his energy without a trace into the attack, at best, it will be comparable to the attack of a weak class. She was sorry to spend her strength on him, she asked herself, maybe just to immobilize him and move on. Suddenly Tao gave his voice, asking Zen not to behave like that because after such statements no one would see an opponent in him. Compared to spiritualists from other regions, Japanese onmoji have much more practical experience. Kara studied the Shikigami management from the age of 13, having expelled more than 100 evil spirits for 5 years of practice. However, it was this experience that made the girl freeze in unbelief because the battle ends as soon as the initiative is lost. Tao continued to say that if the enemy is stronger, it is important to lead himself so that the enemy never occurred to the enemy to see a weakness in you. Kira asked himself that he hid his presence in all this time because this amount of energy presses on her nerves. It was a dark god who reached a high class. At the same time, Tao apologized, saying that he did not intend to hide from it. The girl thought to fight or run, regardless of her choice, the chances of success are approximately the same. Tao wanted to say something else when suddenly someone tied his hand with dark energy, which introduced the guy into a stupor. Turning his head, he saw Sam, who was approaching him at full speed to strike. However, the red-haired guy only smiled, being in anticipation of a very interesting and exciting battle. Not wanting to dodge, he decided to check the strength of a newly arrived opponent who hit him in the face from his feet. Sam was only glad that his opponent allowed himself to attack himself without blocking the first blow. When he flew away a few meters and the guy himself bounced a little back to see if his attack had acted. The dumbfounded Zen raised himself, looking at this place where Tao lay, turning worried about him. Suddenly Sam asked the girl how they called themselves psychics, or like what she was surprised. Then he turned his head in her direction, asking to leave because she had nothing to do here, after which he gave the girl an evil look. She asked him to wait, because if he also came here to kill him, then they should unite their strength. But suddenly Tao gave a voice, saying that the girl only interferes, and the guy wants to reveal all his potential. This will not work. If someone constantly interferes under their feet, it is still visible with the naked look. Although Sam is different from Tao, he has even more desire to fight more than that of a red-haired guy. Kara was shocked then what was interfering with a miserable yokai, who does not know how to hide her energy, after which she grabbed a vessel from the mouth of affection. She again decided to use the zipper of the spirit, thanks who he is, in order to speak with her so not respectfully. The spirit that the girl called began to transform, and she herself turned to Sam, saying that it would be better for him to move away. Now she was not going to restrain herself, so let the guy try not to come to her arm. Having waved the object that she held in her hands, a furious lightning blow began to crumble on Tao, flying in his direction. However, he did not move, looking at all this with a bored look, realizing that this attack would not cause him any significant damage. But contrary to all the attack reached the goal, I raise a lot of noise and dust hiding inside the enemy. Kira was seriously tuned, realizing that the guy in front of her was also her opponent, so she was not going to restrain herself. She will release all her strength and take advantage of everything that she could, because it was not the end of her attack. The girl also decided to use the lightning of Arum, creating another explosion that struck the wall and ceiling. While the dust was dispelled, she tried to inspect the damage caused, hoping that this was enough. But she was surprised that she was able to exhale for 2 blows of lightning, because usually she did not have such problems. Local energy poorly resonates with her own, but suddenly Sam grabbed her hand because of something shuddered. The guy asked her to relax, but it was hard for a girl who saw the strength of his opponents. Sam examined the girl and her energy, saying that she would rather harm herself as she could defeat in the battle. The next second, he abruptly pulled her to him, thereby giving a blow to her direction to pass by. Kira was shocked towards Tao, realizing that her attack did not work, while the guy was calmly trying to assess the situation. But as soon as the dust dispelled, they noticed that there was no one else in the room besides them. The girl immediately began to ask if he ran, to what she received a negative answer, which was why she began to worry. Sam did not think that he was running away, because if Tao really wanted to leave, he would have cut off the connection because he was affected, He looked at his hand, to which the energy thread was attached to Tao and the leading somewhere far away. After a little thought, the guy concluded that, most likely, he just wanted to protect his inexperienced partner. This attack was aimed at protecting him and helping him to go. He himself will probably return. More precisely, he directly offers him to follow him, but he doesn't mind at all, after which he again added that the girl has nothing to do here. Kira did not like such an attitude in her address, because of which she asked what he was carrying for nonsense, but then she froze immediately. She saw not a simple guy in front of her, but a very strong Fingal who said that he was carrying nonsense here. He grabbed her by the throat, saying that he had never caused harm to people in his life. However, just grabbing her, he felt something obvious. That it is worth putting a little more power in its grip and it will go limp, like a rag doll, which was quite simple. The next second, the guy was distracted from the girl, feeling something very weakly hit him in the side. In fact, it turned out to be affection, which was many times smaller than the one with which Kira fought against Zen. He released the girl, saying that although it was rude, he does not think that he went too far. The guy did not know if she understood, but the recent attack was actually aimed at him and was well planned, because Tao knew that the girl would not be able to dodge on her own, and he would have rushed to save her, thereby distracting attention. A minute ago, she already clearly demonstrated her capabilities, thereby proving that she could not overcome this yoke. Therefore, he asked her to obediently get out of here so as not to harm himself and return home intact. The reason was also that today the guy no longer wanted to see dead people, so he was a little worried. But there was something that Sam would like to ask Kira, even if they were completely not familiar with each other. In the basement of this building lies corpses, not even if this is a disgusting sight, but the girl had to take care of them. The guy turned his head in her direction, asking her to do this because it would be sad if they are found in this state. He himself went in search of the enemy, to which the energy thread was tied, according to which it was possible to track it. Stopping, Sam heard thanks for his courtesy because Tao could start the battle right there. However, thanks to the guy, he was able to keep the promise given to his partner so that he could fight the girl. But here and now, they will not have to worry about the fact that people can somehow prevent them from enjoying the battle. In this area, in principle, few people live in this area, but I walk about it different. They are good rumors, so people do not often come here. From time to time, daredevils come here to shoot something. Thanks to them, he could calmly hunt without experiencing anything. Having pronounced the team, Sam put on the clothes that his comrades provided to him and which itself appeared on it. Tao immediately apologized for talking because now he was sincerely interesting, and then he was a little nervous. Smiling, and the red-haired guy stated that he was now in anticipation of the battle that could amuse him. The next second, the two fucking rushed out. I leave only a small trace behind me, increasing my speed. Sam attacked Tao Dubina, made of his own energy, which was quite interested in the enemy. He rejoiced at every broken attack when suddenly the guy's leg approached his chin at full speed. He did not have time to return from her, so he missed the first blow, after which the guy decided to add a blow with a club, discarding the opponent. The blow was so strong that Tao threw it straight into the building, whose wall he struck with his own body. However, this was not the end, because at the same moment the guy was approaching him at full speed, losing his breath. But Tao decided to recapture this attack, continuing to smile, and at first glance it seemed that these two were fighting on an equal footing. The intuition and skills of two heavyweights were at about the same level, but somewhat still the difference was. And during the battle, which began to take place more fiercely, this difference became obvious and noticeable to the naked look. After all, Tao Yokai, who fully reveals his true nature only in the heat of a brutal fight. Of course, for him the battlefield is a natural habitat, which is not to say about Sam, who began to miss the blows. Blood poured out of the guy's mouth, but at that moment he thought that his opponent was just lucky and nothing more. Early Sarah said that she had heard of spiritual pills, because of which she believed that she had done too well on the guy. From now on, she will try to beat the guy into the head that in the future he should never take them anymore. After all, overflow of power, and as dangerous as its complete exhaustion is, that the essence of irreparable consequences may be. There was one guy who faced the same problem, after which he lost the mind that he could not control the force. If the guy continues to eat them, being exhausted, then she cannot say for sure what awaits him, but definitely nothing good. There is a chance that nothing bad will happen, however. There is always a chance to go crazy, taking another elixir. Well, for a second, Tao praised Sam, saying that for the first time in his life he had to use so much energy. Without listening to the growling of the opponent, the guy took out a purple pill and immediately put it in his mouth, trembling with his whole body. Surprised by such a turn, Tao immediately began to ask what kind of magnificent thing it was. But Sam could not answer this question. However, anyone who met with goblins hundreds of years ago would give a definite answer. It was a goblin hat. Once upon a time, one guy told his comrades that recently he had seen Goblin with his own eyes. However, no one believed him. They say that if he sees a stray cat, he would immediately begin to yell that the tiger was chasing him. But the guy began to tell that he almost died a couple of days ago and something like a snake attacked him. But the goblin saved him. A man sitting next to him asked that after he saved him, he said that he was a goblin, after which he asked how he looked. Starting to remember, the guy replied that first of all he was simply huge, about twice as much as it is wider. Apart from this, he was not much different from an ordinary person, although the color of his skin was darker than usual. But the rest only thought that, most likely, it was really just a person, because he did not even have horns on his forehead. The guy specified that he had no horns because he had never even heard the goblins who would have horns. They still could not understand whether the guy was telling the truth, but the drinking man thought a little. After all, in the depth, whom he had seen once, there were no horns either, because of which the guy's word does not sound like some kind of nonsense. Surprised comrades asked a man who had a fucked man if he saw that goblin, with which the man immediately agreed. It happened when he was still a boy. He saw two goblins started a fight, and he watched from behind a tree. In addition to their strong physique and dark color of the skin, nothing betrayed Yokaev in them, and he did not know that they did not share there. The third comrade asked I was sure, or the one that they had no horns, but after which he asked what happened next. Well, the man could not answer this question because he himself did not know. Their figures seemed to evaporate. He did not know whether it was some kind of headdress or they just died in the dark. But they pulled a mask with a horn and put on themselves. And as soon as they actually disappeared from sight, that is, they did not disappear, rather, he just stopped seeing them. As soon as they disappeared, the earth seemed to split in half, the trees were uprooted, even the mountain shuddered. The man did not know how reliable he was. What he saw, however, goblins. Not the creatures whose strength could be appreciated by a person. Legends, myths, and folk legends about the fuckers, which are transmitted from generation to generation, is eventually based on facts. However, due to the interpretation of the events of the past, these legends are far from 100% of the truth and are distorted. For example, goblins' horns, the existence of which many people doubt, many goblins are not part of their body. A ghost mask, better known as a goblin mask, is one of many relics created with the help of Aokayev energy. In addition, it should be noted that the belief about the invisible goblins that they become only partially true. Goblins do not disappear putting on their mask, it is just their movement accelerate to unprecedented heights. Because of what they become, not only human eyes, but even to the vision of the majority of the Yokayev. Swinging at each other, their fists met, creating an incredible shockwave of purple energy. However, this was only stronger by Tao, who, with admiration, turned his eyes from Sam into his hand. The fingers on his hand, which took the whole blow, were broken and severely, but this did not hurt him. But the guy did not finish this, hitting the opponent with his fist in the face, trying to put as much strength as possible in the blow. However, the red-haired guy was able to resist the spot, after which he pulled his head abruptly, delivering her a response blow. He looked joyfully at Sam, when suddenly the next instant the guy abruptly hit him in his chest, demolishing him. Then he grabbed him by the clothes in the area of his shoulders and began to transfer it through himself, wanting to trample the enemy to the floor. Sam decided to use the lightning stab, hoping that this could end such a strong monster as Tao. The next moment, at the place where they were, there was a deafening explosion that was able to kill the glasses of neighboring buildings. A few seconds later, a body jumped out of the building, the movement of which was very difficult to see a human look. This body turned out to be Tao, whose hands were torn off, but he continued to smile endlessly. He looked at how Sam emerges from the building, radiating a very dangerous and strong aura. The possibilities that this mask granted, the guy realized intuitively, and then very quickly figured out her management. Unlike the baton of the goblin, the mask cannot be called a separate weapon. It is rather similar to the tales of Sarah. Its purpose is to strengthen all other abilities, and with its help, it is soared outside the current possibilities. However, for Sam, his new limit was too huge to control him, which is why he began to feel the pain in the muscles. Even the rate of consumption of energy consumption increased 3 times, but perhaps even more, which did not promise anything good. He will not be able to fight in this state for a long time, while Tao told him that he was simply incredible. After all, he can confidently say that he learned to go to him much more than in his whole life. He realized how strong, how well he was complicated, how quickly it can be, and what he was capable of. To grow new hands from steel, the guy began to thank Sam with red hair, saying that he was very happy about their meeting. In response to what, the guy only opened the new packaging with the pills, taking out the contents and throwing the box to the floor. Having swallowed her, the guy in the mask asked then he could not shut up his opponent and surrender so that they would not lose time. In response to this, Tao laughed, saying that we would not happen because life is too good to refuse it like that, especially now, when he finally began to feel the quenching of hunger and the joy that life could bring. Approaching the guy, Tao waved his fist, thereby attacking and creating another loud explosion. However, for Sam, this turned out to be a frivolous attack, which he could easily fend off, evading to the side. Then dozens of new blows with a fist began to crumble at him, which he successfully blocked, keeping up with the opponent. His legs began to be pressed into the ground, but until the last he held on the onslaught of the incredibly strong Fingal. The strength and speed of both sides was approximately the same, which did not give an exact answer who would be the winner of this fight. But, in the end, the first to get exhausted here, who could not get used to such a force and used it for the first time. In addition, something else happened that was able to turn the combat of battle. A clot of energy began to appear in the hands of Tao. Without thinking twice, he directed him into Sam's chest, thereby inflicting rather serious damage to him and throwing him away. Faced with the wall, there was a loud explosion, raising a column of dust, which enveloped a fairly large distance. Having broken the wall, the guy was still alive, but he tried to recover after such a serious blow. It is worth noting that not only goblins are able to gain new skills during a fierce battle. Tao did not even know what was capable of such a thing. He had a unique technique, a breakthrough of ice wind. He again created this sphere, decided to throw it into the enemy to see if it works at a long distance. However, the young man was able to dodge this whirlpool, abruptly heading towards the opponent, not wanting to lose the battle. The guy created a baton of dark energy, after which he waved it, creating a wave that surged on Tao. Sam carefully watched whether his attack reached the goal, but he understood that everything could not end so simply. No one for a second. A battered guy flew out at him. It was a battle in which none of the opponents was ready to retreat. The young man reacted very late, trying to defend himself from the blow, but Tao involved too much effort, tearing his hand. Using only one hand, Sam was protected from the directed strikes of Tao, but to win something on the head is superior to the opponent. The only problem was that this idea occurred to them almost at the same time, because of which the situation only worsened. Tao connected the steel body and impulse of the ice wind, thereby materializing the weapon, the spear of the Wind Lord. Sam, in turn, deformed the club, turning her into a sword, not wanting to give in to the victory in this battle. A huge whirlpool from the air soared up, causing destruction in the place where two incredibly strong fucking fought. When everything was dispelled, the red-haired guy froze in one pose and still holding the spear in the attacking rack. Suddenly, blood poured out of his mouth, expanded into his eyes in surprise, after which he said that it was annoyed, but there was nothing to be done here. Sam's weapon was much stronger, and as evidence of this, Tao formed early on the chest and the building was cut behind him. The young man with a goblin's mask on his face looked at the floor in front of him, not believing that even having lost his hand, he could go out the winner. Suddenly, he heard an unfamiliar voice behind him, who loudly said that it was just amazing and incredible. After all, the guy learned a lot since he watched him last time, and Sam sharply turned his head in his direction. The stranger said that he was even able to unite the club of the goblin with a lubricant of the ghost, and worthy to be called a goblin. But be that as it may, he was pleased to meet Sam. He introduced himself as Barney, who also belonged to the genus of goblins. After the guy introduced himself, they silently examined each other for a few seconds, and Sam did not want to answer. With curiosity considering the young man, Barney asked him not to be so wary because he does not want him to be evil. Yes, and he was not going to intervene in their battle with Tao, but the guy only thought that they were with him the same species. He weakly believed in it, and did not understand how it was possible as a friend in a suit. In a suit, sharply disappeared from the place where he had just stood. In the next instant, he was behind Sam, which caused that mild surprise and even more questions. But suddenly, Barney decided to turn to the body of Tao, saying that he had a very satisfied expression on his face. If he had more time to get used to the development of techniques that he had just discovered for himself, everything could be different. Then he smiled, asking for a red-haired guy do not worry, because the next time he will have another chance. But the next instant he heard Sam's voice, who said that he would not be the next time, after which he was behind him. The young man did not want to understand who the enemy is and who was a friend, as a result of which he decided to get rid of a stranger. But he remained standing on his feet, surprised at such a force of impact, even though his roots incorporated almost the entire impulse. His true shape of the weapon was quite acute because if he were a little less careful, he would have lost his eyes. After Sam saw that his attack was stopped with one hand, he realized what equipment was used against him. The blow in which he put all his strength was blocked by his palm only, which looked almost impossible. The enemy redistributed the energy directed at him on the surface on which he stood because Sam also used this. Barney said that this would be enough as evidence, and he was very glad that the young man recognized this technique. "W for a sword," the guy bounced back. "I understand that this person is rather strong," to which he said that he understands his surprise. After all, he was probably told that he was the last goblin in the whole world, and then someone like him appears from nowhere. Having collected against the air, Sam replied that he was not so surprised, and to him, frankly, no matter if he was goblin or not. The guy just wanted to know if he was those who dragged here yokai from other countries, setting them on people. Barney joyfully confirmed this, saying that he was engaged in the search for suitable candidates and planning their hunting place. But the guy probably did not understand what the hell he needed all this, but now he was not ready to answer it. After all, he was not going to continue to hide anything, at least because they are with him, the same species. In addition to everything, he just wanted to talk to him at least once, but the end of this proposal did not have time to break his lips. Sam was already approaching him, waving his sword, but the guy in the suit easily returned from him. Watching the actions of the relative, Barney only grunted, drawing some conclusions in his head which are known only to him. He asked the guy, first of all, to listen to his advice, after which he sharply hit him with his fist in his chest, knocking him down. Barney said that during a fight with an adversary who is stronger than him, one must try to keep at least one leg on the ground. After all, their roots are the ability completely dishonest in relation to the opponents until they are sent or imposed by a curse. They can redirect the majority to the ground, just stand on their feet, and also the roots are useful in the attack. And as if demonstrating his words, the guy in a suit hit Sam in the face, putting a certain amount of energy in his hand. He bounces from the ground, the guy could not group, thereby getting damage from each collision. Barney added that this way, you can easily cause damage to the enemy, even without the need to use internal energy. However, I must say that Sam is pretty good because there was even no one to teach him, but he himself was able to master the basic skills. But the smiling guy decided to return to what he began to talk about, after which Sam asked how he was treating dogs. He did not understand the question, but Barney began to say that the dogs were incredible, even if they are compared with people. The dog, grown by some loser, grinds the teeth on people, not realizing how low it is in the food chain. Of course, such cases are the fault of their owners, but the guy catches himself thinking that these creatures are disgusting to him. The very fact that all their existence directly depends on goodwill, they forget their place. If you look at them from this point of view, then a worldly creation will appear before you from which there is no use. Sam replied that the guy was just sick, and let all these freaks who took the lives of so many people. Barney said that he really hates people, but people are not the only creatures that do not know their place. But a long time ago, no King Yokai existed. He simply was not needed, and they had no idea about the law and order. There was only a hierarchy based on personal strength, and it in turn was a food chain. People and yokai are very similar, and those who do not get the same power are prepared only by the invariable fate of the victim. Countless yokai will have a 6-month passage saying that they will finally be able to eat human. But most of them themselves at the time be prey for those who are stronger and does not allow themselves to yell like dogs. People sometimes have the same problem, and Sam can recall several discharges that do not know their place. They are protected by laws and the judicial system, because of which they are so brave to go to actions for which they are not ready to bear responsibility. It is as if this is the only course of things for them that covers them with many ways to acquire real power. Their meager mind is not enough to realize that all this time they are protected. One can imagine a world in which there would be no such conflicting mechanisms for protecting weakly. No law, and the government will be able to help this garbage avoid a well-deserved punishment, and power will be a measure of everything. Unable to bear responsibility for their actions, simply will not be able to pass natural selection. But Sam said that it sounds like the guy has an exacerbation of the 8th grader syndrome, but he did not deny. After all, he did not hope that the young man in their first meeting would accept his point of view. Rather, he was waiting for such a reaction. Although not a single species, their age, the experiments of value are different because he will try to help him understand the meaning of his words. After all, having defeated Tao, he interested him not only as a relative, because of which he decided to call him with him. He will tell him everything what he is capable of and what he needs to become a full-fledged goblin. What are they for creatures and that this world owed them? Sam asked what would happen if he says that he does not want to go with him and asks him to stop carrying nonsense. Barney closed his eyes. Do not remove the smiles from his face, after which he said that nothing was wrong, not that he had a choice. Therefore, he simply asked him to relax, but the young man, on the contrary, tensed, releasing his inner energy. Looking at this, the guy in a suit was disappointed because he had to understand that there was no point in resisting. Suddenly he opened his eyes in surprise, felt that another strong man was approaching him from behind. Without wasting time, Kira decided to use the blow of the thunder, thereby helping Sam to overcome a new opponent. Having directed the zipper at Barney, she hit the target clearly, forces him to bend from the electricity that pierced his body. But this was not a mobilization of the enemy in order to kill him, but to win at least a couple of invaluable moments. Sam immediately realized why this was done because the next instant he was already rushing on Barney in order to attack. Having reached the enemy, the guy decided to strike a knee right on the chin, knocking his opponent from his feet. The guy in a suit flew up a few meters, because of which he opened for an attack that he could not accept through the ground. Sam's hand was restored so slowly only for the reason that all his attention was focused on one thing. The bizarre and grandiose transformations that his club had turned into a sharp sword was subjected to. Why it happened, or what principle is the basis of the strengthening of his ability, not one of these questions did not know the answer. He was sure of only one thing. In his feelings that he experienced at that moment, a goblin's club with a weapon capable of taking any shape. But more precisely, it simply reflects the form that the owner wants to get the most. And using this ability, Sam himself wished that his club had a form suitable for various situations. But in a recent battle, he materialized not just what would suit the current situation, but did something else. Here there was a desire to certainly achieve the goal, despite the strength of the opponent and lack of experience. Yokai, hunting for people and people who die from their hands, and all this existed for a long time. But it is impossible to avoid an impending catastrophe. You can only try to fight so that the monsters begin to be afraid. But even so, in this case, the guy decided not to miss at least the possibilities that is in front of his eyes. But he decided that he would kill Barney. Not because the guy was unshakable in his zeal for the first time putting such emotions in his club. The guy who watched him being in the air only grinned. I am surprised at what such an inexperienced yokai is capable of. And at this time, Sam only grabbed his weapon tightly, drinking it with dark energy, creating a desire for murder. Now it was a goblin's club which took its true form thanks to the strength of the will of its master. She was able to release the force which even the high-class yokai could not ignore, no matter how hard they tried. From what she saw, Kira came into indescribable shock, only observing the effort of the guy as not able to close his mouth. Sam, in turn, managed to grow a new hand in which he clamped his weapon from which dark energy emanated. However, the next second, all his energy evaporated, leaving the guy exhaustively stand on two legs with a club in his hands. The dumbfounded girl asked herself that it was now, and that this guy was all the time so highly ranking yokai. From the moment she arrived in Korea, she has not yet had to see anyone so strong, forcing the whole body to tremble. But suddenly the guy again shone with energy, noticing the girl who did not boil from him, after which he decided to head to her. But she was not seriously scared, deciding that he was attacking her, but the guy shouted to her to go aside. And at the same second, Kira felt that behind her he was the same yokai whom she immobilized with lightning. But the guy arrived in time, very on time, thereby protecting the girl from a sudden attack from the back with a wave of his club. Being in a battered state, the young man still tightly squeezed the weapon in his hands, realizing that he could not defeat the opponent with such a blow. Indicated for absolutely unharmed, Barney said that he was constantly able to surprise him again and again. The dumbfounded guy expected that he could not in the gift of putting him on his knees, but there was not a scratch on him. The guy with a red horn on his head asked whether it was nice to swing a club with a solid intention to kill the enemy. and if he is disappointed in something, then only that Sam could not kill anyone at the time of his first release. So now, he should probably be ashamed of all goblins in the world due to a violation of such an ancient tradition. Then Barney created his sword from energy, about to attack the relative who was waiting for his attack. The next second, a cloud of dark energy headed towards the guy, which he decided to take on himself, defending himself with a club. However, this was a very unsuccessful decision to which Barney drew the attention of the guy, after which his club broke from the pressure. These efforts were enough to throw the guy away from the girl, who was dumbfounded by such a force. The bard did not explain that the essence of the true form of his club is that he subordinates all her nature to the only goal, but at the same time loses the opportunity to play with the form. But now, his club is capable of only murders. Even if he tries to defend himself with her help, there will be any sense if he tried to block the attack with his bare hands. He would even say if Sam was initially ready to repel attacks without weapons, he would be much easier for him. Then he went to Kier, asking her if she was from this country, in response to which she only shuddered but did not answer. He found out about the girl, a priestess from the VA, and it seems he guesses why she is here. We turned the frightened girl at that very second. With a terrifying gaze, Goblin said that she should have better sorted out the situation before interfering. After all, he could turn her neck right now, but decided to ask Sam his opinion because he could just let her go. But this will happen only if he throws up this thing which is in his hands, namely another pill. It was a pill of spirit from the house of the ascending dark moon, which in its case works even more efficiently than usual. However, when it comes to elixirs, the effectiveness and side effects go hand in hand like two sides of the same coin. A much larger charge of energy than he is able to control rushes through his body, filling the core. This happens 3 times in a short period of time, but with it or without, Sam does not have a single chance. Grabbing the girl by the throat, he asked the young man to obey him because, if possible, he would not want to harm him. While the guy decided what to do, still holding the pill in his hands, Kira shouted loudly so that he would not listen to him. After all, she was ready for death during exorcism from the very day that she stood on this path, realizing all the risk. Looking in her face, Barney replied that she was starting to annoy him, and this is fraught with unpleasant consequences. Then he squeezed her throat even tighter so that she could not say a word, only trembling under a strong grip. The goblin asked why she could not just shut up and wait, but he did not have time to finish because at the same moment the brush was cut off. The frightened girl immediately began to fall on her back, looking at the cut off the hand that flew in her direction. Surprised, Barney noticed how some unfamiliar guy rushed in his direction, tightly squeezing his fist. This guy was Gustav, who was very serious because he wanted to defeat the goblin with his own hands. Without showing a drop of weakness, and his voice reached the goal because he put all his hatred and anger into him. Surprised, Sam silently looked at this picture, when suddenly someone put his hand on his shoulder, forcing him to startle. Castor asked him to calm down because he had already done more than needed, and the adoption of another pill will become a point of no return. The dumbfounded guy looked at his friend, in surprise, asking what he was doing here. But he only calmly watched the brawl, asking in response whether it was too late to ask such questions. Of course, there are no people here, but they did not make a lot of noise, and in addition to everything, numerous destruction. At that very moment, Sam noticed how Akira, who tried to move away from what had happened, landed near them. However, Castor did not even lead an eyebrow in her direction because he was only interested in the battle of Gustav and Goblin. A calm guy noticed that everything was not going too smoothly because he could not cause any damage to the enemy. Their battle looked equal until Barney hit the guy with his knee on the chin, stating that it was regrettable. Although Gustav's speed and technique are impeccable, he, compared to him, is not enough for him to win. Therefore, no matter how many times he hit him, the effect of this will not be, because he did not even feel pain. But the next second, the goblin froze, feeling that blood began to flow quite quickly from his mouth and eyes. But Gustav could not do anything about this, because he is not looking at the same way that the gods blessed with incredible force. After that, the guy used a unique technique, drops of autumn rain, which in turn activated bloodletting. So he has no choice but to use such techniques. I cause opponents abundant bleeding. The next second, Barney began to cough with blood. It was the unique magic of the Hatha clan, which allows to change the shape and properties of water. And the closer they are to water, the more effective their technology. Now they were quite far from the reservoir. In most cases, when used for attack, they use water from the earth or steam from the air. Goblin realized that he was capable of in close combat, and his plans were to use his blood and his magic instead of water. He knew little about this technique because in the distant past, there were few those who were able to use blood boiling. However, Gustav was very serious, not wanting to take his eyes off the enemy, concentrating his magic. Then he sent an inconspicuous shell straight to Barney, who did not expect such a trick, after games with his blood. However, he managed to dodge, noticing the explosion behind him, asking that he had charged with a drop of water into him now. It was a fairly effective technique if you compare the damage caused and the volume of water spent for this. However, each type of Yokaev has a couple of advantages over others, after which he again began to let the shells towards the goblin. This caused even greater noise and rather serious damage to buildings, which stood abandoned. Suddenly, Castor turned to Sam, saying that this technique should also be familiar to him, because this is the unique magic of the Hathi clan. And all a day ago, he also fought with one of his members, in response to which the young man in a mask was surprised to ask that he was from Hatha. But he understood that there was no doubt, because if you look more intently, even their energy is similar. But his strength, she is in a completely different level in comparison with that kid, and therefore it was not known who would come out the winner. The same attack by drops of water when he fought last time, he managed to notice and block it in time. Castor said that even Yokaev of the same type of ability can differ greatly due to congenital talent and effort. Mentors who support him in various undertakings are also important, and given all these aspects, Gustav is the best in his clan. At the same time, Barney tried to take a breath after he could dodge all the drops of water directed at him. The guy with glasses immediately thought that the effect of bloodletting was still valid, but he would not care. His abilities to restore an adaptation are completely absurd, and at the same moment the goblin said that he only got a taste. Suddenly Gustav turned to Castor, saying that now he is going to use the maximum of his strength. Therefore, he asked to protect these two to deal with the unforeseen consequences if they arise. At that very moment, everyone who was nearby felt incredibly strong and pressing energy. Suddenly, an incredible column of water rose from behind Gustav, continuing to rise high up. Smiling, Barney said that he thought that he had just decided to scatter, and he seemed to have gathered all the water in the district. But he did not receive an answer to his comment, only silently looking at the water snake who was going to attack him. Having waved his hand and pointing his finger at his goal, Gustav ordered Ishim to go on the attack, using all his forces. The shocked Kara could not fully believe that she had now seen her own eyes for the first time in her years of her practice. Sam, too, could not hide his surprise, saying that the water monster was simply huge, so they had a chance. He used to see this technique, fighting with another person, but that time he was only a couple of meters in length, and even this was enough to easily smash a whole house into chips, and this master can equalize anything with the ground. After Gustav gave the order, the water monster immediately rushed straight to Barney, who did not think to dodge. He smiled, saying that it was excellent and simply wonderful, but he hesitated half-word, realizing something. When the monster almost approached him, he only dutifully bowed his head, realizing that he could not repel this attack. The next second, a roar rang out, in comparison with which all past before that were very quiet. Frightened by the noise and fragments that flew in her direction, Kira mechanically covered her face with her hands to defend herself. But she realized that not a single fragment flew to her. She opened her eyes in front of her Sam, who defended her. In addition to everything, they were protected by Castor, who created a huge ice dome around them, which took the whole blow. Now they were outside the reach of someone because the barrier which created Castor was very difficult to break. Although this dome was huge, the crater which created the water monster was 10 times more. Hatha and black turtles, although water is the basis of the magic of each of these clans, cooperation is poorly given in battle. All because Hath and black turtles use water in different ways, often interferes with each other. Castor, in such a situation, the compatibility of abilities is clearly not what it is worth thinking about, but still, the combination came out terrible. The enemy also forced him to give up all in the middle of the white day. He would also like to participate in battle. But according to some ridiculous chance, it just happened that only 2 were nearby, and then someone had to fight. Leaving the dome, Castor asked Gustav about well-being, to which he replied that he just needed to catch his breath a little. For a long time, he did not use so much energy when using magic, and it is not entirely clear whether they had achieved the goal. Then for a few seconds, they watched a huge pit, which turned out to be bottomless because it was there that Barney remained. Returning to his comrades, Gustav said that there were 2 possible options, and at the same time Sam trembled. The guy in a suit continued, saying that either he overestimated the enemy's abilities or he did not plan to continue the battle. The probability of the second option is extremely high. He does not think that one of his attacks would be enough to turn it into dust. Rather, he was concerned that after him, he would have to get into the battle with Castor, but he only doubted such a statement. After all, if he is really so strong, the possibility of a battle with him would not have bothered him much. At that very moment, Kira watched the surprise, with Sam carefully listened to comrades. Suddenly, without any warning, Gustav again used a drop of water, directing it to the young man in a mask. The dumbfounded girl did not have time to react in any way, while the guy standing next to her was thrown back. Having flew a few meters, the guy crashed into a mountain of stones, which used to be an old abandoned building. Turning his head towards the girl, Castor heard her loudly ask what all this means. They were with him on the same side, and therefore she was outraged that they so fiercely treated their ally. Having straightened his glasses, Gusting calmly and politely asked her not to worry because he just did what he had to. Then he stated that she could return home because her life is not threatening anything else, but Kira did not budge. But the guy in glasses insisted on this because now this is exclusively between Yokami, and it does not concern people. After 20 minutes, the weather began to change. The clouds quickly thickened over the city, hinting at the fast rain. Tao lay unconscious while the girl slowly approached him, who examined him and grunted. Arya said that this guy is a dark god like her, but due to the fact that they are different species, his aura does not look like her at all. However, it did not matter because be that as it may, he probably would be very tasty, after which her mouth began to open. But at the same second, the voice behind her asked not to do this because they should maintain a friendly relationship. The surviving but very battered Barney added that there is nothing wrong with if they eat others with Tao. She was surprised that he was still alive, in response to which the guy only laughed, called her rude because it was so easy not to kill him. However, without a drop of lies, he said that for a second he was able to lose control of the situation and was able to take him by surprise. This little girl in glasses perfectly understood how his abilities work, and therefore he managed to catch him in a trap. The roots allow him to extinguish the power of enemy attacks, redirecting them into the ground, but if he cannot stand on his feet firmly, the technique does not work. Therefore, before collecting water from the ground, he spoke the earth under as soon as he could so that the earth could not absorb all the damage. Listening to his explanations, Arya thought that this would need to be remembered for the future when she would be ready to eat him. Barney said that a child who ate a single person for his life fought better than his ancestors. The girl replied that she did not understand him, after which she asked what prevented him from continuing the battle. He would not mind completing the begun, but he had the feeling that today is not the most suitable day for this. A girl with a piercing on her lips could not understand the meaning of his words because she knew for sure that the guy did not possess a special instinct. Suddenly she froze, drawing attention to the fact that the rain began, which with every minute became stronger. Barney said that nothing portended rain, but rainfall went, so he decided not to continue the battle. Although those guys will not attack together, he would absolutely not want to contact them on a rainy day. Maybe he would have to defeat them, but he needs to think not only about himself, but also about the protection of the Arya. These children for sure had similar thoughts. Maybe they would have chased after him if they were together. But there was an outsider nearby, and they obviously did not want to draw him into this. It was very unfortunate that he could not take Sam with him, as he wanted. The next day, Sam languidly opened his eyes, realizing that he was in bed but did not know where he was. His body is not only hurt, but he could not move his finger. He did not think that it would be so painful. Suddenly, he felt that someone was standing next to his bed. He made a lot of effort to turn his head. Gustav stood above him from the phone in his hands, who looked at the young man with an important look, who had just come into consciousness. The next second, someone called him. He immediately hastened to answer the call, while Sam carefully watched him. His serious look immediately gave way to a smile when he began to answer that he was better and everything was not so bad. He dropped the call. He told Sam that he had to pretend to be patient to leave work in the afternoon. Then he asked how his well-being, because complications should not arise, but for some time the pain will have to be tolerated. The guy overdid it, and this is his mask of recently mastered equipment. And the goblins are not able to support it for a long time. Most likely, it is needed for short-term strengthening and going beyond its capabilities, for which energy is consumed. Therefore, then, he had no other choice except to forcibly cancel it so as not to cause complications. It was probably unexpected for him, but he considered that the situation did not tolerate delay, after which Gustav asked for forgiveness. And besides, Regarding his younger brother, he in any case wanted to at least once pay him a visit. He is a good child, but what he did, not to justify his immaturity, because he would like to officially apologize to the young man. Sam replied that they had already settled this misunderstanding among themselves, after which he asked what happened to that yokai. He made it clear that he was a goblin and demonstrated the same techniques that he owns, although he thought that he was the last survivor. The old man who entered the room said that until recently he himself thought so, but his judgments were erroneous. That goblin is the name of Barney. He is the Prince of Goblin, who lived on the territory of the Korean peninsula 1,000 years ago, and he is his ancestor. Outside the window there was still pouring rain. People walked under umbrellas so as not to get wet to the heels. Handing out, the girl said that in the world of people, the rain is absolutely the same. And yet, people are much stronger than she imagined. It seemed to Sarah that during such a rain, I would not clog along their holes and would not stick out the nose out the door, which Selena was surprised. She thanked her friend for their help because only thanks to her she was able to settle problems with the shopping center employees yesterday. She also solved the problem with hundreds of other witnesses throughout the city, and if not for her, everything could get out of control. However, he thinks it cost her, and Sam, it was not difficult for her to help, but all this time had to act alone. Selena said that she was not an excuse. She promised the guy that she would help him with what she could, but in reality she had only problems. They noticed two girls, one of whom said that a friend did not cross any framework, but asking about plans for the evening too hastily. Yes, and he himself is good. An insensitive block, although presumably he is not the first to listen to anyone's recognition. Having accidentally overheard their conversation, Selena immediately blushed and covered her mouth while Sarah asked what they were talking about. She replied that most customers here are people, and they come here only in order to meet with a brother. And he still did not understand what was the matter, after which they entered the institution, closing the wet umbrellas and examining the room. And who, for a second, the employee said, who began to apologize and say that today they are closing earlier than usual. But as soon as he saw who came, he hesitated in half, immediately recognizing the girls, taking his words back. Selena immediately replied that he himself called us and until the evening a lot of time, then asked why he decided to close early. The guy honestly said that today it was not worth it to open because there were very few visitors, even counting the girls. He asked what they would drink, to which Selena replied that she was, as always, but Castor asked to name something from the menu. The annoyed girl said that this was already too much because the guy did not even imagine how many cups of coffee she drank here. At the same time, Sarah was silent, noticing a lone visitor who was sitting near the window and ate ice cream silently. Selena asked what Sarah would drink because there are habitual varieties of tea, but she can recommend something else. However, the girl silently approached the guy who turned her head and asked that she was stared. The dumbfounded Selena immediately rushed to her friend, asking her to calm down because the guy is still a child, even though this is not an excuse. But Sarah calmly replied that she knew that they are now in the world of people, and not yokaev, like who this kid is. This was very surprised by the brunette, who asked if they were familiar, to what she received an answer, that in the country the blind and one-eyed, the king. Any violent creature imagines the top of the food chain when the tiger is not nearby, especially the fox's sinso. These words were said by the boy, which began to annoy Sarah, because even among the yokaev there is a concept of natural enemies. For the most part, this applies to the yokaev, who conducts their origin from animals, and this influenced the confrontation of the clans. However, the balance of power since then, quite naturally, could change in one direction or another. And yet, blood enmity did not fade even between the current heirs of ancient clans who never came to reconciliation. Thinking, Selena realized that their hostility was due exclusively by instincts, so she guessed who this guy was. Sarah asked not to worry about her friend because even if this puppy attacks her first, she is not going to be like an animal. Therefore, she decided to call the judge because from the moment of her falling into this world, she never had a chance to eat normally. Pulling his hands out of his pockets, the guy, menacingly looking at her, was also not at all against such an outcome. He then stated that her meat was not particularly interested in, but the very opportunity to tear his brazy fox to pieces. Suddenly the voice of a woman was heard who asked the young master to stop because for a second I could not leave him alone. After all, I just allowed them to enter the world of people, and the fight on the first day will greatly harm his reputation. He opposed you, saying that this fox first began to cast oblique glances at him, saying that he would call the judge. But Wanda replied that in whatever the world it may be, you need to understand that they will be judged not only of facts. The lady in front of him is the heiress of the strongest clan on their peninsula, and therefore now he can't compete with her. Not even a family does not belong to a family, and whoever started a fight will be accused of it. In the end, him. She was also sure that the lady also understood this, but she caught on herself only Sarah's angry gaze. This was the most miserable request for pardon, which she only heard, however. She agreed to close her eyes to his behavior. Selena thought in relief that everything worked out. Because it was rather a provocation than the threat, it was difficult to count on the best outcome. If he thoughtlessly rushed at her or began to flatter, would crush him without a drop of pity. Sarah noticed how archaic their duet, a tiger whose family disappeared from the face of the earth, and the Changui nursed it, which is unknown, how many years. She decided to give advice to the guy if he wants to live a few more lines. It would be better for him to gain strength because she is an incredibly evil spirit. Then the girl turned to Castor and asked why he called them all here, offering to go right away to the matter. Wanda stated that they were also interested because they were asked to lay on the bottom after the hunt, after which she asked that there were some problems. Toaster said that Babai gave out temporary licenses to deal with unrest as soon as possible. However, the situation changed, after which he looked around all three, not taking into account Selena. Having made a small pause, he said that all the owners of temporary licenses besides them were ordered to return to the world of Yokaev. He wanted to go directly to the details, but immediately came across a question from two girls about Sam. They did not know what was happening, but this should definitely not concern him, because this rule should bypass him. Selena was worried that he could be sent alone. If so, then his grandfather clearly makes a big mistake. Sarah was agreeing, although he was not so weak that everyone he met, but in comparison with the other yokers, he could be beaten. He is still a man in his soul, so regardless of how well he fights, he remains a large, strong victim. The world of people had enough of her, so she will tell her grandfather that she was returning back. After all, she promised to teach Sam for a month. Castor replied that she could do what she wishes, after which he asked her to listen because Sam is still here. The decision regarding whether to send it back or will allow people to stay in the world has not yet been accepted. And this, in turn, refers to their new task because they need to protect Sam directly from people. At the same time, rising from bed, Sam asked his grandfather that Barney was his direct ancestor. Why did he think that outwardly he did not look much older than him, but everything could happen? After which, he asked how old he was. Babai replied that if he is really the one, and he thinks, then he is now a little in 1,500 years. The guy confirmed this because shortly after he intervened in his battle, he introduced himself as Barney, after which he was surprised at his age. Gustav, he stated that his case is a completely different story because on average, the yokai live up to 500 years. In the future, to maintain life, they can use their energy if it has accumulated enough its number. You can remain young and stately for 1,000 years, because of which Sam showed surprise with all his appearance. Gustav confirmed that looking at him, it is difficult to believe that he could be 1,500 years. In addition, he didn't even scratch him in full force, but also allowed him to escape from the battlefield. Perhaps this is because he does not get his abilities, but his grandfather asked him to stop crazy, because it is very difficult to compare with that guy. These can be counted on the fingers, and from the younger generation it is possible for two people on the entire peninsula. They still have a little time, so he would like to tell me, Sam, one story about when someone saw the goblins live. 1,000 years ago, the goblins were divided into two opposing fractions. The king of the era was defeated with his faction. However, the victory of their opponents turned out to be Perova, one by one, and not died. And only one goblin survived at the beginning of the festival. His name was Pak, and he reached that festival to the finals. However, even he was defeated by injuries in battles. Therefore, at first, he thought that the guy was a descendant of Pak, because then he was considered the last goblin for hundreds of years. They cannot accurately determine whether he is his descendant, but judging by the life expectancy, it looks very likely. However, now a representative of a faction, which was considered exterminated more than 1,000 years ago, has come out of the shadow. Sam said that if Barney or other goblins are still alive, then he may be their descendant, with which his grandfather agreed. But now it was important that the goblin, with such an unimaginable force hid somewhere with a particular purpose, and regardless of whose descendant he was, it was not clear how it happened that his family was found only now. Well, why did he ask to honestly answer questions, ask if he was sure that his mother was the most ordinary person? The first memory in his memory is when the front door of the house opened and an ordinary woman, his mother, went inside. Returning the keys back to the bag, she began to inspect the living room, urging her son to go out to meet her. And why did he remember how his mother was called to school, and she asked for forgiveness for the behavior of her son, saying that it was all her fault? Then she asked whether other children were badly damaged, but the teacher hastened to calm her down, said that nothing serious happened. His son did not mock anyone. In fact, the fifth graders themselves started a fight, while Sam was in the third grade. He tried to return the football ball, which the fifth graders took his classmates who brought him to school from home. Sam, being witness to what was happening, told them to return the ball, and then everything grew into a fight, during which no one was injured. In this case, they themselves provoked a conflict, subscribing to the younger students, so their parents have nothing to say. If there are any problems, she will immediately inform them, after which Sam's mother bowed low, thanking the teacher. Then they headed home, while the mother carefully held her son by the hand so that he would not go far. Why did she turn her head in his direction, turning to her son, asking that he is probably angry with her? But the boy only guilty lowered his head, saying that he realizes that he himself was to blame for everything, and his mother has nothing to do with it. She replied that he did nothing wrong, but sometimes he just had no other choice. She knelt down and said that she really wanted someone to hurt someone in life. Looking back, even then Sam had a vague feeling, and that at that time his mother did not just instill his hostility towards violence. Then she handed him a little finger, asked if he could promise, and that she would no longer fight. A surprise boy handed his little finger in response, fastening them with each other, agreeing with a request from his mother. She did this in any way, but rather like a friend who asked for a very important favor, but he did not understand why. After which the woman hugged her son, thanks to all the gods for being so understanding. Although the reason was a mystery to him, he subconsciously felt that this request was something incredibly important for her. Therefore, since then he had never resorted to violence again until he became yokai, having lost his choice. His father was engaged in martial arts. At 24, he met his mother, married her, after which the guy immediately was born. And his mother is engaged in the assessment of antiques. From time to time, she acts as a broker of transactions because she is the most ordinary person. If this were not so, then how would he learn about the existence of yokai of a few days ago? But perhaps his mother specially kept him in ignorance. Now it sounded wild for him, but they carried him to compare him now with who he was a week ago. Then his whole essence has changed. When his grandfather met him for the first time, he had much more in common with people than with Yuki. Then he simply put the last goblin before the fact. However, the guy was not as useless as he suggested, but it was not a very pleasant story. Babai agreed, but his development speed is different from the phenomenal one, even given that he is a goblin. Therefore, he is forced to doubt his mother because perhaps he was used as an instrument to force Barney to get out of the shadow. However, such a statement outraged the guy who loudly asked what he was carrying for nonsense, but the chances of such an outcome are extremely small. Gustav, he said that the problem is that only they are of this opinion, but all this can be explained and easier. People aware of the existence of yokai, for example his friend Shaman, sees in him a dangerous monster associated with Barney. Today it became known about cases of mass disappearance of people throughout the country, and Sam came in surprise from this news. Around noon, the police found that all residents of the residential complex were missing, and many statements were received by the police. In addition, they reported on the same cases in other cities, in newspapers and online publications. They have already written articles about this. The operation, which they turned last night, was carefully planned for 2 weeks together with the shamans. For the sake of this operation, the shamans turned to the government with a request for cooperation, said that they would simply close their eyes to one night. Then they promised that getting rid of most invaders in the country, but in just a day this happens. He handed the phone to the guy who read the comments of people becoming more and horror. Babai added that in the current position, they are obliged to take decisive measures in order to deal with the problem. At least the time of his today's battle was none of the people. The consequences of the fight were seen by a lot of onlookers. Using this pretext, the shamans asked Sam to convey to them to punish Yoku, who arranged such a commotion. The head was guilty. The guy said that he was really to blame for acting at his discretion and without his permission. He disobeyed the order of the judge, but yokai, with whom he fought, killed countless people and violated the law. And Sam did not harm a single person and did not appear in front of him in the form of Yuka, and therefore his grandfather would write his fate. And their proposal is a direct encroachment on his powers, but although they submitted such a request to them, the guy may not worry much. Babai said loudly that his mother would definitely protect him and his mother, because of which the guy first did not even believe what he had heard. He asked about this, to which he heard, which, it seems, the shamans also became aware of the existence of Barney. They are sure that his family is connected with him, so they also consider the woman who grown him as a criminal. After that, Babai and Castor looked at each other, and the grandfather noticed the dumbfounded expression of the guy with glasses, who was also surprised by this news. And at the same second, they turned their heads towards the window, noticing Sam headed at all speeds. But the guy immediately stopped unconsciously. I understand that something restrains him, and his grandfather said that he realized that he was feeling. But he cannot let him go after her on his own, because this is exactly what shamans achieve. He had already sent someone to protect her, so let the guy not worry, and it would be better to stay here under protection. Gustav advised to listen to the recommendations of the judge, especially given his current physical condition. If he is now knitting into a fight with shamans, it is difficult to predict how it will end, but the guy said that this was all his fault. Not only did he not receive permission, he also went without even informing anyone, which is why everything happened. He pleaded guilty and was ready to bear proper punishment, but he did not assume that the consequences would affect his mother. He asked for forgiveness, saying that he was continuous troubles. But if something happens to his mother, he would never forgive himself. Then he strained all his muscles in the body, feeling unimaginable pain that passed from head to toe. This made the guy scream loudly, but the bells with which he was chopped began to succumb to an eager. A second later, he put the last strength, after which the guy finally broke the wagons, being free. Babai stunnedly looked at this sight, thinking that the guy of rude power was torn by an unpredictable bunch. Sam said that as soon as he saw with his own eyes that everything is in order with his mother, he would return and accept any punishment. Then he jumped out of the window of a multi-story building, let drops of raindrops that were not even going to subside into the room. Two men who stayed in the room only silently looked out the broken window, not daring to say anything. After a few seconds of silence, Babai irritatedly asked Gustav why he just stood and looked. He also added that he did not even try to pretend to be a fool and say that he did not have time to react. Then the guy declared that there was no water nearby which could use, but he did not want to break the pipes. The old man, trying to restrain his anger, asked the guy if he understands that there was a downpour outside, but he only smiled guiltily. Grandfather said that due to the fact that he is so dug, even his sister, who does not get skills, bypasses him. But Gustav said that the judge himself did not really treat the guy too hard, although he knew that his potential on his head surpasses his expectations. An unpredictable ligament is not the technique that you can cope with simply tearing it, but the guy coped. Regardless of what Sam will now do, their relationship with shamans should not change much. But the old man was not so cruel to turn a blind eye to the tears of a child who wanted to see his mother. At this time, the woman was surprised that her son was not taking the phone and did not answer the message. She was interested in where he went. Well, suddenly she heard a knock on the door, which was very surprised because Sam should have the keys to the house. Uncertainly, excitedly approaching the door, she asked who was there. But no one answered her, wanting her to open the door. He released the guests. The woman asked what they needed, but then she heard the order to shut up and not move. This order gave Sarah, standing behind Sam's mother. A woman immediately succumbed to magic and obediently fulfilled the order. Clay off doors behind him, the girl said that Selena was right, and she seemed to underestimate people. It turns out that they can be so annoying that she even wants to kill them, despite the fact that it is forbidden. Suddenly, the guy ran into the house, asking if the ant was in order, and at the same moment he took the sword from the scabbard. The guy turned menacingly to the girl, but she did not listen to him, again and activating his magic, ordering him to get to his knees. She used a unique technique, purple whisper, transmitting energy through the voice. Sarah can control the consciousness of those who hear it, thereby, those who fell under her control followed her orders. The girl thought that he did not bother the sword right away, which means that he was worried that his attacks could hurt a woman. Then Selena entered, saying that she was worried that they could be late, but apparently they came in time. But something did not give peace to Sarah, given his skills. Even if they came a little later, there would be no problems. However, compressed space does not affect the bodies of ordinary people too well, and we should think about how to pull it out of there. But she did not have time to finish the proposal, feeling something strange. Selena's gaze confirmed her anxiety. Around the house in which they were, an incredible amount of energy began to grow, which cannot be felt. Since they were born after the last festival, they first felt something like on themselves. What was happening around? They felt at the level of instincts, and only they tried to avoid the fight here. It was a barrier, and it is clearly not one of those that can be exposed in a couple of minutes. They were clearly preparing for this moment for several hours. This means there was a clear reason why they sent him to them, as a friend of a guy with a sword rose from his knees. He was shrouded in anger due to the fact that some girl stopped him using only one voice. The dumbfounded Sarah thought that he dispelled the effect of purple whisper on his own, although she had acted on him on the first attempt. But the next second, he threw off his sword that he was not going to fight with them because a woman near them is his friend's mother. He came here only to protect her, and if their goal converges, he is ready to cooperate with them. Sarah realized that Selena knew him, and the girl confirmed that the day before yesterday he looked after Sam when she was not nearby. The guy said that they had little time, and they already felt that they began to build a barrier around the residential complex. And when he is completely completed, they will no longer be able to leave him. But the girl asked not to explain obvious things to them. I don't understand anything that the guy asked what she was talking about. To which he received an answer that, first of all, he was a shaman. Sam is now a person who was a few days ago, completely different people, especially from the point of view of shamans. Therefore, she will not believe that he intends to betray his clan because of their friendship, even if this was a cynical judgment, but she is right. If this whole situation is adjusted only in order to weaken their vigilance, then it can be dangerous to agree with his proposal. Well, suddenly the guy raised his hand, making a sharp movement, and Sarah thought that it was still a setup. But contrary to her suspicions, the shaman began to beat himself with his thumb in different parts of the body, experiencing pain. Such a picture surprised the girls, who only looked inquiringly at the actions that the guy performs. He then said that including veins pouring blood into his dientan, he temporarily paralyzed the meridian, responsible for the flows of his qi. Now he was not much different from an ordinary person. Using mental magic on him, she will be able to see all his intentions. Sarah asked if he understood the one she said because she may not stop reading memory, making him her puppet. He could not say that this does not care at all, but now it is most important for him to protect Sam's mother. If at least he succeeds, the rest will no longer matter what the girl asked, why he goes so far. It is interesting what kind of relationship he had with him, to which the guy replied that he was his friend, that's all. Looking at the sweaty guy who barely held on his feet, Sarah sighed heavily, letting go of her hands. Then she said that the guy is either just an idiot or Sam has a wonderful character, although perhaps both. And then she decided to listen to how strong the shamans took advantage of. Meanwhile, Sam, having forgotten about the pain that echoing all over his body, fled to his house without sparing his strength. He was forced to stop a strange sensation that suppressed even the desire to see his mother as soon as possible. He understood that his eyes did not see anything unusual, only here is clearly something wrong. And something would change if he took a couple more steps. Suddenly he heard a voice that said that he was much less than he imagined. You can't say that he had the blood of the goblin. But seeing how the guy stopped a few steps, it becomes obvious that he has a sharp instinct. The guy introduced himself to John, adding that he was a shaman of the 3rd rank of the Constellation Hall and he was pleased to meet him. The Constellation is the name of the organization headed by the Yuno family for a century, if Sam remembers correctly. John stated that he had introduced himself so they could go directly to the matter, after which he asked the guy to give up. After all, he himself perfectly understands what situation is in because they have already put up a barrier around his house. And if he runs away, his mother can suffer. Besides, all shamans in the country are hunting for him, so his capture is a matter of time. Sam understood that the fight was inevitable, but now there was only one problem that he remembered very late. At the same time, he tried to evaluate his opponent with a quick look and figure out what he could be capable of. Suddenly he felt how someone appeared behind him, licking his foot towards his head. He turned around, not managing to examine in detail on the attacker, but mechanically put his hands to defend. He managed, because of which the whole blow fell in his hands, but the shock force was enough to throw him away. But contrary to everything, the guy stayed on his feet, trying to carefully examine his new opponent. But instead, he only opened his eyes in surprise, seeing a huge barrier in front of him consisting of pure energy. John said that this barrier is like a crazy network because so the fish would not break out of it and the new one will continue to go inside. It seems to be obvious, but the guy must understand that he can't get out, no matter how he wants him. However, his choice is the same as John said. He can give up or try to escape. Nothing has changed in this regard. Either he dutifully put up with the current situation, or he will shamefully flee from fate to his death. However, the young man was not going to retreat, but at that moment, an echo spell from his acquaintance came to his ears. The source was more than 100 millers from it, a short phrase that he would not hear if not for the amount of energy. He knew exactly who belonged to this energy, so the guy immediately broke off, being sure that Sarah was inside the barrier. Although, he is not entirely sure, but given the direction, he could have imagined that now she is at his house. If so, then he now needs not to rush headlong to his mother. I take the shamans away from her. It is unlikely that John was honest with him, saying that his friends and mother had already seized... Well, he knew for sure that Sarah was now next to his mother. Even if the shamans have any bad intentions against his mother, he decided to run around the district to take them away. This should be enough to win for Sarah a little time and let it be avoided from the barrier with your mother. Well, as soon as the guy began to gain speed, I also noticed that someone is incredibly quickly striving for him. John, who did not want to let Sam let go, I decided to attack him, knocking down the pace of his run, provoking to the detour. Smiling, the shaman said that the guy had good reflexes, which means that he could have fun today. And then he again rushed to the young man, starting to fall asleep with blows from all sides, preventing him from making a counterattack. He understood that his opponent was quickly strong, surpassed Yuno on his head, who probably just succumbed to him. He himself was able to defend himself from the next blow, after the new in his direction, but lost his balance due to the strength of the opponent. Having managed to survive on his feet, Sam continued to defend himself, realizing that it was not worth it, but forget that this is not one-on-one fight. John said that the young man surpassed all his expectations, and we must assume that he studied the art of shamans or something like that. The guy did not know what tactics they were going to resort to, but according to their Aurum, it is clear that they have more the total amount of energy than him. Sam said that this would sound somewhat strange in a similar situation, but he would not want to fight here in the middle of the sleeping area. But John replied that this barrier is standing here not only for his sake, and people, having got inside, will immediately lose consciousness. Everyone inside has been sleeping for a long time and wake up only a few hours later when the barrier is removed. His excuses are simply ridiculous. However, it still seemed funny to him but the next second. But again he repeated Sam to reconcile and give up, after which he again rushed to the young man, grab his hand and stroke, into which he put a huge part of his strength. However, the young man was able to stop this blow with a bare palm, saying that one could not worry that he would make noise. The guy grabbed the enemy by the chest, thereby causing his discontent, but now he could not restrain himself in his strength. Then he used a lightning strike on John, sent an electricity category to him and striking incredible power. The girl in the mask, who was the first to attack the guy, now just stood and silently watched their battle. Sam said that he slowed down in the end. Not because he wanted to mock him, he was just the idea of killing people. But he is unlikely to let him go only because of such words. At the same time, John trembled, trying to take a breath after the attack. The guy also decided to warn that he would try to control himself, but he could not promise anything. These words took off his enemy, because of which he grinned and rushed forward on a young man in order to defeat him. Swinging his foot, he aimed clearly in his head, hoping that he would not have time to repel this attack and he will have a chance to win. Contrary to everything, Sam did not even put his hand for protection, but he remained firmly standing on his feet even after such a blow. This was even more angry with John, who began to beat Sam in different parts of the body, putting an incredible amount of strength into the blow. He did not understand how it was possible to say that he was strong. To say nothing at all, he seemed to beat a giant wall with his fists. And after several dozen strokes, the guy stayed still, but then once hit John with his fist in his face. This was enough to discard the opponent several meters, breaking his asphalt with his body. Understanding that his opponent is now off, Sam turned his head towards a mysterious girl who was still standing still. He thought that she was waiting for the moment to attack from the back, but she did not move. Maybe she did not specialize in the near battle. Sam said that his warning concerns her too. He does not want to get involved once again into senseless fights. However, the girl became in the rack, preparing for the battle from which she did not want to refuse. But if you have to, then he will not hesitate. when suddenly John stopped her with rude insults. He asked her to stand quietly aside and observe, but his comrade only stood silently. He screamed loudly, asking if she realized that he was telling her or simply provoking him, then asked him to answer him. There was a conflict between Sam's opponents, although the guy did not understand what was the cause of their disagreement. But he knew exactly what he should do now to turn the battle move in his direction and go out the winner. He ran to the girl, thinking that she had not yet entered the battle, and in the form of energy with her more than. He did not know what she was going to do, but he just needed to neutralize her as quickly as possible, avoiding her attacks. Having taken out 3 pieces of paper, which immediately lit up, the girl used the shackles of hundreds of demons, exorcism, and a barrier from animals. 3 seals immediately burned in her hands, which meant that she activated her amulets, preparing for battle. Sam could not get to her, since energy chains appeared from the ground that completely constrained his body. These were the shackles of hundreds of demons, chains that fed her evil spirits, and the guy understood that he was fully stuck. But this was not the end yet. After this, the flow of energy, exorcism that expelled evil entities fell on the young man. But as soon as the dust dispelled, a powerful fist was already flying towards the mask behind which a mysterious girl was hiding. Sam was able to get around her shackles and hoped that now he could overtake her and finally win. She said that she used 3 high-class amulets, but only the barrier from animals somehow works. The girl was behind the barrier from animals that the guy's fist could not overcome, saying that exorcism against Yokaev is ineffective. But this only angered a guy more, on the forehead of which the horn immediately grew, giving him new strength and possibilities. Sam thought that his attacks did not seem to get along the target. He just had the feeling, as if he was just crazy with a club of air. She did not throw her back from his blow. She jumped herself, but if the barrier can block attacks, then there should be restrictions. Folding her hands together and drank them with energy, the girl began to pronounce a spell that was like a prayer. The guy thought that the effect of the barrier was limited by time or the number of attacks that he is able to block. But while he was thinking about it, he was in some dark space, and behind him, a fire from energy burned behind him. At this time, Yuno said that in addition to him, 5 shamans were sent here, 3 attacking and 2 supporting. Some pillars or talismans located along its edges serve as an unusual basis for the barrier, but this barrier is very unusual. Its basis was the shamans themselves, which means that they just need to defeat these shamans in order to deactivate the barrier. Yuno replied that it was just in words, even if he realizes that the girl is very strong by the standards of Yokaev. Well, no matter how confident she is, Yokai, who is less than 66 years old, did not see a real battle in her life. Most techniques for the techniques that practice shamans are aimed at suppressing the Yokaev, while they are simply measured by forces. In comparison with this, the battle against shamans is akin to falling into a trap specially prepared for you. In addition, 3 of them have the title of Shaman Fire. This title among shamans receive few chosen ones. They cannot be avoided in any case, so he would recommend entering into battle only with one of them at a time. He will be able to take on one of them, and they at the same time will take care of others, but they will need to cope with everything quickly. Then you need to escape with the mother before the remaining shamans notice something was wrong. Sarah asked, is he now able to use energy because he himself said that he had paralyzed his meridians a little earlier? Yuno completely forgot about it and therefore did not find what to answer, trying to realize the stupidity of the plan that he started. Selena said that she knew that they have no choice, but it will not be easy to defeat 2 shamans in such conditions. Although all the people around and unconscious, they still need to try to harm. Sighing, Sarah clarified that not only their restrictions concern. After all, they themselves will first take care of the safety of the residents of the district, so they will not be able to fight in full force. But Yuno said that they were obsessed with Sam much more than they think, even if they have to make sacrifices. The dumbfounded Selena asked why resort to such reckless measures, only to grab Sam, but it was not only in him. To the reason for everything, their pride and power that they will gain after 6 months, because shamans are also waiting for the night of Yokaev. The brunette did not understand because all these hundreds of years were the most favorable time for people and they could live calmly. And so it was. Humanity in a short time has advanced much more in technology than 1,000 or even 10,000 years before, and human civilization has reached its peak, more precisely more of it, which was free from the threat of Yokaev. After the disappearance of the threat, ordinary people took power into their own hands in the world of culture, technology, prosperity, and development. And the shamans, on the contrary, are forced to hide in the shade from all the respected defenders of mankind. They turned into a relic of the past. A complex of inferiority, a thirst for recognition, a sense of his own chosenness. Here it is, a portrait of a modern shaman. Most likely after 6 months, when the sun goes beyond the horizon, they will laugh at how usually people scream helplessly and run. On this day, they again rise to the top of the hierarchy of people, stop being a miserable echo of the past. And in today's incident, after the night of the hunt, the number of possible victims does not bother them, although they assured the government of the opposite. So now they are trying to catch the main culprit of what happened so that no one else doubts their abilities and authority. Selena tried to answer something, but Sarah interrupted her, saying what it means to spit whether people living here will suffer or not. Suddenly all three felt a strong surge in energy which happened somewhere near them. Looking out the window, Sarah asked what it was, but Yuno could not answer anything since he himself was confused. Suddenly the guy lit up. He realized that this energy was an activator of the White Assembly, but he did not know who activated him. The abilities used exclusively by Korean shamans can be divided into only 2 groups. The first is reading sacred texts, for the use of which you need to remember the holy letters and pronounce them at the right time. Thus, shamans repeatedly strengthen their abilities, cannot immediately use the most suitable technique. Most shamans own precisely this type of abilities, while the second group is the descent of the gods. These shamans, and sensitive to the energy of the White Assembly, are endowed with incredible divine forces. Through the appropriate meridian, they connect measures to all guides for the gods that use their bodies as blood vessels. Thus, they can call for the forces of heaven to earth, as John did now, calling for a general dancing with blades. For the first time in his life, Sam ran into a stunning presence of such a divine essence. But it was at that moment that something in his body responded to this energy, because of which he felt something new in himself. If the entities that go beyond the understanding of mortals are completely unimportant, you or a person, at such a moment it is completely natural to succumb to panic, which unconsciously instills deeply into consciousness. However, despite this, the guy did not take flight. He only squeezed the weapon that he held in his hands. He had the courage to attack the first to try to find the enemy by surprise, directing dark energy in his direction. His weapon pierced the spiritual shell of the called general, but in his appearance it was clear that he did not feel pain. This strained the young man, who understood that his body was not a material object that could be so simply destroyed. At that very moment, John completed the merger with the called creature, and 2 spiritual blades appeared in his hands. Following this, he waved his sword, sending forward a cross attack created from the energy of the called spirit. Sam watched the 2 blades fly in his direction, but he could not decide what to do, to recapture or evade. Well, contrary to this, John did not stay in place, deciding to crush his opponent with everything he could. After that, he began to flash blades non-stop, creating all new lines from the energy that Sam can injure. However, the young man did not arrange such a layout of events, because of which he actively began to beat off every attack sent to him. He could not repel each attack because of their huge number, as a result of which he received many small scratches. But contrary to this, he continued to fight off the attacks, firmly standing on his feet but not going into an attack. The girl who watched him did not understand what was the matter, because with his speed and agility, he could evade even powerful techniques. Nevertheless, he preferred to take a defensive rack, just take his blows, putting himself in a disadvantage. The next second, the fighter stopped, and Sam felt that the enemy had become stronger. Where John before stood, it was empty, but sharply raising his head, the young man managed to put up a weapon in time for protection. A shaman attacked him from above without putting an incredible amount of strength into this blow, which is why the road began to collapse under them. Despite confidence in his defense, the guy noticed that the general's blades began to break through, cutting his weapons. John's eyes shone with blue light even brighter, making it clear that he would go to the end to break through the defense. As expected, the club of Sam could not stand the pressure and broke into 2, thereby revealing the gap in his defense. I do not want to lose for a second. The shaman decided to attack again, using all his speed and strength that he owned. This time, the young man could not oppose him anything, because of which he decided both hands at the same second. However, this was not enough for John, because he knew that the guy should not grow new limbs. Why, he again began to wave the blades non-stop, cutting his opponent, leaving no living place on him. A few seconds later, the shaman stopped, looking at the bloody mass into which he turned the guy. Then, personally, the spirit asked the girl in a mask if this guy was with the aim of his call, which she agreed with. He would also like to know why they are fighting with him, because he did not want to fight for no reason. The girl replied that he was a half-man, in which the blood of the goblin flows. He caused chaos in the world of people. Then she apologized that she called him in a hurry, without conducting the proper ritual, but he advised her to be careful with words. But then the spirit asked if this guy was really guilty of anything, or they simply decided to hide him with false accusations. If it was blind, then I would see that he had the opportunity to dodge his attacks, but he decided not to use them. It is possible that he was afraid that local residents could suffer because of this, even when his own life stood at the stake. The spirit did not believe that he violated the law or caused harm to anyone, presumably. They falsely accused him by virtue of his delusions. If someone else was in her place, he would not even respond to the call, in response to which the girl bowed her head and apologized. At the same time, the guy literally stood on the verge of death, and there was the reason why he was in such a lousy state. And she was covered not only in the injuries that he had just received, because this was not his first battle lately. It also was attended by fatigue accumulated during the battle with Barney and Tao, who had strongly exhausted him. There were also problems due to the adoption of many pills that pressed him stronger than the Arias themselves. For a regular, fucking is similar to a high-class supplement, excessive use that simply led to embezzlement. However, due to the fact that Sam swallowed 2 doses in just a couple of minutes, all the vital energy to the last drop was squeezed out of his body. The result of which was its current state because its core was absolutely empty without reacting to external stimuli. Under ordinary conditions, his injuries would have managed to heal twice or 3 times, but now he could only count on the restoration of one hand. But suddenly the guy lifted this very hand which trembled very much, after which he did not click his fingers very loudly. At that very moment, a scroll appeared in front of him which levitated in front of him in the air, waiting for a further team. The spirit in John's body turned his head in surprise, asking that the guy still had the strength to move. He was sorry for the young man, and he did not understand why he was so stubborn, because it would be easier to escape even when his body was unharmed. And then he again asked the girl he knows better to kill him, in response to which the girl nodded, confirming his words. This answer completely satisfied him because he would not want to take his life, realizing that he was not to blame for anything. However, they did not notice how the young man held a gold bubble in his hand, for the activation of which it was necessary to clamp him in his hand, and pronounced Savaha. A little earlier, Yuno explained to him that if time was running out, let him just throw it to the ground so that the alchemical formula inside would be activated. But instead of quitting, Sam the guy simply crushed her with his palm, knowing that 3 color bubbles are not limited by 1 magic. They contain 81 mystical equipment when activating independently, choosing the most suitable for the situation. 3. Color bubbles themselves chose the right magic after analyzed Sam's current state. They did not activate some kind of equipment, but simply used the energy contained inside to restore the user. The girl was surprised to see 3 color bubbles besides not the weakest, because even the strong shamans would have gone to their creation for years. It was struck by the quality and amount of energy inside them, but even so, that they can be capable of firing in the hands. And as if I answered her question, the guy calmly stood on his feet, completely restored, examining his body. The general said that this is truly a rare sight, that I am a righteous energy, so he could also use it. The spirit decided to continue the fight by attacking the guy, but he immediately reacted and put his hand to defense. Sam was surprised to notice that the blade that strove for his flesh did not reach the goal, stopping a couple of centimeters by hand. But the next second, the general again began to wave the blades, the young man with sweeping movements. The guy thought that the 3 color bubbles of Yuno healed him, he understood, but there was still some strange feeling. It was as if a new core was formed inside it, but he was mistaken in this because he did not know one important moment. There were always 2 cores inside him, but they both stopped functioning due to the fact that they were not used for 17 years. One of the nuclei was awakened by the consequence of Sam's rebirth, thereby radically changing his appearance. The second was awakened now. During his confrontation, the general's emptiness was filled with energy from the bubbles. However, there was no time to think about it, because right now he is fighting his bare hands against the spirit with dangerous weapons. Having bounced a little back, the guy squatted down but managed to maintain balance standing on his feet. He noticed that judging by the effect and method of control, this energy is no different from the energy of the Yokayev, which is why it is easier to block attacks. However, he cannot materialize the club with the roots. He also has some problems, and he tried to understand why this happened. Perhaps for their use, different types of energy are required. To call for a club, it should use the energy of Yokaev. But she was incompatible with his current energy. He did not know what to do, because his enemy would not be able to defeat physical strength. He urgently needed to figure out how to use this energy when suddenly his hand was filled with an electricity charge. On some instincts, he directed his hand forward, releasing lightning, directing it towards the general. Surprised by his new ability, Sam froze, translation of his eyes from hand to place where the spirit had just been. The girl looked in surprise at the animal who suddenly appeared next to the guy, and he mutually appreciated the girl. After that, the snow-white Chorak flew forward and stopped opposite Sam, who was surprised to look at the new comrade. Meanwhile, at the hotel, Kieran told his sister that the last time he ate at the airport in the morning, and this was one miserable sandwich. The girl replied that she ordered food delivery to the room or went to eat in the hotel restaurant, but he refused. The guy did not understand what suddenly she behaved so boldly because of her he could not calmly go to eat in the city. After what she did, they were under supervision, even though we were not forbidden to leave the hotel, but the movement around the city was limited. Lying on the bed, Kira replied that she was in the know because, if not for this fact, she would immediately go to look for him. Brother wondered who she was talking about and what happened to her there, to which she heard the answer that we were talking about a goblin who is half a person. Thanks to his help, she returned alive. Their goals converged with him. He also came there to fight the Tatars. The guy did not believe his ears because he heard from the locals that everything was completely different. But what was happening was obvious. They are trying to hang everything that happened on him, thus they will not be able to keep their face, telling the public that the criminal is caught. Kieran, that the shamans here are not much different from the Japanese, but her feelings are clear to him because she was worried that he received false accusations. But they cannot take any action on this subject, and the girl should understand this perfectly. In addition to the fact that they are guests here, do not forget that in the near future they will become competitors. The fact that they are responsible for Korea, and they and the rest of the families are for Japan, is just echoes of the past. For the heirs of the Chosun dynasty and the government of Korea, they are just myths from distant antiquity, the tradition of ancient scrolls. Even if they believe them, they are unlikely to take risks, because the shamans of the whole world are also presented to the situation, and they can regard their direct intervention as a violation of the status quo. This should also be understood. Although Kara does not want to do something, the strength is not enough for it for this. But now she understands what the teacher had in mind. Before lunch, it seemed to her that she simply did not matter. But when she had to fully use her strength, she realized that she was weakened. But her brother did not feel this. Although she controls the Shikigi, so she has much harder in this regard. And why did he ask about Riju? But Kara replied that this Crumbs is even worse than her, after which the girl tried to call him. She concentrated, asking the animal whether she wanted to go out here, after which she and her brother froze. There was no answer, and the animal did not appear, because of which the girl shocked, asking where he disappeared. She recalled the moment when Barney grabbed her by the throat and turned to Sam, asking him to obey. Indeed, if possible, he would not want to harm him. At that moment, Kira, although it was painful, but she absorbed his every word. Sam did not answer at that moment, thinking only about how to save the girl who was in his hands. But such thoughts arose not only in his head because the Hori, who was next to him, was also powerless. At that moment, they could not do anything together, but the animal wanted to do at least something useful. He completely depended on his calling man, but when she was captured, there was practically no sense from him. And, not receiving energy and orders from the shaman, he was no different from the usual soul which was not able to help the owner. However, by virtue of his devotion to the mistress, he nevertheless did everything that he could, deciding to attack Barney with a lightning charge. However, the power was so much that the goblin only angrily glanced towards the little animal, scaring only his eyes. Seeing a terrible face, the horn immediately trembled, and the goosebumps walked through his body from head to toe, after which he flew to the side. But after he pulled a little time, something cut off the air near Barney's hand and cut off a whole brush. Then the animal noticed that his mistress escaped from the paws of the goblin and fell to the ground, unable to maintain balance. At that moment, Gustav took the full right to engage in Barney so that the rest could move away and take a breath. Due to the primitive horror in front of the unimaginably strong yokai, he seemed to be numb and could not even move towards the mistress. Then the animal only silently watched. Gustav called a huge water demon and ordered him to attack. While the water spirit had fun with the enemy, Raju tried to quickly escape from the battlefield, heading for the mistress. Having come to his senses, he rushed to salvation, noticing Karu, which was sitting in one place. Before he had time to get closer to her, a deafening explosion rang behind him, which destroyed his plans. And in ordinary circumstances, Raju would simply return to his mistress, but something unforeseen happened. The animal flew forward at all pores. I only wish to find myself in a safe place closer to Kira, which will not give him offense. But his path was blocked by a man with the gift of a shaman who stood between him and the mistress. Then Riju mistakenly flew into Sam, not expecting that this could have happened, at least somehow. Sam's body unhinderedly accepted Riju, like a sponge that easily absorbed water. However, being inside and seeing that only Yokoi's energy was hanging around him, Raju realized that he was stuck here, and at the moment, he was able to get out of imprisonment. And the first thing he decided to look at the person in whom he was stuck. However, at that moment, they had no time to look at each other for a long time because the enemy was going to attack again. Sam managed to notice how John quickly carried in their direction, along with this, waved a blade, sending a charge of energy. Having managed to react in time, the young man grabbed the animal and pressed him close to him to protect him from the attack. Their aggregate intelligence and knowledge was not enough to understand what happened at all and how Riju was free. However, both instinctively thought about the same thing. If they do not unite now, they would most likely die. But at the same moment, the spirit in John's body approached him, who did not give him time for a long reflection. But after recovery, the guy felt much better and therefore could reflect the blows sent to him. Suddenly for herself, Sam noticed herself in her hands an object that the hostess Ridzu used to attack. Using the power of Riju, the young man with his bare hands stopped the general's blades without feeling damage. Although this thing differs from his club, the fact that she can block attacks, the guy was quite enough. And now he surpasses him in terms of speed and strength. His advantage in battle is due to a certain unique technique. As soon as he tries to hold any reception, he seems to predict him and counterattacks, not allowing him to dodge. However, the guy still managed to cause him some damage, although this caused him double damage. But Sam continued to stand on his own, trying to defend himself from every attack while trying to counterattack. The girl in the mask did not understand that it was now. Not that he does not have time for the attacks of the general, he does not even try to block them. The general also became interesting, but the guy was no longer to turn the outcome of the battle, so he directly asked him to give up. After all, he does not even try to defend himself from attacks and blocks only those that can lead to instant death. Sam said aloud whether his venture will work or not, he does not know. But this was his only chance, that's all. Smiling, the general said that he would show him his strongest technique, and he would see how much the guy would last. And the next second, an incredible hail of blades crumbled on the young man called the Dance of the Blesses of the General God. It was literally a god dancing with blades who destroyed everything in his path, despite the material and strength. Such an enemy was clearly not on the teeth of Sam, who even with all his desire could not return from so many attacks. He was helpless against such technology, and the general added that all his efforts are in vain, and therefore this is the end. Of course, Sam also realized this in this, but he believed in what he saw earlier, and therefore a thought came into his head. No matter how strong the opponents were, he knew that even the strongest of them could be immobilized, remembering Barney. The spirit noticed that, it seemed, from the very beginning he did not try to look for his weaknesses. It was Achilles' heel of the gods, from the descending into their world. Regardless of how strongly the god who takes control of the body is nevertheless limited to the limits that the vessel is able to withstand. The spirit realized that the guy was holding as best he could, waiting for the energy of lightning after the blow, and his shoulders would not pierce the body of the vessel. Treated by an incredible number of cuts, Sam still stood firmly on his feet, rushing straight on the enemy. While he was standing still, the young man was able to overtake him. I hit my face with my fist, knocking the general's vessel from my feet. Stopping, the guy looked at the defeated enemy, saying that, as he said, this is his only chance. The general gave a voice, saying that the guy deliberately restrained his strength. Would not do so, he would have deprived John of life in an instant. The shaman's body trembled while the spirit said that even so, if he were even a little weaker, the guy might not have a second chance. Sam replied that it happened so it would really return the problem. However, in the end, he coped. However, it was not even his body, so it was too much to talk about death when you yourself do not put on your own life. The spirit smiled, saying that the guy dares him to the very end, but agreed with this because the loser had no right to reasoning. After which, the general left John's body, saying that if they were destined to meet again, they will dance again, after which the spirit divorced the wind, leaving John's unconscious body alone on the ground. Then the girl gave her voice, saying that that's all, in response to which the guy only turned his head in her direction. Meanwhile, she said that she did not own military skills, as there is no energy for the second ritual of calling, so they lost. Sam frowned, thinking that she was lying because she attacked him only once, but this was enough to understand her possibilities. He really did not know how much art she was in battle, but certainly stronger than the guy he fought earlier. For him, there was a mystery. What the hell? She gives the back at such a moment when suddenly someone called them out. The young man turned his head in surprise. I will try to consider the one who dared to prevent their battle. But contrary to expectations, instead of a new enemy, he noticed a trembling young man who was heading in his direction. The guy immediately asked herself why he was here, not believing that the yokai just let him go against the shamans alone. The fact that the guy was a little earlier because Yuno told him to be confident to hold himself in his hands. The young man immediately built her guilty face, starting to apologize, saying that he had a very near friend, but it was clear that he was pretending. Frowning, the shaman replied that it would be excellent if only apologies could be fixed. Then the guy began to examine the place which, until recently, was the battlefield, noticing John lying unconscious. Then he noticed a silent girl telling her that she would not puzzle her head because everything is exactly as it looks. This guy is his best friend from high school, and he is definitely not one of those who would attack people. The girl replied that this was no longer solved, especially if he was connected with the alleged criminal. She wanted to add something about the heir to the clan, but Yuno interrupted her, answering that he was not such a shameless person. Obviously, his actions are simply unacceptable. Regardless of the circumstances, the heir to his clan should not become a side yuk. But the shaman decided that from that moment, he would renounce his own clan so as not to violate their rules. The girl was surprised at such a news, not believing in such a thing, because why a person to refuse what many want so much? But for Yuno, this was not a problem. Everyone will pretend that they are furious, but in reality, they will only rejoice. After all, now the heir's place will be free, after which he decided that the explanation was already enough and asked the girl to make a decision. The guy said that he did not want to kill her or cripple her, so if she just stops maintaining the barrier, they can disperse. But if she is going to fulfill the mission to the end, he will do everything to kill her, trying not to restrain himself. The girl's hand reached for the mask, which she was going to take off, saying that apparently she had no choice. Opening her face, showing scars under her eyes, she said that she could not refuse the request to the master. At that moment, Sam was interested in her eyes, which she never showed, holding them closed. Having folded her palms together, the girl began to whisper quietly. It was likely that it was a deactivation of the barrier. Then the girl stated that she had done as he asked. He would disappear if another of 5 would stop supporting the barrier. Surprised, Sam thanked her, although he did not know what was happening here, and Yuno said that she had acted wisely. Then he asked her to take her brother and hide somewhere, but she can't say that she handed over her part of the barrier without a fight. After all, this will not end in anything good for her. She completely accepted the instructions and took her brother's arm, headed away. At this time, Sam looked uncertainly at his friend, not knowing what could be told in such a situation. But the voice gave Yuno, saying that he did not come here because of him. He was pulled out of the bed and sent on a mission. 5 other shamans were told to build a barrier. They were waiting for him, although they did not know if he would come. And they told him to go inside. He had to deal with any fucker and bring his mother, but in the process, he met Yokaev, who came to save her. They agreed with them about cooperation, so they should not worry. But the situation in which they landed was extremely difficult. After all, as a guy could already guess, the barrier holds 3 more shamans, and each of them is stronger than those 2. Sam specified that speaking together, he implies that this girl would take part in battle, to which he heard consent. Apart from those 2, everyone who was sent here, including him, guards, but they barely reached the guard, so they were called up in a hurry. But even if they unite forces in reality, the younger brother almost completely relies on the skills of his sister. Yuno thought that Sam would notice that something was wrong, so he was glad that the guy had come, but he immediately heard the question whether he was injured. He replied that, be that as it may, there were 3 guards left to leave this place. One of them must be defeated. Then he asked how many bubbles he had left. Sam replied that 2 pieces, but Yuno asked to return one. Without doubting his decision, the guy handed over his friend a purple bottle to help him as soon as possible. Without thinking twice, the shaman squeezed the bubble in his hand, saying that he squeezed and filled, after which he began to envelop his energy. Sam covered himself from the flow of wind while his friend said that one of the 3 watchmen would fight against one of the yokaiev. Next to them is his mother, but the fluctuations in energy tell him that the battles between them are now in full swing. However, his mother is now leaving another yokai from the barrier, so the task of the guy is to find them and join them. He will take on one of the 2 remaining guards while they will need to hide from the latter. And as soon as one of them defeats his enemy and destroys the barrier, they should immediately leave here. Sam wanted to say that his friend would not mix him, but these words were stuck in his throat, and after all, they will sound defiantly and recklessly. Juno had already told him in the training room that with weapons of their ability 2 times more, his friend was ready to sacrifice everything. However, Sam really did not want to put his experiences on his friend, which did not concern him in any way. But at the same moment, Juno flinched, sharply taking out the blade from the scabbard, preparing to repel any attack. However, the next moment he decided to change the plan, first rushing into an attack so as not to give the enemy a convenient moment. Having waved his sword, his opponent immediately repelled the attack with a huge scimitar, because of which there was a very unpleasant ringing of steel. Sam was surprised at the magnificent reaction of his friend, turning his head in his direction, observing the approach of the enemy. A huge man in a mask said that if the old man finds out, he is enough. He is already breathing in the incense. And then the only son with Yokami flirts, however, he would not mind looking at it. Then he invited the young master to change his mind, but he replied that the man would forget about it. But Yuno liked him as a future leader, because he has all the quality necessary for this, also a magnificent character. After which the man suggested turning his sword to the goblin next to him, because still almost no one knows what happened here. And he will somehow persuade the witnesses to keep his mouth shut because he would really not want to fight him. Having decided to put pressure on the patient, the man suggested thinking about his mother, but Yuno did not know that his uncle of him was such an opinion. And unfortunately, along the way, a girl who dragged her brother on herself already saw him here. The man called her a rogue. The young shaman said that he had long been thinking about leaving home because he was tired of sitting in a cage. With a sigh, a man in a mask replied that he did not understand the course of his thoughts a little, but he has no right to argue with him. Yuno told Sam that his mother would be on the roof, and as soon as the barrier goes, they should fly away from there. Now he needed to run as quickly as possible, and so that it did not happen, staying next to her. Clutching his lips, the guy wanted to respond with a Thanksgiving speech, but only an understanding of the instructions escaped from his lips. The next second, he jumped sharply, heading in the opposite direction of the reflecting while they were preparing for battle. Uncle asked that they were friends with him, surprised at this, but the guy had nothing to answer him because he did not spare about anything. The man replied that if they were already accepting a person who risks his life for a friend, then this world has gone crazy. His clan has 7 strongest students. Each of them is strong enough to give the fight of a high-class yoke. And in terms of physical strength, they stand the whole army. Depending on their inclinations and technicians, they were called the titles of deities. And now 2 of these students had to fight among themselves, namely the 3rd and 7th. The immortal butcher said that he would have to fight with Ara, one of the few true masters. Then he added that he would try to finish everything quickly and promised that the guy would die painlessly. A few minutes earlier, Sarah and Yuno felt a powerful surge in energy which crushed his strength. The guy immediately recognized this aura. Someone called on the deity, after which he would like to clarify something among the girls. But he was interrupted by the worried voice of Selena, who with trembling hands held the phone in her hands, saying that this could not be. Losing patience, Sarah asked what she saw, in response to what she got information, that Sam was coming here. The girl with 2 braids turned pale, adding that the message was sent a little earlier, so now he should be here. Yuno cried out that he was completely crazy if he ran here without a second thought. He was familiar with the shamans and knows what they are capable of. But the next second, the guy froze, because he felt that one of the pillars was also approaching them. And the next instant, an unfamiliar voice was surprised at what he sees. He came from the side of the balcony. The girl in the mask stated that 2 creatures in one place at once, but she did not understand why the young master was talking to them. It is impossible. He is worried that a woman who needs to be brought with him is the reason for the harm, or is so confident in his own abilities that he thinks that he can intimidate them with 1 words and his authority. The 5th student of the Constellation Hall, the soaring fairy Cindy, could not understand this, but continued to watch them. Yuno thought that the guards were supposed to guard the barrier, although Cindy was not the most formidable opponent, but now he is not able to energy. If he had at least a little more time to restore, when he suddenly remembered what could help him. 3. Color bubbles. If Sam did not use them all, only one is enough to completely heal. Suddenly, Sarah said that she didn't know how strong she was, the shaman, but it seems that she has a problem with her ability to make friends. And as if answering her statement, Cindy sent a short knife forward, which surprised the young master. Sitting in the air on a wooden object of a curved shape, the girl in a mask watched the flight of her knife. Then she asked how it turned out that yokai protects him. At the same time, Sarah caught a knife with her bare hand. Her hand trembled, as the weapon was able to cut her fingers a little, from which blood was abundantly. Removing the mask, Cindy decided that the young master had forgotten about her duty, and went over to the side of these creatures. The next second the guy felt his hands touched, it was Selena, who stated that they needed to leave. The guy wanted to answer something, but Sarah interrupted him, saying that it would be nice to use it as a hostage. But it seems even a live shield from it is so, and therefore she asked to stop branding and going to look for Sam. At first, the girl wanted to convey the message to him, but then decided that she herself would then tell him everything. Sarah's eyes lit up with a violet haze. She herself stated that she would not take Cindy a lot of time. The girl in a white coat said that there is no need to be so nervous because she has the same opinion as Sarah. It makes no difference what will happen to her or others, but their goal should remain unharmed because she does not mind waiting. In the end, they still won't come out of here. The only question is who and how quickly they will catch them. Why did she ask her hand hurt? Because even monsters should feel pain to some extent. Sarah replied that even if the soul was stronger in her damned, maybe she would be hurt. But now everything is wrong. Having rejoiced, Cindy was surprised at this music that Sarah knows what it is, saying that she herself did it. The damned knife contains a human soul in itself, torn by resentment and strong negative emotions. But unlike the appearance of ordinary evil spirits, the creation of a damned knife is a carefully verified process. And after capturing a person whose soul is going to use for a knife, he is subjected to numerous torture. The blade, which is then used to kill the exhausted person, becomes a powerful magical weapon. The soul of the deceased gives this knife the power. I fill it with his suffering and pain that this weapon carries. The girl made a lot of efforts to create it, and one should be enough to kill the middle class. In a depressed voice, Cindy said that there was nothing to be done, while Sarah was surprised at the next picture. The girl sitting in front of her raised her hand, forcing a couple of dozens of exactly the same knives. She said that she would have to use the help of her friends because she thinks that they were waiting enough. Now those who protect the goal should already be far from here because the echoes of the battle will not hurt them. Smiling, Cindy said that in the future it was no longer any sense in it, so it's time to start the battle. Having clicking his fingers once, the girl forced dozens of knives sharply rush forward, heading for her goal. At this time, Sarah did not even change the counter, continuing to watch the blades that flew incredibly quickly in her direction. As soon as the knives flew into the house, there was a roar, while Sarah began movement and jumped out of the window. As soon as she sank to the ground, she immediately raised her head, seeing Cindy soaring in the air and the knives that returned to her. The delighted shaman said that she was fast and even better than she thought, but even more fun. But then she again sent the blades toward the rival, which continued to stand on the wall using her energy. Having bounced off the wall, Sarah used the call of the great king of demons. The upper half of the huge demon appeared behind her. This was able to surprise Cindy, who looked at how a huge man waves a spear, throwing all her knives. There are many deities revered by shamans. Among them, there are those who have been people during their lifetime. The reason why they became deities, by no means enforce the whole thing in prayers and gifts presented by them alive. Those who prayed do not have to have their own spiritual strength. Religion, formalities, and rituals do not matter. The only thing that has weight is the sincerity of their prayers and offers, thanks to which they received proper honor. Best prayers many people over time fill the void and create the core of the deity. We can say that the shamans calling the deities are people who are given the right to use this force. Cindy said that this subordinate king of demons is like a deity, and she did not understand how yokai managed to take control of such power. But with a wave of her hand, she added that there was nothing good in this, sharply removing a smile from her face. Suddenly, one of the knives hit Sarah right in the chest because the girl lost his vigilance for a second and did not have time to dodge. After all, the shaman could not close her eyes on this, after which she again insulted her rival, not embarrassed in expressions. There was a deafening explosion from the fall because due to the injury, the gray-haired ceased to control the energy and fell to the ground. Following her, Cindy also went down, saying that it was just disgusting and her nose was already clogged with her stench. Everyone knows that their species specializes in all kinds of tricks, and as far as she knows, she has 2 unique techniques. This is a fox pearl and magic clouding the mind, but now she looked at the girl, whose body in several places was pierced by knives. Today, Cindy learned a lot of new things. It will be necessary to take this experience into account, when in the future you will need to kill another fox, after which she again directed her knives towards the tailed girl, wanting to finish this battle. And suddenly, without raising her head, Sarah answered her that she could not strain there, which surprised the shaman. Indeed, at the same moment, all the knives stopped in front of the fox in a couple of steps, not approaching closer and not attacking. Cindy thought dumbfounded that something invisible did not even block her knives, but completely stopped them. The clan has only 2 unique techniques, but the one that Sarah has now used is not one of them. This is not some special skill inherent in persons, but besides Sarah, no one can use this technique. The shaman did not understand how she intercepted control of knives, to which she received the answer that her knives had very mediocre ones. While the girl was cooling before the start of the battle, Sarah analyzed the technique with which she controls the knives. Then she simply created a spell that can use them much more efficiently. In addition to the magic of Yokaev, she is able to use the techniques of people and shamans, because she is a genius who is also able to modify them. Trembling with anger, Cindy cried out that this could not be, but Sarah, rising to her feet, replied that she did her. Energy Yokaev and the righteous energy of shamans actually originates from natural energy, qi, passing through their bodies. As if through a filter, it seems to be transformed into different types of fuel for a certain owner. Each of them has its own individual area of application, so interchangeability is not a speech. And shamans cannot use Yokaev energy for their spells, like the yokai cannot use shamans. Cindy thought dumbfounded that Sarah improved her spell because she literally needed to create a similar spell with the same function from scratch. Even if she could create a technique that is identical to her spiritual control, it cannot be that it happened so quickly. Obviously, this technique is limited by a certain number of teams, but Sarah's voice interrupted her thought. She became interested in how common this technique is among shamans because from their point of view, there is nothing unusual in it. For people, magic, the purpose of which is harm to their own kind, must definitely be a taboo, but Cindy strained this issue. She replied that Sarah had a sweet error, but the creation of Yokaev is not forbidden by the fact that it harms another person, and because this is a simple and very effective way to build up strength. Adding that there is something that is called an understanding of the topic. After all, people are best understood their appearance, but the problem is that they are creatures who find themselves to accept the state of things. It is natural that on the basis of congenital differences, representatives of the same species line up in the hierarchy, and only people deny such a state of things, even if it costs them life. They will bark at those who are higher in status. Ethics, morality, laws, and rights, all this pretense is necessary only in order to shorten and reassure such creatures. As happiness, they believe in it, believing that they really have some rights and potential, thereby comforting themselves. Sarah replied that she did not know how true her words were, but she knows at least one person who adheres to a different point of view. He sincerely sad and suffered because of the death of his relatives, and not just pretended, despite the fact that they were not even his relatives. However, Cindy bored this conversation, after which she pushed away from the ground, drinking herself with energy, and landed on a flying object. At this time, Sarah carefully watched her because she did not know what other tricks she was ready to show in the battle. The shaman screamed that her friend was also an idiot, like the one who just stands and scratches his tongue in front of his opponent. Taking off higher, Cindy thought that she certainly could not get her such distance, after which she opened a mysterious vessel. The girl, behind which there were several tails and news nearby, was surprised to follow the rival. As a friend of Cindy asked loudly if she would try to intercept, and this curse if, of course, could cope with him. A dark mass began to flow out of the vessel, and the girl said that the hatred of this guy was the strongest of all she sealed. However, this was not particularly impressed by the fox, which only with a sluggish look replied that it was just ridiculous, after which she folded her hands as a sign, saying that at least they did not agree, but not too much to make noise in their common interests. Then she clarified that the shaman didn't care so that the time of the battle can hurt people, but in response, she only saw a smile. But suddenly a smile crawled from her face because her instinct suddenly shouted that danger was approaching, while Sarah began to draw hieroglyphs in the air saying that she is not opposed, especially since there is no one around them now. Turning her head uncertainly, Cindy was slightly horrified when she saw what was behind her. Somewhere in the distance, almost on the horizon, something or someone the size of a whole mountain looked at it, if not more. With her raised hand, Sarah stated that 5 tails per hand, this is not perfect, but now she should be satisfied with such a result. But the closer this hand was approaching, the stronger the fear was enveloped in Cindy, which was struck by animal fear. But contrary to this, the hand did not stop, heading towards the shaman, which was compared with it like a flea. Suddenly Sarah smiled, mentally ordering her hands to stop, saying that this is still more than enough. After which she held out her hand, preparing to give a slogan, and at that very moment a huge hand repeated the same actions. The fox gave freedom to a finger, after which a huge explosion thundered, which threw the shaman a huge distance. A bloodied object lay on the ground, with the help of which Cindy flew, but the hostess was not near him. Sarah's hand trembled, and she remembered how Babai asked about limiting spells that she had never heard of. Grandfather replied that even if there is permission to enter the world of people, some of the creatures falls under the need to limit strength. This applies to all Yokayev, which is equal or exceeds high class, and everyone knows that it has already reached this level. Then she asked how she finds herself in such ridiculous situations that there is not enough experience to get the right to enter, but too strong. The old man advised not to feel deprived, such is the will of the king, and even this spell affects him. And if she really has the need to use power there, she, thanks to her ingenuity, will find a way out. For the same reason, the old man was looking for Sarah, but the girl only tilted her head in an incomprehensible gesture, not understanding what the old man was talking about. And now, having defeated Cindy, Sarah said that she really succeeded, but at the same second her nose and eyes had blood. Even if it was only one hand, it was too much to call it with the help of only 5 tails, its channels crack at the seams. However, to go beyond their limits was a right decision because the soul that she was going to call was strong. If she allowed her to let her out, she would have to spend more effort on suppression. Suddenly, the girl felt that the second candle was extinguished, which meant that the second pillar supporting the barrier was struck. She realized that the one she won was already the second, but the barrier would not disappear instantly after the loss of her supports. But he certainly did not stay long, and therefore she decided that it was time to go to look for Sam, simultaneously wiping blood from under her eyes. Having taken a couple of steps forward, she was surprised to notice an open and completely empty vessel in which a dark soul was stored. Sarah froze, in horror, realizing that the shaman still managed to release him so that he had dealt with her. She heard the otherworldly voice, who thanked her sister because of her he was finally free, and therefore now they can play. Being on the roof, Selena joyfully thought that the barrier was weakening, which means that they succeeded, and she hoped that no one was injured. Then she looked at Sam's mother, thinking that the barrier had not yet fallen, but if you try, she could break through. Although such a maneuver will not harm her, but the human body is much more fragile and is unlikely to be able to transfer this. The correct decision would be to wait until it differs the whole. The main thing is that nothing happens during this time. Suddenly, she looked behind the woman's back and saw a breathless Sam there who was without outerwear. She immediately said that he would not worry because Sarah took advantage of her magic so as not to frighten his mother. The guy immediately realized why the parent did not respond to his appearance, after which he sighed and thanked the girl. It's nice that they took a chance of their lives to save his mother, but this is the lesser that they could do. Sam said that along the way he felt something strange, as if it became easier to breathe, which means that the barrier began to dissipate. Then he asked if Selena plans to fly away from here with his mother, to which he received an affirmative answer. She wanted to take him and the woman with her, but the guy began to protest, asking to take only his mother and leave him. My girlfriend replied that she understands his feelings, but now you need to think soberly. But the guy made this decision not on emotions. He thought that the shamans behaved strangely at the moment when they got inside the barrier. They could easily deal with them, uniting forces. But after they neutralized one of the supports with a young man, the next shaman immediately arrived in time, as if he were waiting for this. He considered 2 options. The first, there is some restriction that does not allow the shamans to be close to each other. And the second, for some reason, these shamans are not in the eyes, although it was an unlikely outcome. In any case, They probably foresaw the script in which the barrier is completely destroyed. But more importantly, another shaman remained, and in his place he would focus on those who try to escape after the fall of the barrier. Thinking, Selena agreed with his thoughts, because be that as it may, since the barrier is scattered, then Sarah won. Sam did not know what condition she was in, but they definitely need to unite his strength with her to deal with the last shaman. He asked the girl not to worry about anything because he is sure that it would be the most correct, and they will be able to get out of here intact. At that very moment, the voice belonging to Barney stated that his judgments and determination are worthy of admiration. Not noticing the appearance of the goblin, Selena cried out loudly, bouncing back, very frightened for a second. Sam, a couple with Riju, also shuddered, turning to the man whom Gustav had recently defeated. The young guy joyfully waved his hand, welcoming Sam, saying that they met again. While Barney was busy with a greeting, Sam grabbed Riju tightly, after which he sharply rushed to the goblin, hitting him with his foot on his face. However, he remained standing in place, as if not feeling a blow, speaking about why he came here. However, he was again not allowed to finish, since a feather, nourished with energy, flew quite quickly in his direction. However, its destructive force is enough only on the middle-class Yokayev, but for the rest, it is hardly a threat. Barney calmly caught the pen with 2 fingers, but there is still something in this technique that should be kept in attention. Skillful users of this technique are able to accumulate wind energy and feathers, thereby adding a new function to them. Handing through her hand, the nervous Selena released the energy, which she accumulated in the, ordering her to unwind. And at the same second, the pen that Barney caught exploded in his hand, thereby depriving the goblin of his limb. The guy thought that even if they attack him with all their strength, he would simply dismiss their magic like from a dust. In this case, he had to take advantage of his new reception, after which he took the subject to work with Riju. Having made a spear out of him, the young man decided that it was worth focusing not violence, but on the severity to pierce the enemy. Selena realized that her comrade decided to attack the enemy, because of which she ran to his mother, trying to protect. A second later, an energy beam appeared from the roof, which, as if he could pierce the air itself. Suddenly, Barney stated that this is the right decision, this is how it was worth counteracting the roots, like so that have piercing types, as well as poisons, a curse, or fiery attacks. They are all good, but of course provided that they turn out to get. But this is what Sam did not succeed, because the goblin simply grabbed his hand, dodging the beam. Then Barney twisted his hand, thereby causing a guy an attack of pain in his hand which he could not resist. Selena, holding her friend's mother, was worried about the battle, which immediately went not in their favor. Goblin said that the guy cleverly controls righteous energy, because it is quite difficult to learn to manage it quickly. However, the pedigree is also of great importance, after which the guy turned his head and looked at the young man's mother. In response to a good-natured gaze, Selena pulled out 2 more pens, hinting that she would not give a woman without a fight. She realized that this is the goblin that Sam was fighting today, after which she said that it would be better not to approach. Barney smiled, saying that the feather that she threw was entertaining, and it is unlikely that he would be able to block them. However, the regrettable condition in which her friend is now arrives will not allow her to use all her strength. But if she still decides to kill him, she will certainly explode everything around, and perhaps Sam will be able to survive. But while she is her shoulders in the form of a guy's mother, the use of this magic is not the smartest solution that should be resorted to. However, Goblin was still glad that he came to their aid, and these words were very surprised by the girl. He told Sam that the reason for all this misunderstanding was that he did not even try to listen to him and ask why he came. Looking at the guys trembling and translating, he asked him that a couple of blows had cooled his ardor. Barney did not think that they would meet so soon, but these guys crossed the line, and he knew that they were planning to do something. After all, he even left a couple of traces by which they could find him, but they chose to grab Sam. If he knew that everything would turn so, he would initially act as soon as possible, after which he decided to apologize to the guy. And then the goblin stated that he was here in order to help them, after which he added that Sam was right in his assumption. Barney did not know how it happened that the barrier had already fallen, but it would be very difficult to get out of here unharmed. Even if there is only one guard remained here, for sure, the rest of the forces are already on the way here. This information dumbfounded the guy and the girl. Goblin said that they allocated the forces to capture the guy, in which there should have been enough but to compete even with him. What happened in the end, in their understanding, never and under no circumstances should have happened. 4 guards, also 2 shamans, will not be an exaggeration to say that, like the forces, enough to protect the entire soul. Although in the absence of guards the whole city could turn upside down, its capture was of great importance for them. So it is not surprising that his friends did not have enough strength, because having selected the best shamans, failure is not what they expected. And going so far, the only way for them is to minimize losses is to go to the very end. The rest of the forces will not be in front of them in the blink of an eye. They probably are already on the way, so you will have to act quickly. Barney asked Sam not to worry because he could take care that they would all go intact if he provides him with one service. The guy decided to clarify the details, but Purchased immediately replied that his friends also concerned because he was not so heartless. Thinking a little, the guy agreed, asking what he wanted from him, to which he received a satisfied smile in response. Then he came as close as possible to the young man, starting to whisper in his ear that was nothing complicated, after which he quietly spoke the request. Hearing her, Sam fell into a stupor, and his eyes widened in surprise because he did not expect something like that. Met off the half-naked guy, the goblin asked what he would say because this request was quite fulfilling. Having allowed himself a few seconds to think, Sam firmly and confidently agreed to his proposal. Then he wanted to say something else, but Barney interrupted him, telling them to just go down right now and leave. Without understanding anything, the guy looked inquiringly at the goblin because they could not so easily leave the barrier. Barney replied that it was not necessary to fly. They can just go downstairs and literally go in any direction. No one will stop them. Perhaps he should have told about it a little earlier, but not so long he killed the last guard. But he apologized for talking about this only now, but otherwise their conversation could take much more time. At that very moment, the phone in the goblin's hands vibrated, and he himself looked at the screen in surprise, not hiding a smile. While Selena, who was sitting next to her friend's mother, did not dare to listen to the order and leave, Barney decided to answer the call. Answering the question of who it was, the goblin was eagerly replied that, obviously, he was the one who killed the owner of this phone. Why did he offer a man on the other end of the wire to go right to business, adding that it is not necessary to insult him at all? He was distracted from a telephone conversation. The guy whispered to Sam to go down and leave because he promised that he would take care of everything. At this time, Selena looked at the guys in surprise, not assuming what decision her comrade would make. And after a few seconds, the goblin, good-naturedly, waved a goodbye to the guy and the girl who led the woman's arm. While Yoke and Sam's mother went down the stairs, the half-naked young man looked at the goblin helping them. It was no difficult to go down and go out into the street, but everyone was still in suspense. Suddenly they stopped, and Selena froze, seeing a rather unusual picture in front of her. In front of them on the ground sat Sarah, who did not give any emotions without even paying attention to them. Raising her head, she asked her comrades not to worry, because she just stepped on something very annoying. At the same time, Uncle Yuno, speaking on the phone, said that he understood everything. Now he would quickly clean up and leave. Having finished the telephone conversation, he said that he did not understand why it was to drag them here, then to order to retreat. But he thought that it was not so bad for them. Then he told his nephew that it seemed nothing threatens their friend. The man in a mask explained that a real criminal showed up. He seemed to be, as if asking him to catch him. As far as he understood, the goblin also killed one guard, after which his uncle asked Yuno to stop staring and go faster to his friend. However, before letting go of his nephew, the man decided to take the results of the battle, but the guy tensed even more from this. Suddenly, a man in a mask directed the blade of scimitar to his brush, voluntarily wanting to cut it off. The dumbfounded young man loudly asked what he was doing and why it was needed, in response to what he heard the question why he was so sking up. After all, this is the smaller thing that he can do so that upon his return, he is not accused of letting them go. Although they will grumble anyway, yes. And then it will be easier for him to return if the rumor goes that he defeated his uncle. He did not like such an outcome. But he himself must understand that power solves everything, and even if his old man is angry, at heart he will be glad. When he changes better and decides to return, he will already have an achievement that you can be proud of. But this is already solving the guy. Uncle had another request since the guy was going into free swimming. He asked to live his life so that it was worth his hands. Then the man in the mask turned and headed away, adding in the end that he could not ask for more. Since then, a week has passed. It could be said that the world had not changed at all, and life went on its usual turn. At this time, Selena wandered around the supermarket, taking the cart and carefully studying what was on the phone screen. Suddenly, her attention was attracted by a little girl who stood next to her cart and sucked a finger. Deciding to greet the child, the girl smiled sweetly and waved her hand, radiating friendliness itself. Suddenly, her mother jumped to the girl, nervously grabbing the child who arbitrarily moved away from the parent. Although the measures remained the same, this cannot be said about the people living in him who were suspicious of everything. And they can be understood because, unlike the Yokayev, for people, recent events are still covered with a veil of secrets. The appearance of a goblin named Barney, the disasters, which are called dark gods, or rather, the disasters that their appearance threatens. The disaster, as a week ago, has not yet occurred, but it is obvious that they are still actively acting. There, all people torment vague fear, something that the media nor the government is not talking about, but what undoubtedly threatens their lives. A suffocating, viscous feeling of anxiety that makes people stay on the alert all the time and be ready for everything. Babai said that so far there is no work as a messenger because she could just rest. Given the situation of Sam, it would be better for her to stay close to him in the near future, adding that she worked gloriously. On any other day, she would probably be very happy about such words, but now sadness overcome her. Under the circumstances, she does not feel the best, due to the fact that she does not know the details of what is happening. If she, as before, carried out the work of the messenger of the judge, then at least she knew how things were. But now, everything was different. The only thing that somehow calms her, and the reason that allows her to control herself, is her stay here. After all, it is no less important than the work of the messenger. At the same time, Sam's mother ran to the meeting. The girl greeted when the woman said that the store was not so close, after which she offered to go there in the evening. Selena replied that the weather is beautiful today. The most thing for a walk, why asked where the woman was going. The woman smiled, agreeing, adding that she was there and back because he suddenly came from her hometown. Sam has been living here for a week, but due to the incident shamans, his house was destroyed. This happened during the fight of Sarah. The public was presented as a gas leak, and as compensation from the construction company, it was settled in the country complex. But in fact, some helped him with the move, namely Gustav from the Hada clan, who was a landowner. As for Selena, she, according to legend, is a classmate of Sam, who, by coincidence, lives in the neighborhood. When a woman said goodbye to the girl, running away about her business, Selena smiled sweetly, wishing her a good day. The girl turned her head in surprise, hearing the steps that were heading in her direction. She saw Gustav, who was relaxedly leaving the building, a little belatedly noticing the familiar. The girl said that Sam's mother went to meet with a friend, but he would return soon, then asked if the guy worked all week. I correct the glasses. Gusting asked not to worry about him, and he simply cannot neglect his duty. Although the probability is extremely small, everyone can protect Sam's mother from any possible danger. Entering the elevator of the house, Selena decided to write to Sam. I asked him if he woke up and did not want to go to her. The girl decided to cook something tasty in order to at least slightly cheer her friend's mood. Having taken out the products, she began to cook. I think that the guy was extremely exhausted by events all the past week. And in all that time, he did not leave the house at all. But today she first sees him since they moved. With a trembling hand, Selena wielded a knife, still thinking about how to make him cheer up. While she tormented herself with these thoughts, Sam came up to her, saying that there is no need to cut each layer separately. It is better to put them together and then cut them, and if the knife is too dumb, you can just use scissors. Then he asked if she had sugar or soy sauce. It would still be nice to sprinkle it from above with sharp pepper. Selena hesitated and did not answer. The guy said that he would bring everything she needed now, asking his girlfriend to wait. After a while, it stood in the kitchen, saying that it is better to soak the rice sticks in the water before cooking them. And fish cutlets and vegetables are not necessary perfectly. You just need to cut it so that it is convenient to eat. Along with this, he asked if Selena liked it more than, and what about the broth, whether to do more or less. However, she didn't try various dishes too often, for which the guy asked which she liked more than others. She replied that those who were serving in Raoul, the guy immediately realized what was being discussed, said that they were generously filled with broth. After a little time, the dish was ready, and despite the fact that instead of Selena, Sam prepared it, it looked appetizing. The girl was a little awkward when the young man poured her a generous portion into the plate that she held in her hands. Sam hoped that he added enough spices, so he asked to say if he suddenly would be too sharp or too fresh. The tape is a piece on the fork, and putting it in her mouth, the girl tried to try the dish for a few seconds. She cried out that it was delightful. Rice sticks are much tastier than those that they sell in the store because they are freshly welded. The girl knew about this before, but Sam is very good in cooking, all because he just likes to cook. As a child, his mother taught him a little, but then he asked that she decided to go for groceries in the morning to treat him. Selena frozen with a fork in her hands with suddenness, realizing that at that moment she even forgot about it. Then the guy said that all week he scrolled those events in his head and did not know whether it was right to go alone to save people. In the end, he could not save anyone, and besides, he exacerbated the situation, which led to even more victims. Even his mother and his best friend suffered because of his actions, but Selena replied that there was no guilt in this because he did not violate the law. For this evening, the shamans are completely responsible for this evening, with which the guy uncertainly agreed. He knew what Selena was experiencing, but everything was in order, even if he blamed himself, but would not allow this feeling to break him. In addition, this incident helped him to realize a lot, after which the young man squeezed his hand into his fist with force. She realized what consequences could have rash decisions and how hard it is to bear responsibility for her actions. Now he understands that he behaved much more arrogantly and selfish than he thought. Even his own fate was not in his hands. Then he added that Sarah had to return, and he will try to learn from her everything that he could. Surprised, Selena asked that Sarah had already returned because she thought she was still in the world of Yokaev, but her room is right above them. The guy said that in the early morning he heard steps there. They, in general, woke him quite early. The sound insulation here was so-so, to be tolerant, but Selena thought that something was definitely wrong here. After the battle with the shaman, Sarah returned to their world to relax, and since then there have been no news from her. And so, besides the fact that she did not tell her about her return, from her generally all day neither hearing nor spirit. Without thinking twice, Selena went to Sarah's room, and opening her, she said that if she had returned, she could even go hello. But having entered the room, she noticed the body of a girl who unconsciously lay on the floor, not showing signs of activity. Selena immediately ran to her friend, checking whether she was alive, noting that her appearance left much to be desired. She called Castora, who began to ask if there were any visible injuries or wounds and when she last saw her healthy. The girl replied that in this state she stayed all week because he knows better than her how proud she was her straight. The guy concluded that she had pretended to be home, thinking that she would quickly recover, but everything was only worse. To heal it, it is worth returning Sarah to their world as soon as possible, because in the world there are not even someone who could examine her. However, even if they manage to cure it, most likely, and she will have to forget the status of a clan representative. Even among other Yokaev, the Sarah clan stands out with his worldview. Even blood relatives are gnawing with each other there. Deception for the sake of their own benefits and conspiracies is the usual business for them. Some of them even die during the intertraps. However, in their opinion, the weaklings themselves are to blame for the fact that they are weak, and many members of the clan are aimed at its place of the representative. But Sarah surpasses them on the head, and therefore they cannot contrast her and take her place. Now, if someone knows that she is unwell, rumors about this will disperse incredibly quickly. And in this case, no one knows what her relatives can do, thereby making only worse. Caster, that there is one way, but there are no guarantees that he will help, but the girl replied that he would suit. If it is in this state after the battle with the shaman, and there is no visible damage, then the matter is not at all in the disease. Most likely this is the punishment of the gods. But Selena replied that this could not be so, that Sarah was so tormented by the usual evil spirit. But if the reasons for her condition are really before, Yokaev will not go to the world, because he knows one expert. By a happy coincidence, he lives in the same place where they are, so you will not have to look for him. The guy said that he had already called him, asking the girl to meet him, after which they finished a telephone conversation. The next second, a doorbell rang, and a female voice standing in front of the door said that she was very interested. Wanda asked why it was suddenly a noble fox needed a miserable ghost like her, but the guy, standing in front of her, did not answer. Surprised, but not asking questions, they were allowed to go inside so that they examined Sarah as soon as possible, which looked very scarce. However, this did not change the good mood of Wanda, who continued to smile, examining the girl. Having checked her pulse and having made a few more manipulations, she was able to draw some conclusions that she immediately voiced. She could say for sure that if you do not take official measures, then she would last on the strength of 3 days. Death awaits her about their passage. Selena stated that there should be a way to save her. The woman replied that the one against whom Dongi was applied as if standing in the rain. The methods of treating this problem are often very simple, which means there may be several options for solving the problem. It is better to dispel the clouds themselves, which caused the rain. As soon as the sky clears again, the body and robes will dry. If the downpour is already out of the storm, which is not so easy to get rid of, you can find where it was to hide from it and just wait. This is not the most effective option, however. In their case, this is possible. Then she asked where she picked up such a dangerous rubbish. Selena replied that she did not know who thought of creating such a curse, but so idiotic acts are obliged to be punishable by death. Although she was used to managing the spirits, something like her would be scared to even just keep it. The woman apologized, saying that she could not do anything, but Selena asked to at least try. But Wanda replied that the girl incorrectly interpreted the situation and the feeling overshadowed her mind. But she was not obliged to save this lady, and as she already said, and I can cope with the fact that she had settled inside her, even if they really want it. Even an attempt to extract him can turn into an incredible catastrophe, and it is not known what it can threaten her. If they forcibly try to pull it out, everything will end badly not only for her alone. Anger and hatred of the spirit spread. According to her approximate calculations, more than 1,000 people will fall into his hands, and Sarah managed to hold out for so long only because of strength. Regardless of the outcome, the only right exit will be returned to her native world, and there it may already help her. Trying something to help her here is too risky. When suddenly her speech was interrupted by the voice of a guy who did not agree with her words. He does not know too much about spiritual entities, but she must probably be known to her way to expel him. Let him be dangerous or reckless. He does not mind that she use it, if only he would not harm him. Even if these guys are somewhere and shouting, conscience will not allow them to pull us with him, which is why the guy was confident in safety. To make sure of this, he asked the girl whether he was telling the truth, what he received uncertain consent. The surprised Wanda looked at the guy, not understanding why the young master personally expressed a desire to help. And he replied that this fox was not even worthy to be his opponent, so why not have mercy on her? And it's a pity to look at how they are helplessly not being able to help a dying girlfriend. In response to this, the woman was touched, hugging the guy and saying that he was delightful, asks when he managed to grow like that. Sam, who had only silently watched for the unfolding picture, quietly thanked the guy for the help of Sarah. The blue-eyed guy wanted to answer something and already pulled his chest hair, but suddenly he closed his lips, deciding to remain silent. Sam looked at him with surprise for several seconds. I can't imagine what he wanted to say and why he was silent. Sometime later, I was walking down the street, not taking his eyes off the telephone screen, but his thoughts were only about Sarah. The gang said that it was necessary to prepare two things in advance: someone who will conduct a ritual and a vessel in which you conceal the spirit. Selena asked about the vessel, whether it was possible to simply destroy it then with the spirit, to which he received an answer that this was impossible. The strength of the spirit directly depends on the negative emotions that gnaw him. At the time of death, she then determines how strong his hatred is. And also, as far as he is still attached to the now living, and as soon as she is fully consumed, most spirits disappear. Only very rare exceptions like it turn into vengeful spirits, gaining new bodies. But with the cursed, everything is different, and the hatred that overwhelms them does not allow us to disappear, and they are not able to turn into a revenge of spirits. Therefore, with exorcism, everyone around them can fall under control due to the fact that they can neither disappear nor gain a new body. That is why, for this, in order to calm them down, the vessels for them are often used in the form of weapons, although they are not created from flesh and blood. The problem is that the stronger the two which needs to be sealed should be a better vessel for him. For the spirits, any spacious vessel will fit, and for the strongest you will need an extremely high-quality weapon. Sam asked what she had in mind, how she agreed that they would need an exorcist because this is a technique created by people. Wanda did not reply that the skill of people in this area greatly exceeds them, but by exorcism she had in mind the expert. But if he is interested in where to find him, then the woman already talked about it, and the opportunity to use this method is extremely small. Sarah's life is at risk, and the guy could not afford to just stick out at home, but coming here was no better than an idea. Standing in front of the building, he did not notice how not far from him a bag landed on the ground, which some person dropped. Suddenly, the girl who noticed the guy trembled with anger, thereby managing to attract his attention. This girl was very similar to Gustav. It was noticeable in the shape of her face, eyebrows, and blue eyes. The surprised guy nodded in her direction and greeted, thinking that he had seen her a couple of times. She was Gustav's cousin. But not having time to do anything, he immediately felt the girl's leg at a great speed crashed into his face. What Sam lost its balance and fell, the girl bounced, hoping with all my heart that she could hurt him. Then she asked him not to pretend, because she knows that he is far from the weakest yokai, and she will not be condescending to him. While the guy came to his senses, he heard in his direction the question of how he dared to come here so impudently. The annoyed girl continued to speak, asking if he represents how many problems he delivered her to the master. Without understanding anything, Sam decided to clarify exactly what problems he was able to deliver in response to what he met the girl's surprised look. This was due to the fact that Yuno went out into the street saying that if someone listened to her, he would have thought that he had almost killed him personally. Then he turned to Sam asking if he called because he himself was asleep and could not hear a bell. Then he asked the guy to get up and go because in his expression it is already clear that he was going to drag him into an adventure again. When they entered the house, first of all, a bottle of alcohol and 3 plastic cups fell on the table. Having examined all this, Yuno but asked if she was harsh because they had a lot of drinks in their house, could brew tea in bags. And in general, she said in her last visit that she was delighted with Sam, but she replied that it was because she was poorly versed in people. Because of this, she eventually served someone like him, a fool who put the cross in his future and rolled down the slope. Yuno replied that she should look at things more positively. He simply became more free and independent. The girl with sarcasm apologized for being so bugged. At that time, Yuno told Sam that in general, he heard everything. The shaman specified that he had left the house, and not just flared up to stupidity, he finally renounced his clan. After which he said that the guy was visible in this, although most likely he could not convince him of this, although he had long planned it. He had nothing to make excuses. He no longer works for the government because he considered his actions the only true. To serve humanity, to protect people, including his and his mother, to do everything for the well. Being of this country, this was a duty. But now, he is not a civil servant, an ordinary poor teenager who escaped from home without any plan. Then he asked that the guy needed an exorcist, after which he drank from the glass, saying that he had come to the address. He may not be the best in Korea, but definitely enters the first 3. Such a statement was very impressed by Sam. However, anyone who wants to use his skills for their personal purposes must pay the price, even if this is his best friend. Sam immediately agreed, saying that even if he could not, he would definitely come up with what he could repay. Hearing such a sincere answer, Yuno, with a malicious smile, turned to the girl, hinting to her that his friend is a good person. Then he proudly announced that the man in front of her is not just his friend. He is their first client with whom they would work. After which he asked her to treat him properly and not to throw out any stupidity in a serious tone. Surprised by such an attitude, the girl closed her eyes and sighed heavily, taking reality. Yuno said that the world is divided into 2 large parts, where people and yokai live. Most of the creatures live in these 2 dimensions. Simply put, the world of people and the world of yokaev are conditionally 2 continents separated by the ocean. There are islands between them. Even on these islands, although not in large numbers, people and yokai live. They live outside the framework of the laws of modern society. At the same time, they are not subject to King Yokai of such an autonomous zone, but Sam probably heard or read about them in books. The fabulous paradise, which was called the Dragon Palace, which, according to legend, is somewhere high in the mountains, or fantastic cities and kingdoms located in the depths of the ocean abyss, which is very difficult to reach. Sam was surprised to ask how many such worlds were, but what received the answer, that not very, but in size, they are tiny, with a small city. Living there can be called the elite. Some of the yokai of living there were once kings, but then they were tired of the worldly fuss. Of the people there live those who have reached enlightenment. They surpassed the limits available to man and left behind the squabbles of their world. Sam did not understand how this information concerns the payment, to which Yuno replied that he had nothing to pay now, but he said that he would come up with. And after 2 days, in one of the places described by him, the Dragon Palace, a very important banquet will take place. The reason for him is the birthday of the youngest daughter of the King of the Dragons, but they also arrange a small tournament. He and Sam will take part in him as one team, so how the guy can repay him for the salvation of his girlfriend. On the east coast, but the shore was fluttered by a low figure of a bald, smiling woman dressed in a green cloak. At the same time, on the shore next to the gazebo stood two guys who watched the endless horizon. They heard a voice that greeted their dear guests, which is why they immediately turned to a call. The low figure introduced herself as the Dragon Palace, the control of the eastern wing of the palace, but they can turn to her Lady Gu. Yuno replied that he was no longer connected with the Hall of the Constellation, and he came here as an independent participant. Therefore, he asked not to adhere to any formalities in his regard, but this does not detract from his skills and talent. After all, he was able to climb so high at such a young age, after which the woman asked who his companion was. Putting his hand on his shoulder to the guy who was worn by the mask, Yuno replied that he was serving him from a young age. His name is Max. Although he was not in the Hall of Constellations, there can be no doubt in his skills, but he brought him to joint participation. The Dragon Palace is a unique place. Although the king of the dragons and his tribe are yokami, they did not interfere in the bloom of other yokaev. They were approved as the neutral side of the conflict. Thanks to this, both people and yokai are allowed to participate in the tournament. Moreover, the space like the Dragon Palace strictly adhere to their orders. The king maintained good relations with people. In his palace, people can feel more security than their own world, and yokaev may have problems. The fact that yokai takes part with him in the tournament will certainly cause gossip. But Sam did not understand because the heart of the tournament is a duel, and without the use of yokaev energy, he could not do anything. But Yuno replied that there were other ways because he clearly felt that in the time of a long-standing battle, the guy used righteous energy. However, Sam did not know how to use it as well as yokaev's energy, but it doesn't matter. The strong opponents of the young will figure it out. He just needed to pretend to be a person, and before inviting them inside, Lady Guy wanted to clarify the regulations of the tournament. The tournament is held in honor of the celebration of the birthday. The final will unfold during the banquet, but the finalists need to be determined in advance. Since it is not possible to conduct all the battles on one day, today there will be qualifying matches. The woman apologized for inconvenience, but this is a forced measure since the number of participants greatly surpassed their expectations. The jade plaques that she handed them to them will be their certificates of participants, allowing to stay in the palace. As soon as they touch the plaque, she will fix them as the owner, so they will become considered participants. In addition, it can approximately measure the amount of QE that they own, determining their approximate level of force. At Sam's experiences, Yuno whispered, so that he would not be worried because the mask on him completely hides his energy. The plaque recognizes a person in him, and at that time, Lady Jiyu thanked them for deciding to take part in the tournament. And now she could take them to the place of qualifying matches, after which a whirlpool appeared in the ocean. The next second, they were teleported to a huge arena which was isolated from the rest of the world. Turning his head, Yuno noticed the somehow opposite side of the arena 3 more people were teleported. He said that apparently these are their opponents. At the same moment, Sam turned his head in their direction, considering those more closely. In front of them stood a long-haired guy and a girl in a combat robe, and behind them another manager. She said that they would listen to the rules of the qualifying. Each couple will fight consistently with others until she loses twice. Yuno immediately clarified that there was no condition for promotion, with which the manager immediately agreed. As soon as they suffer the defeat twice, and the qualifying one will end for them, and they will need to wait for further instructions. As soon as the couples finish the qualifying battles, those who gain the most points will go further. It was a cunning method for the selection of participants. Given that the final of the competition will take place only tomorrow, all today, like a marathon that is not visible to the end or the edge. They decided to welcome all the guests personally so that none of the participants could calculate how many people take part in the tournament. Well, was it really necessary to go so far? It no longer looks like qualifying before the competition. While the guy was talking about this, he was surprised to notice that Sam confidently headed forward towards his rivals. The shaman immediately began to ask where he went, to which he received the answer, that endurance was a key element of this competition. It will be more than reasonably maintaining his strength and allow the weaker member of the team to take the first rounds on itself. Then he asked Yuno not to worry, because he was sure that he would not lose, confirming it with a smile. Lady Jiyu decided to introduce the opponent to each other, saying that on the one hand there are yokai from Korea, representatives of the genus of red pollinates. They take part on the initiative of the king of the multi-leaflets, and despite their young age, they both have already reached an average level. Juno was surprised that they reached such a level without even eating people, then told his own that if his strength is not enough, let him leave. The second manager announced that on the other hand, there were 2 shamans. One of them was previously a member of the Constellation Hall. The girl with red eyes said that she heard that the strongest of people consist there, but it was mean that he was no longer. But the guy decided to finish with a chatter because he was interested in how strong those who are called the guards were. Judging by the aura of what is approaching them, he, at best, reached the class below the average, and the second reached a hard average. Then the manager heard the question of whether there would be responsibility for the death of the enemy, to which she answered negatively. All participants are ready for the fact that the tournament is possible. There are accidents because no responsibility is provided. Rejoicing, a long-haired guy told his sister that he would easily deal with them both alone. Well, he clarified that the qualifications are not carried out in order to save strength, and then in order to absorb the opponents before they surrender. This is necessary in order to become as strong as possible to the finale. But from such an explanation, the sister was only surprised. He asked her not to worry, saying that he knew that the girl had never tried people before, but they will share this meal. After that, a long-haired guy and Sam, whose face was hidden by a red mask, entered the middle of the arena. The rival was the first to move, who held out his hand and waved his fingers in an unambiguous gesture. He urged Sam to attack, wanting him to take the first step, and showed what he was capable of. Yuno thought that this guy's arrogant and impulsive, but it was clear what he was counting on to counterattack quickly, killing Sam. However, the shaman already had the opportunity to feel how well his friend's instincts, intuition, and a sense of battle have developed. Jumping up, Sam headed towards the enemy at incredible speed, wanting to attack him directly. However, the opponent was counting on this, while Juno from the very beginning began to worry about the outcome of this battle. At this time, the guy in the mask approached his opponent as much as possible, lurking his fist. He inflicted his first blow, but his fist immediately met a barrier on his way, while the enemy only smiled. Yuno drew attention to the hand of a red-eyed guy, recognizing an innate skill, a poisonous blow of an earthen dragon. And immediately after that, the opponent decided to apply his attack, and the outcome of this battle was predetermined by 2 factors. Firstly, Sam had to fight with an enemy using poison as the main attack. Secondly, before becoming yokai building, Sam was those who have mastered many types of martial arts. And these martial arts, many of those present will see for the first time, not knowing how to fight against them. The young man made an incredible blow with his foot. This martial art comes from a distant continent, combining acrobatic elements. The rival did not understand what kind of ballet it was because in his movements there is no power or effect that violate the laws of nature. They are simply effective in themselves, because of which it was difficult to contrast the guy using one equipment. Any techniques ever invented by people are only movements born from the desire of weak beings to force. However, this did not cancel the fact that now Sam simply beat his opponent with his bare hands. He did not resort to any technique, hoping only for his knowledge of martial arts, which was his key to victory. The girl observing from the side was surprised that he was able to inflict 3 blows to her brother with this dance. Yuno was pleased that he managed to take the initiative. However, his opponent was initially much stronger. The amount of Sam's energy is extremely small, and because of this difference, even having inflicting 3 blows, he was able to scratch his opponent. However, the guy in a mask continued to sit on his opponent, circling and making various unusual attacks. The opponent fiercely thought that it was only necessary to catch the moment and spend a counterattack, and once there should be enough. Suddenly, Sam decided to change tactics, using the power of his new comrade Raidzu instead of martial arts. Having created a sword from lightning with the help of the object Raidzu, the guy said that it was time to finish and then inflicted a blow. The red-eyed guy stood with his arms raised while Sam froze to see the result of his attack. After which he removed the energy of the weapon, realizing that his opponent was leaving too, trembling and indignant with anger. Yokai is a truly tenacious creature, although there are differences among them. For most of them, there is no problem to completely recover. However, even yokai with outstanding regeneration abilities have an organ that they are not able to restore back. This is their core. It is like a second heart for them, although it will be so even with a decrease. Even if it can be restored by some miracle after regeneration, it will return to the same state in which it was at birth. And I have a copy. Having copied energy throughout my life, I will have to start all over from scratch, and now Sam held the enemy's core in his hands. Passing by the red-eyed guy, the young man did not pay attention to the fact that he asked him to return the core. However, Sam only hit him in his hands, not wanting to do what the opponent asked him about, because he defeated him in an honest battle. The sister of the cut guy immediately cried out whether it was normal because he took his brother's core, and this does not concern the tournament. Sam asked her why she screamed so, because instead of trying to hide behind the rules, there is a much simpler solution. The young man suggested killing or cutting him out, and then to pick up his brother's core back. Because there is nothing complicated in this. He may, in turn, to assure her that he does not mind if she will eat him in case of victory, he will be able to make him with a body what he wants. The manager was surprised that, judging by energy only by energy, she did not feel anything unusual in him, thinking that the whole thing is in his skills. If the servant was so good in battle, it was difficult to even imagine how much his master was strong, who was just standing as well. Lady Jiyu said that now she understands why the eyes of a young man fell on him when choosing a partner. His skill deserves praise. An incredible amount of experience and intuition which allows to overcome a huge gap in the amount of energy. In addition, until the last, he retained his energy and then distributed it along the area of the blow instead of concentration at one point. If he showed a similar technique at the beginning of the battle, his opponent would never behave so arrogantly. Judging by his energy, he only comprehends the basics of managing her, but if he continues to train, he will surely achieve a lot. It is really very talented, but this battle can hardly be considered an indicator. Just such an adversary is obviously too tough. But in fact, Yuno did not think so, and his plan was simple. Sam's mask not only hid energy, but also prevented its release. In addition, if a person has the ability to manage righteous energy, constant training is simply necessary. To rise from the mud to the reedies by devouring the weak, as the yokai do, for people is not an option. Therefore, while Sam wears a mask even despite his pedigree fucker, he becomes an ordinary newcomer without special skills. So the outcome seemed to be quite predictable. However, everything went not according to the plan of Yuno. Having knelt down in front of his friend, who apologized that he could not help, Yuno replied that everything was in order. Moreover, the guy is still a newcomer. His potential has yet to be revealed. He asked the shaman to trust, and he will teach him all the techniques and tricks that he knows, then they keep victory. From these words, Sam was touched and even let a tear that streamed from the slots of the mask that served his eyes. This was approximately so represented by the shaman, but his friend easily coped with everything alone, without blinking his eye. In fact, Yuno wanted Sam to participate in the tournament, not for the sake of any awards and achievements, but in order to redirect his techniques in a different direction so that the guy can in practice learn to use righteous energy. Yokai and shamans, which side of Sam would not devote himself, he will definitely expect success in one or another line. Moreover, he was just learning to manage both types of energies. Yuno thought that he would be able to develop a shaman's talent from a friend. At the moment, the difference in his skills is not so significant, but how quickly he is studying, then she can be neglected. If there is any suitable opportunity to cultivate his shaman's skills, his strength may suppress the influence of Aokaev energy. In the end, he wants to become King Yokaev only in order to protect as many people as possible with his strength. Sam was soft-hearted, which is why even after gaining strength, he constantly tormented by mental torment. And the world, after 6 months, will become a battlefield on which the power of one single person does not solve anything. Instead of trying to change everything, he could live a happy life, being a shaman, respected by everyone. Once in such a position, his only choice will become to take reality from his illusions. Even if his path is full of regrets, he was not given otherwise because he voluntarily stood on this road. With the help of this tournament, Yuno will certainly grow a shaman out of it because it will be better for his friend. Without a fight, the red-eyed girl said that they lost, asked if this is enough or she needed to fall in addition. The manager replied that it was not necessary, announcing the result so that it ended in victory for the Yuno team. Or further actions that are able to harm the rivals will no longer be included in the tournament. And when suddenly behind Sam, the guy finally fell, and his sister immediately rushed to his aid. She asked loudly in order or he could recover, while Yuno asked himself why his every plan was collapsing. The girl held her brother, who was trembling and indignant with anger, realizing that he had lost the most valuable. Suddenly her voice changed to a more imperious one when she turned to Sam, saying that he would remember today. They will put the name of their clan in the context, but they will force the guy to pay doubly for what he did today. The next time everything will be different. But he replied that he did not mind anyway. As much as he wanted, it doesn't matter to him. He would wait impatiently with their next meeting. However, he in turn promised that the next time he would be much stronger. thereby showing his nature. The dumbfounded girl trembled when she saw her, and therefore could not answer anything, excitedly looking at the guy. The manager thought that this man seemed to become a completely different creature, an incomprehensible essence for a second. And the movement that he demonstrated in his previous battle did not give out the most ordinary person in him. Lady Ji turned to her colleague, asking a thin voice if she announced the winner of this fight. She only shuddered, hearing the question in her direction. Why then she stands in a stupor, pulling her time. Apologizing, the woman immediately waved her hand, saying that he would immediately return the participants for whom she is responsible. And the next second, the brother and sister began to disappear using the same teleportation, thanks to which they got here. Yuno asked about the next fight, to which she received the answer that the holding of qualifying matches could become dishonest. All fights begin at the same time. Right now, some teams are still in the heat of the battle, and a new match will begin in 15 minutes. Then he announced his assumptions that no premises for relaxation or medicine for restoration were provided. His assumption was correct, but after that, everyone would be extremely hospitable in relation to everyone who participated in the tournament. During the qualifying themselves, participants can only use what they have with them, and Sam decided to ask about it. After that, he took out the gold icon, which was completely placed in the palm of his hand, from the bottom of which the blue thread was tied. Yuno screamed with surprise that this is a token of the house of an ascending and dark moon, and is provided only by the most valuable customers. He only shows me the importance of the guest, but with his help, they can immediately call the merchant from their home. The shocked shaman tried to prompt it to where the guy dug him all together because their elders put so many efforts to get him. But Sam decided to play to the end, and therefore, not giving a look, the master asked what he had in mind, thereby surprising his friend. And the guy in the mask explained that he personally handed him this token when they were going here. Realizing his stupidity, Yuno turned to the manager, asking her not to think anything strange because he remembered this. If they were inside the palace, maybe some problems would have arisen, but now they are at the training ground. However, items for a call usually absorb energy depending on the distance to which the call is made. Given this, it is worth correctly calculating the moment at which you need to use the call so that it is for the good. Lady Ji decided to see how other matches take place because this one ended so quickly that it can be called an anomaly. In other places, probably hot battles are still going on, but in fact the woman noticed that in addition to their arena, the fights had already ended in 5 places. The dumbfounded manager from another arena trembled, watching the bloody spots that the participant left. Sighing heavily, the girl said that he simply could not understand because these two had a chance to save her lives. Looking at the girl, the manager thought that she had an amazing force because she killed 2 very unlucky yokaev. She said that she intended to participate in the tournament alone. He thought that her arrogance and pride was all to blame. The man saw that the genealogy of an insignificant animal which could reach the kingdom of the gods. Why did the girl ask that the prize for the winner of the tournament is so good, in response to which she heard an affirmative answer? His Majesty has big expectations about the tournament, and therefore the winner will receive the right to pick up anything from the treasury of the palace. He will personally accompany the winner in the treasury, providing advice and recommendations about what is better to choose. However, the girl was interested in exactly one thing: the legacy of her ancestor, long ago left in this palace. Meanwhile, Castor stood in the other arena looking at the monstrous boar frozen from head to toe. With a slight surprise, he said that he would do this if no one will touch. He will melt after some time, and he will survive. But then he turned to a man who was in the same team with a wild boar, asking if they surrendered with his friend. And then he apologized, saying that he could not give him time to think. Then I would read that he wants to continue the battle. These few seconds refused an endless man. He tensed, trying to make the right decision, after which he trembled in a stuttering voice, answering that he was surrendering, not wanting to repeat the fate of his comrade. They were immediately teleported from the arena, while Castor said that they were much more skillful than he expected. The universe replied to him that, be that as it may, they should take first place. Then they will be able to take the treasury of the spirit vessel. Castor said that he would do everything in his power, but they could warn more participants in advance. After all, they did not know that the tournament would take more than 1 day, and therefore the guy did not even close the cafe normally. But the girl replied that his coffee was completely ordinary, and visitors come only because of his sweet face. The guy was surprised at such frankness, while the girl decided to ask a question to the manager. She was interested in whether her friend was involved in the tournament, for which a person with blue skin with pointed ears hesitated a little. But Selena was not going to retreat and, having built puppy eyes, asked to say whether he was participating or not. Unable to resist the military, the man decided to clarify what kind of acquaintance was talking about, to which he heard Sam's name. Thinking, he replied that this was not on the list, but the whole thing was that he participated under the name Max. Castor added that the chances of his stay here are extremely small, but if she was so worried, it was worth telling him directly. Selena replied that if she had expressed everything directly to him, this would be the opposite effect, and he had been tied after them. But still, he is unlikely to participate in the tournament because he went in search of an exorcist, so now he is with his friend. They did not think that he began to pull him out here, and at the same time, Youth sneezed because he was remembered by 2 people. And then 4 more matches were held. Sam won each of them without receiving significant damage. Their manager was delighted with the strength of the guy, while Yuno was dumbfounded by his friend. Once again, a young man in a mask returned to them, once again contained a victory over not particularly strong rivals. After which the shaman asked his friend to give him his hand because he wanted to check something. Sam obeyed without a doubt. Taking a friend by the wrist, the young shock was frozen. I think that he still had energy, although he spent so many battles. Although it is almost running out, it should have ended several times already. It turns out that he avoids any unnecessary losses. The problem is that he reached them I mastered on my own, after which he asked him to turn around, take off his shoes, and sit on the floor. Having done everything, as a friend said, the guy sat in a not very comfortable pose, as a result of which his back and legs immediately began to tremble. Looking at a trembling comrade, Yuno said that he would get used to it soon, and now he is sitting in the so-called lotus pose. This is the most basic pose for controlling energy flows. Then he asked to remember the position of his legs. Putting his hand to his back, the shaman filled it with energy, saying that he would now burn a little. The stream of electricity ran through Sam's body. The feeling came very suddenly, but the guy did not move. Yuno clarified that he sent a little his energy to his body, and when he presses his hands, he needs to inhale. When he lets go, exhale. In the human body, there are meridians by which energy flows, and their intersections are called acupuncture points. Blocking points synchronized with breathing is the basis of the technique of focusing the mind, which he will have to do in the future. This breathing exercises will help his body recover and begin to accumulate energy in the shortest possible time. At that very moment, 2 were teleported to the arena. Noticing this, Yuno immediately asked where the 3rd participant. After all, he saw in front of him only a manager who did not take part in the tournament and a girl with a self-confident look. Lady GU replied that their opponent was rather brave, preferred to participate in the tournament alone so as not to look for a partner. She is a descendant of the legendary Alexander from the mountain, which is located in the center of the continent, and therefore a rather serious opponent. The girl also asked the rivals, to which he received the answer that he was the heir to the clan, which is at the head of the organization of the Constellation Hall. Their clan defended his land for 1,000 years, so she may be sure that her opponent is not so simple. However, only skills were important to her, while Sam recognized the girl Sayu, who clung to Sarah in a shopping center. He took on only 2 attacks, but this was enough to get a sufficient idea of the power of the SAI. At that time, Sam had to give up the full. However, all these yokai are able to achieve its results simply using their skills. Suddenly, the young man in a mask noticed that his body was not moving, but he could not allow Yuno to fight her alone. On the shaman, he said that he was immobilized him, asking him not to forget to keep the rhythm during breathing so as not to knock him down. Then he suddenly turned around, said that he had already participated in 5 fights. After all, he needed to know the measure. The shaman went almost to the center of the arena, carefully examining his enemy, mutually exchanging glances. Saya suggested going immediately to business because she did not want to just lose extra time here, being confident in her victory. She immediately invited the guy to surrender. The girl did not see the scratches and wounds on them, so she believed that they would still have a chance. If he delayed the answer, he will either die or regret that he had not surrendered earlier. But the guy was not ready to make such a decision. Getting off the swords, he replied that for someone who went through 5 battles, she looks too unharmed. The loud title allowed her to go so far, but it is disappointed that such personalities take part in a competition of this level. He suggested that the yokai are simply not naive by nature because they grow up much later than people. But instead of an answer, Sai reached for her hair, tearing off her hair, while Yuno decided to throw her scabbard. Having filled the hair of energy, the girl decided to use the taming of the divine wind to show him her strength. At this time, the guy, having taken another small wooden one in addition to the main ball, using a soaring, thunderous blade, the scabbard fell at his feet, thereby giving a start to the battle, and immediately after that there was a deafening explosion. The cloud of smoke rose high into the air, thereby blocking the review by two fighting, disorienting them. Sai was surprised at the beginning of the battle because before that, such an attack crushed her opponents in the first seconds of the battle. However, the shaman was not so simple and was already approaching her, waving a blade, aiming at her body. The attack was successful, and he cut it in two, but the next second, the girl disappeared and cut hair appeared in her place. He managed to react with lightning speed to a sudden attack, which the girl decided to apply with his bare hands. The guy noticed that her hand was written in energy, and therefore was very dangerous in a direct collision. She was fast, and the point is not only in speed, each of her movement was fulfilled with grace, but Yuno only evaded. The situation is not so bad that he did not have the opportunity to counterattack, and during the battle, it is already opened 5 times. Sam was not mistaken in his conclusions. The bodies of Yokaev are strong, but this does not mean that they cannot be cut, and the Sword of Youth was perfect for this. Nevertheless, the reason for the indecision was Yuno in the fact that his instincts and intuition did not allow him to go on the attack. He understood that this girl alone spent 5 battles, having one in each, while having the strength for another battle. When Sai soared the air to attack the shaman, Lady Jiyu raised his hands, began to create her own spell. The shaman's reaction was impeccable because he was able to evade the blow in time, which was able to inflict significant damage in the arena. The manager of Sai and Sam was simultaneously surprised at what incredible force this girl possesses. The thing was that after her blow, the arena, which stood on the water, began to swing, thereby making her mobile. Trying to maintain balance, Yuno thought that this arena stands on the supports and does not swim on the water, but it is more important that it should not move. Over the past 5 matches, regardless of how strong the spells used were, it did not shake. The arena is built in such a way as to take on kinetic energy, then redirect it into the water. It seems that the power of the blow has surpassed the possibility of a platform, although it should weigh tens of tons, if not more. The possibilities of the spell of the great sage equal to heaven, the rumors of which came to them through myths and legends, are truly limitless. However, before becoming a demigod, he was an ordinary yokai about whom few knew, a spirit born of concentrated energy of the earth. Sei said that she usually gives her opponents a second chance, but she would make an exception for him. Her unique magic allows her to control her own weight and mass. She added that he would feel the difference in their power. Having filled himself with energy, Yuno replied that to overcome his own weaknesses and win the strong ones is his work. Yuno remembered himself at 10 years old when he fell to the floor after training, saying that he wanted to eat. His uncle approached him and asked to stop lying. He had to get up and continue training because before dinner for another hour. In the meantime, it must be used that they have as productive as possible. After a good training and food, it will be tastier. The guy asked why he was always, because the rest after the morning training just rest, and why he cannot do the same. Uncle replied that if someone else was in his place, he would have long finished with training. The man said that people have a lot of goals, so that the sword came out good and strong, he needs to be tempered a lot. If you use low-quality raw materials for forging, the blade simply cannot withstand the hammer and crack, it also concerned. Yuno replied that if he tried to cheer him up now, he did not succeed. He had not surrendered martial arts, the heir's place, and so on. There are a bunch of those who wish for all this. Offer them him, and they will train much more diligent than the guy, but his uncle did not understand him. The boy replied that he simply did not want to do this, that's all. There is no other reason. 1/10,000th, such as a chance to be born with the abilities of the shaman, will be born chosen and devote your life to training. The day after day to hone their skills in order to withstand the enemies of mankind. If you look from such a side, it sounds exciting. In comparison with this, the position of the heir to the clan is a real nonsense. However, the head of the clan was not that very surprised. However, the guy should think about where the second half of his blood originates and the advantages that he possesses. The boy replied that he understood everything, while the girl was beating him with a pointer in his legs, forcing his legs to tremble with pain. His head also asked to get rid of the guy from the waste paper, added that if he sees something like that again, he would not get off with several blows. Why did he ask? The servant for some reason stopped, because he told her to beat until he orders to stop. While Yuno received his punishment, the head said that in a few years the world will change, and the whole country would kneel before him. Take your punishment now. He must remember that rule over the others will become his sacred right. Over and over again, listening to all this nonsense, the guy was more distinctly realized that they were not the heroes of mankind, opposing evil. In the best case, they are the villains that she, having reconciled with chaos, used the weak for her whim. 4 years later, Yuno managed to enter a secondary school, famous for his approach to training and discipline. The grown-up young man was sitting at the window by the window. I carefully read the book. Do not pay attention to new classmates. Suddenly he heard a voice that was directed in his direction. He was asked to transfer somewhere. Responding to 2 impudent guys, Yuno said that the places were not signed and therefore they were late, asking to sit down where freely. One of the guys did not retreat, asking if the one who he knew, noting that Yuno takes a lot of himself talking so boldly. However, the shaman immediately invited the guy to go out so that he could answer for his words when he called him impudent. He proposed to go out now or after lessons, offering him to take with him also friends from high school. Surprisingly, in such cases, the case rarely comes to reasoning, as is usually the case in artistic works. Unlike villains from history, predators in the real world are quite prudent, although they seem fierce and cruel. In fact, they are cunning and careful. When something can pose a threat to them, they act carefully. They prefer to choose a victim that is much easier to manipulate, after which these 2 went to the guy with glasses. Having noticed them, the young man turned out to be not sure, distracting from the game that he was busy all this time. One of the hooligans immediately recognized the game of the hero's blow, after which he asked the classmate to give him to see. Again distracting from the book, Yuno heard that one of the hooligans refused exchange, calling a classmate an idiot. Then he said that he would just put her for auction. He would use it a little in return, but the guy in glasses protested. The bully assured him that he would not lose anything because he had done so many times, after which he decided to demonstrate in practice. However, the classmate, who literally turned pale before his eyes trying to answer something, did not like this. He wanted to pick up his phone but accidentally hooked a guy who did not like this accident at all. The boy in glasses tried to apologize, but not having time, immediately receiving a slap in the face and hearing insults addressed to him. The bully rudely said that he simply wanted to play with him and he would make a whole drama here because of such a little thing. Then he handed him the phone back, saying that he knew if he had a gaze again, he would kill him. Hooligans avoid predators more, which can devour. They exploit weak, which are not difficult to cope with. Realizing that such is the nature of mankind and the natural hierarchy of people, it becomes much easier to live. Shamans are not villains who run away from danger by tightening the tail. While having power, they simply are no different from other people. In stories, they always talk about heroes because in real life they cannot be met, because hardly anyone will go to it voluntarily. At the same moment, a full-minded boy entered the class, awkwardly apologizing for interrupting classmates. The guy with glasses and the bully immediately stared at him inquiringly while he recognized a friend, saying that they went to high school together. He did not know what his tall friend was called, but decided to introduce himself, adding that he did not think that he should go to fists. After all, they are now all in the same class, so they must try to get along. In response to this, the bully only swore. He thought that they had completely figured it out. And then some kind of pig was getting struggling, after which he asked Sam what he needed. Not hearing the answer, the bully tried to hit him from his feet, repeating his question again, wanting to show his position in the class. But at the same moment his eyes widened in surprise, and Yuno once again broke away from reading, turning his head. Having fallen to the floor, the bully trembled, stuttering, asking what the hell this guy does, not understanding how it happened. Sam asked to stop it, but at the same second his second bully grabbed his breasts, not wanting to give in to the fat man. The guy in the hat looked angrily at him, receiving an uncertain and questioning look, which, at first glance, did not inspire danger. And the bully did not understand what was wrong with this kid because he did not even move him from his place, and Sam asked him to let him go. But not seeing the change, a chubby boy grabbed the guy by the wrist tightly, saying that conflicts can be resolved peacefully, without a fight. Why, he turned his hand out, knocking his phone out of it. The guy escaped, and he and his comrade headed for the exit. Turning around, one of them told me that they would still see, but this very much strained Sam, who did not want conflicts. Suddenly, he heard someone told him that he was stuck, because the guys like them simply did not give up. If they are quick enough, let them wait for them for dinner. If not, then after classes, they will drag him more reduced to it and will be beaten. It will continue, yes, until satisfaction feels on it. But it was worth it. The guy to whom he helped did not even thank him. Now everything he was thinking about is how to get out of this shit. Most likely they will cover each other, exposing him over and over again and make his school life unbearable. Sam agreed with this, but he knew that everything could turn out in this way and did not regret what he did. He is a little scary, but if he had not intervened, he would have felt even worse. This is his choice and his problem. He will somehow figure out the consequences, avoid fights, and run away from all his legs. He knows how to get out somehow. Then he began to twirl his head, looking for his free place, asking aloud where to sit down. Yuno said that there is a free place here, and since he is not familiar with anyone in the classroom, he could sit here if there is nowhere else. He himself replied that he was usually sitting in front, but Yuno was standing on his own, let her that he would not get closer to the board. Do not indicate him, but if the guy adheres to him, then the problems will bypass him. Having clarified his name with his full boy, the shaman introduced himself, adding that their simple school life would not be. And now, the shaman threw his memories, realizing that he was now in the arena against a strong opponent. Lady Jiyu thought that for many years this place was used by generals for training. The platform, which has been indestructible for centuries, came into such a state from its one step. And this is not even an attack in which it invested all the energy. It's obviously not over the shoulders of a young man who has not yet fulfilled such a force. This match is over for him. Looking back, Yuno thinks that the reason for him to leave the house was that night when Sam said that he wanted to become a king. He is most like the protagonist of the story, an ordinary person, the one whom he had to defend in the near future. Of course, his opinion on this subject has not changed. His statement is a complete nonsense, the probability of which is striving for zero. Saya again attacked the guy using her hair, but he easily cut the attack with his sword. The girl and Lady Jiyu were dumbfounded by such a trick. Not the end that the guy managed to reflect her. Juno immediately asked the rival whether she was surprised, because he did not correspond to her ideas about shamans a little. Sam was mired in dreams. He needs to wake up and look soberly at things, but Yuno himself could not become friends with him. After all, his friend also often recalled the school years, when they were still quite children and did everything. And the guys of senior schools from time to time tried to beat them. I remember that many of them were in the same gang. However, against those guys could not afford to use abilities, using only the most basic techniques. This caused Sam's delight, but Yuno answered himself that a couple of times still had to use something harder. Due to excess weight, Sam was always underestimated. He withstand many blows, but never once hidden response. Yuno tried to concentrate, sighing and tightly squeezing the hilt of the sword, which he had a righteous energy. Lady Jiyu carefully watched the battle, not understanding how it was possible, because she saw this for the first time in her life. Her blow was much more powerful than she could imagine. Even the generals from the palace would prefer to evade him. Even if they dodged, they would quickly be clamped in a corner. The defeat would be just a matter of time. At that very moment, the guy tensed to the side when the girl again hit the ground, shaking the platform with her incredible force. This was enough to shake the arena again, forcing it to flutter from side to side. Yuno tried to reason calmly, seeing such an effect from a simple step. He did not understand how much she knew how to manipulations. Being in the air, he thought about going on the offensive, because standing in the same defense could not win. Sai decided to take advantage of the fact that the shaman was in the air, preparing 3 hairs that began to nourish energy. It was the magic of 3 divine winds, which she immediately launched, creating 3 tornado streams. The guy instantly reacted to this equipment, preparing 4 small wooden swords, being forced to use them. It was an improved version of the spell that she had already used. It became many times more powerful, and it is unlikely that the talismans will be able to block them. Even a dozen of these will not be enough to block at least one of the whirlwinds that raced rapidly to him. At this time, Juno released all the small swords from my hands, which I held before, having previously filled them with energy. After that, having waved a blade, he was able to cut one whirlwind, giving himself a little time for a maneuver. With one careless swing of the sword, he was able to dispel such strong magic it did not fit in the manager's head. However, this was not the end, because 2 whirlwinds again headed towards the shaman, who rested on the wall. Without wasting time, the guy stepped on one of the talismans, thereby starting forward, dodging the vortices. He decided to head in the direction of Sai, who stood in a combat rack, waiting for any attack from the shaman. The guy was still far from a girl who waved his hand, wanting to change the direction of the vorthi path. Obeying the movement of the hand, the purple tornado turned and headed towards the guy. Judging by how well they retain their shape, it is worth presumably that they are not self-leading, but directly controlled. Again, using the talisman, Yuno managed to jump up, letting the stream of destructive wind under him. However, he completely forgot about the fact that there were two of them, turning his head late and noticing the whirlwind approaching his back. This mistake was enough to fall under the attack of Sai, which noticed a huge explosion in the air. Without changing the rack, she watched how something quickly flew to the ground, loudly falling into the stone arena. She said that this is a predictable outcome, but when she saw the guy dispelled the first whirlwind, she thought that 3 might not be enough. But in reality, there were only 2. Given her expectations, this is a very disappointing climax. Lady Jiyu thought it was a lousy situation, most likely. In order to survive the commas, he now spent all his energy. Even if he survives a duel after it, they both will not be able to continue to fight, although 5 wins in a row are a decent result. Handing out a hand forward, the girl said that now there would be the third and last whirlwind, which would wipe the shaman into powder. The guy whose left hand was completely mutilated was stood bowing his head, trying to come up with a way out of the situation. Sei thought that he did not have enough time to surrender, but he prefers a senseless death. She was sorry that the guy was so stupid while he continued to stand still waiting for the approach of the whirlwind. However, the young man did not want to give up, only grabbing the handle of the blade tightly, waiting for the most convenient moment. When the whirlwind was already very close, he turned around, sharply waved his sword, dissecting the flow of air in half. Sai was surprised at the stupidity of the guy who, being almost incompetent, continued to fight Yarrow. However, this was not enough to completely weaken the energy of such a strong and murderous wind. The shaman felt thousands of invisible blades overtake his body, but he tried to stay to the last. The girl thought about the fact that he did not put energy into the sword now, but he was able to partially block the attack. His strength is barely enough to stand, and the left half of his body is completely paralyzed, although he dispelled the whirlwind, but after that he collapsed to the ground. If this is some kind of human magic, then why did he not use it against the second whirlwind, which he inflicted on him the most damage? There must be some special condition that does not affect his strength or energy that helped him this time. The guy said that she was relaxed, because the enemy was standing her back to her, and she was not even trying to strike. He would like to give her victory, but he couldn't. But it was an obvious bluff because the guy was on the verge of death. His energy, which was a bet in this game, was almost completely exhausted by the hit of the divine wind. All the cards that remained in his hands is his body with 1 paralyzed hand, 2 unused azure lights. Also, its flying swords, which could be used either as a small bomb or as a foot support. All these items were now active, some lay on the ground, some flew in the air, but remained with nourished energy. It would not be possible to defeat the monster that is facing him in any of the above because it was clear that this party would be behind it. Nevertheless, the guy went on the offensive, not wanting to put up with the fact that they would lose, having made such a way. However, it was not clear why Sai, in the face of such a reckless attack, also chose to join the near battle. Whether it was because of respect for the enemy who so unexpectedly demonstrated his strength, or was something else hid behind it. Juno flew forward at full speed, wanting to overtake the girl, trying to prevent her from using another ability. However, Saya also did not want to just stand and wait until she was cutting the blade, which is why she decided to take a blow with a palm. Having made a slight movement, the guy dodged this blow, not taking his eyes off the girl, being in a complete concentration. Once behind her, Yuno knew for sure that his blade had reached the goal, but it was not known what damage he had caused. The girl remained standing still, not stopping maintaining energy around her body, using unique magic, the pressure of the mountain. This magic literally increases the mass of its user to a level comparable to the indestructible mountain. As a result, even the most simple techniques are able to change the landscape on the battlefield. Therefore, in order to defeat the fucking owning such magic, you need to have a force that can cut into 2 parts of the mountain. A little earlier, Yuno dodged her attacks precisely by the fact that he perfectly understood that attempts to cut the mountain would not lead to anything. At the same time, dumbfounded Saya thought that just now, the guy just scratched her, but it was already an achievement. Perhaps he tried to use the same method that he used to dispose of the divine wind, but he did not succeed. But even if the attack would work, it would hardly have changed something, because so far none of her opponents even stood close to her. The shaman understood that the chances of winning every second were becoming less and less, but he again indulged in memories. Then the guy asked his uncle during a training whether a person could, no matter how strong he was, to defeat Yuka. That I received an answer that Slabakov probably could, however, about the top of the world, Yokayev already doubts. If it does not take into account the differences in physical strength and endurance, they are able to restore energy simply inhaling. The man said that he had recently read old books. It does not say anything about the methods of combating Yuki depending on their abilities. They cannot exterminate Yokayev, as well as kill the strongest of them. But you need to at least be strong enough to cope with the middle peasants. It's how to tell an ordinary person to train until he can pierce steel with his hand, which is impossible. This example was the most accurate comparison of the forces of shamans and Yokayev, which differed as heaven and earth. Even his uncle, the guard of the Hall of the Constellations, has not a chance in battle against the strongest Yokayev, because they will simply crush him. Yuno stated that it was not appropriate for someone to say this to someone, but his uncle replied that he should understand one thing. There is a difference between something strong as steel and directly steel, and it is much more than the guy thinks. These words prompted him to think, which may help him in the battle against such an opponent. At this time, the girl, although she remained calm, was as tense and concentrated as much as possible. She noticed a flying wooden blade that was heading in her direction, but she decided not to defend herself from him. However, this was a wrong decision because flying blades needed a shaman far from an attack. For a second, distracting the attention of Sai, a guy with a paralyzed hand decided to take advantage of this moment to make an attack. He discovered a window for himself, the possibility that he did not fail to use because it does not matter how much the magic of the fuck is. In the end, it is only a temporary phenomenon created by their energy, so you can see the flows of energy from which the base is folded. However, even if his uncle had trained all his life, he could hardly have reached such a level of skill. It also concerned Young. However, if he gives himself to this goal, the situation may fundamentally change, thereby confirming the theory. The technique that Yuno first took advantage of this battle like a legend, the ability outside human capabilities. The shamans of antiquity called such legends by divine techniques, and today one of them was revived by a young genius. Overtaking the girl, Yuno used the divine technique which finishes the blow, putting the last forces into it.